As the weekend rolls around, it's hard to believe there's just over 1 week left of ECN cricket. Well, the temperature might be going down, but the Group E action is hotting up as the battle for survival will be on show this morning, as we'll see Fateh taking on the Ada Tigers. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, bienvenidos. Welcome to España. Great to have your company here in Barcelona for day 24 of action. It's the last day of week 4. Well, it's only 8 days away from the last day of the season. We'll see the final 4 of this tournament battling for the last ECS trophy of the year. It's been the biggest series of the year in the ECS. And look, I'm really enjoying seeing the conclusion over the next week or so. So we do have 4 matches today, and we're starting with match number 93. And this is a clash between Fateh and the Ada Tigers. Well, both these teams, they desperately need some points because they are in the danger zone. I do have some toss news. A little bit earlier, it was Fateh. They won the toss and elected to bat in match 93. So, look, I think given the conditions, I think it's a pretty good toss to win. I think if you can get your top order in, it's not going to be easy fielding out here. And Fateh, they are 2 and 6, I should say. 2 wins and 6 losses out of their 8 matches. So I certainly think that they need 2 wins here to stay in contention, or serious contention, to not be eliminated after the 14-match round robin stage. And look, I know that Fateh, when they string it together, they're a very, very good team, but they're also a team that look like they could lose to anybody if they play badly. So I think that it'll be a very interesting way to start the day. Against the Ada Tigers team, who, well, they're 0 and 8. They've had a bit of a rough start to their ECN journey. But having said that, they have gotten in winning positions. They played well in patches. So this really represents an opportunity, I think, for them to get their first points in ECN cricket this morning. Well, let's talk about the conditions today. Well, I could sum it up in one word: freezing. It's actually the coldest morning we've had so far. It was about 4 when we arrived at the ground. I think it might have just crept up to 5 degrees now. My instruments are telling me it feels like about 2 degrees out here. So if you are fielding first, oh, good luck. And I think we've got some of the bravest cricketers in the world, and that's why I think it's a pretty good toss for Fateh to win and have a hit. Let's go over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary position. Rico, welcome to the weekend as well. I can tell you the news from the toss in match number 93. Fateh, they won the toss. They want to have a hit. Why not? It's over to you, and let's get the day started.
Yes, let's get the day started. Sooner the better, because we need warming up. It is muy frío here in Barcelona here today. I can see the sun is starting to come up, and there doesn't seem to be too much cloud cover around. Look at that. That's what we see from here. So come on, let's get that sun up here pretty quickly. It is frosty. Everybody is holding cups of tea or anything they can find that's warm at the moment. It's very chilly, and the first thing that comes to my mind is, how are these guys going to be holding on to that kookaburra today? I tell you, if I'm feeling on the boundary and it's coming my way, I'm going to shy away from it. It is that cold. Look, well, let's have a look at what we saw yesterday. It was a very good day. It was a historic day where we saw us reach 20,000 runs scored in the series, and also 1,000 wickets were to fall. It was the Ripper Warriors that took on the Gracia side, a team that are really on the way up at the moment, and Gracia just continued to impress, didn't they? I mean, in the first match, Ripper Warriors only managed to get to 68, and then Kuldeep Lal, player of the match, knocked him off really by himself, 55 of 27. Gracia winning that one with 9 wickets with 29 balls to go. Second on round, it was Gracia's turn to have a bat first. They did not disappoint. 138 for 4. Hiro Mahey, their captain, was in fine form. 77 of 27. He was the player of the match. And though we saw a fine half century, another one from Prince Diman, 61 and 27, Gracia still went on to win that one by 26 runs. We then saw the reigning champions and the unbeaten Catalonia Tigers come into action, and they remained unbeaten as they did the double over the Hawks. The Hawks, much improved. They needed to be in this tussle against the Tigers, but it didn't go their way, though they managed to restrict Catalonia Tigers to just 103 in the first match. despite Awais Ahmed's player of the match performance, 32-14. The Hawks, they finished short just by 6 runs. They needed 19 of the last. They made a match of it, but couldn't quite get there. Mohamed Sohail, 50 of 21 for the Hawks, batted absolutely superbly. Second time round, the Hawks batting first. Well, those batting frailties came into play once more. Though, again, somebody like their captain, Cameron Zia, 34-20, made a good impact in the match. Amir Hamza had a very good day yesterday, 33 of 15. He scored 29 in the first match as well, but they still couldn't get to the 100 up. And the Catalonia Tigers knocked them off with 5 balls to go. Yasir Ali, well, he's been in fine form and scored 58 of 25. And Tahir Ilyas made a very fine 40 of 24 as well. So the Tigers winning that one by 7 wickets. And that's why they sit pretty at the top. They're unbeaten in 10, 20 points to them. But look, today is all about the teams, I think, trying to survive. Fateh, they're in that elimination position at the moment. They will look to get to the 4 points they need to topple the Ali Young Stars. But remember, the Ali Young Stars will have their right to reply, but their take on Revel Sporting. So Fateh will really be feeling that Revel Sporting could do them a favour by doing the double over the Ali Young Stars. So it's in Fateh's hand if they want to continue in this series, if they want to be playing here on Saturday and trying to get into the final on a Sunday, the 11th of December, then they really need to pick up 2 wickets here. And of course, their opponents, the Tigers, they're looking to register their first victory. They are the new boys to the European Cricket Series. And they put in good performances in the field. You have to say, I mean, okay, they still do let themselves down with some sort of untowards fielding and drop catches, but they've been good in the field. The issue they've had is with the batting, and I think that's why we saw there heard there from Vinny that Fateh deciding they will have a bat first, and the idea I think there is to try and get plenty of runs on the board and then cause a few issues for their opponents. It's going to be a cold, frosty start, though, and both these two teams are going to have to really adjust to the conditions. So here's the team, and it's nice to see that at least you've got Ashan Raza and Mohsin Raza back for the Jaeger Tigers. I think that's pretty key, and they will help to strengthen their batting. Fateh, they're a side that are relying a lot on somebody like Waqas Mirza, but they'll be happy as well because though Mirza was on Fine Song last time, Suf Al Islam was missing for them. He come back in the side, and look, any one of them can go huge. And it was good to see someone like Gangadeep Singh also getting in the runs as well. And a few new players in there. Mandeep Singh comes into their side. But watch out for Ranjot Singh. For me, he's somebody who's just starting to get better and better. He bowled beautifully last time, and maybe expect to see a bit more from him with the bat. Fateh, according to Bat versus Ball Wall, 102-93. Favourites to win this one. And I think a lot of that is to do with those dots there at the bottom of the timeline. But you can see the Tigers, they're the team that really are struggling at the moment. Umpires are out there in the middle. It's umpire Swahwan and Umir Aftab. Third umpire for this one will be Asif Zia Mughal. And all the match officials here have been absolutely superb and being well led by the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kermin. As the players start to take their positions, so we will see the Tigers will be in the field first. And as I've said many a times, I mean, just looking around the field already, you can see there's a number of players that have got hands in pockets. It doesn't surprise me at all. I tell you what, there's a couple of players that are just wearing their playing shirt and nothing underneath. I tell you what, they're going to be pretty cold. And that's a sign, a good sign, because the sun is trying to come up. As we wait for Federico Constant, our official timekeeper, to give the umpires the heads up. That has come. So here we go. The first ball on this chilly Saturday. It's going to be a wide one. The first one up from Junaid Afzal. Very good morning to everybody as well. And it is Saturday. Hope you have a fantastic Saturday. Hope it's a great start to your weekend. Oh, this one just pops up in the air. The batters will take a single. it's great that you can all change. There's a lot of people bright and early on our YouTube chat. Nice to have you all with us. And hope you're going to stick around and enjoy a great Saturday with us. And maybe in between the matches, get a few of those chores that you got to do done as well. It is the weekend. Let us know what you're up to. Absar once more. This has been well played, but straight to the fielder. Decide not to go for the single. A great pick up and throw. A direct hit. The umpire was right there watching the lines and says not out. Good umpiring there. That's pass off one. Not out. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sassri akal. Over one. To everyone watching via FanCode. Oh, big swing. Doesn't use his feet at all. And, well, pretty close to maybe just getting a little snick on this. Surinder Singh. Surinder Singh joins Sufiqullah Islam out there, who's been promoted up the order. Quite like that. I haven't gone with both the big hitters straight away. So Mirza will come in a bit later. This one is playing along with the line again. But just looking at that shot, what you do see is that sometimes you need balance. There's no balance and no footwork here from Surinder Singh. So he plays at this and he's almost falling over. Look at that. And it doesn't really need to be playing at it at all. It's always going to be a wide. So a couple of wides and a single. Surinder trying to get hold of it, but at the moment, he's not using his feet. I'll be using my feet. I want to warm up. I'll be dancing around. This one's up in the air. Shouts to catch it. Fielder comes in and doesn't take it. And I tell you what, everybody's on and saying, "Oh, yaar, parlena si yaar." At least saying, "Well, I only just got there." I tell you what, yeah, I wouldn't have been running too quickly to try and catch it. I think you can see the fielder. Who was that? Ifraz Ahmed was a bit disappointed that the man on the boundary, Umar Mohammed, didn't go for it. Now, this one's been hit the other way. This is a better shot because it gets a little whip on this to make sure the ball goes to the boundary where there is no fielder. So 4 runs, they get the boundary that they want. And nicely played away. That's what we will expect from the power of Islam. He really was good to see the way he batted last time round for Fateh. I think when you had him there and you also have Waka Mirza, they really did make things. It was against Ripple Warriors, wasn't it? I'll give you that in a minute. As this one's been whipped away as well nicely. A nice shot. Nicely played. Well, Islam, he's warming up. As you see the shadow of the fielder chasing after this one. It isn't a nice shot. Well, where's the fielder? Well, you can see his shadow. He's chasing after it. So a couple of boundaries to end the over. That's exactly what they needed. The Fateh are off and running. Just have a look at the Fateh batters. Waqas Mirza, no surprise. He's right up there. 160 runs to him. Gangadeep Singh, I think his performances last time have got him elevated up to the second highest run scorer on their side. And then Ranjot Singh, 79. Ranjot has gone off the boil a little bit on the other side. Well, for the other targets here, Raza is going to be key. Ahmed as well. And I think Sajjad. But you can see there's a bit of a difference there. No batter really has reached the 100 mark, which you would expect by now, the number of games played. And how about the bowlers? Well, I'll tell you what, the bowlers, one man, Ranjot Singh, he's been pretty good. As you see, this single played away. And we'll have a look at the bowling stats in a second as well, as Ahmed, pretty close. Pretty close, that one, to rattling the stumps. Gets a bit of edge onto it. Edge. And, well, a desperate lunge from the man at third. It's going to be 4 runs. It gets past wide of the wicketkeeper. A good effort from the man who's in that sort of catching third man position. You can see just couldn't get there. And good camera work. And yeah, let's have a look at the bowler. So as I suspect, Ranjot Singh's right up there with 7. And Gaggandeep Singh's been pretty good as well. And on the other side, Naveed Riaz has been super. Let's see if he can get his feet in the right place today. That's been the only issue for Riaz. Too many no balls. Sajid Ahmed once more. Good delivery, but a good shot as well. Fielder's got work to do. And Umar, he reluctantly gets a hand on this and stops him from going to the boundary. Good work. Oh, yeah, that stings. Hard to get down. Get down, ठीक है? Just asking how's his hand. And with a little smile says, yeah, but he's still shaking him around. Oh, there's got a sting this morning. Well, this one doesn't get it past the in circle. Ahmed gets that one on the off stick. Surinder Singh swinging, but hasn't been able to find the boundary rope as yet. Just hasn't got his timing going. This one's well hit, and this one will go to the boundary. I think there's probably a sheepish effort from the fielder, let's just say. This one is travelling, and I think he makes a little bridge there for this one to go under. He thinks, I could, but maybe I won't. Surinder Singh does get the boundary that he's after. That was a nice shot to finish. So once again, they finish the over with a boundary, and it's 22 without loss. Good morning, Helix, and how are you? He's saying good morning to everybody. Kuldeep Lal on the chat. Hello, Kuldeep. Kuldeep, कितना आज तो नहीं कोई मस्ती मुस्ती करना? Kuldeep, you're up very early today. I hope you're not up to any no good. Whose hair are you going to colour blonde today? Maybe you should do your own. There you go, Kuldeep. I want to see you with black hair and a golden beard. How about that? Anyway, good to have you in the chat, Kuldeep. Kuldeep, of course, a player for Gracia. This is up in the air. It's an opportunity. Good luck. Ouch, 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 ouch. I'm going to say it for you. Oh, yeah, he spikes it into the ground. I tell you what, if Raz Ahmed, who was the fielder, who was pretty annoyed earlier that Umar Mohammed didn't go for a catch, well, Umar Mohammed is saying, देखिए, then कैसी आज नहीं फार होने, बहुत ठंडे है. Yeah, well, he spikes it back into the ground, so a chance to get rid of the Singh goes begging. Swing and a miss, and Manu comes in to a very frosty refrigerator this morning is Mr. Maximo. Hello, Maxi. How are you?
Good morning. Well, a bit like you, I'm cold, but at least I'm in here and not out there with a brand new kookaburra coming at me. Hard times, hard hands.
Yeah.
And hard catches. I think it's not an easy morning to field, no doubt. Here's Naveed.
Yeah, well bowled. Naveed, yeah, he's a man we know. He has issues, but he could have...
all about Naveed.
He could have got a wicket. I tell you what, I mean, apologies, that wasn't Singh that was put down. It was Sifrul Islam who gave the chance. Now, that's one you want to hold on to, because we know once he gets in his mojo, he can certainly hurt you.
Do you think Naveed could go a whole 2-over spell without bowling a no ball? So far, so good.
No.
I'm zeroing in on this front foot here. Come on, Naveed. That's all right, just. Now this is hit, and this could be out, and it's dropped.
Hey.
Ifraz is in the hot zone there, but it's not too hot.
That's two he's put down, and that's the double teapot. Well, the sun is shining on his face, but he's hoping it was shining on his fingers, and you can see this time it's the other fit where he's being replaced.
He's got his teammates throwing a few high fives his way, but he doesn't even look keen for a high five contact. Those hands have taken a pounding so far in the first 10 minutes of play. And, he's just going to slink off for now.
He's being moved. I tell you what, whoever's been moved there, good luck. This one could be pretty close. The umpire shakes his head pretty quickly. I wonder if this is to do with
a couple of things.
bat.
Look at where Naveed goes after he bowls it. See, it maybe pitch outside leg anyway. I think it's out. But look, get out the way, Naveed. He's got a bad habit of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So yeah, you gotta get off the pitch. He'll watch that back and he'll learn from that, I'm sure. But yeah, if you're bowling from this side of the pitch, you've got to get off the same side that you're bowling.
Yeah, that's once more to Islam. Islam's had a life. He was dropped on 14. There's the no ball. So he's being called, and the umpire's saying, well, you give me some stick, I'll give you some back. Have some of this. Foot fault. Watch the front foot.
It was good while it lasted. We had 5 balls without a no ball from Naveed. Anyway.
So I'll win the bet. You're buying dinner.
I don't think I ever had any real faith that he'd be able to go an over without bowling a no ball. But We know this will be a wicket that won't count because that's his speciality. Watch out, stumps. Last ball, the over free hit.
And, well, it's a top edge that flies over the wicketkeeper and this time over the fielder as well. And there's no diving trying to stop this. And over it goes. It's 4 more runs. Oh, yard. Well, that's what Naveed says about it. It's 4. And the thing is about it is, that's a classic example, that over. No ball, extra ball, 4 runs, 5 runs given away because of you can't get your feet in the right place.
Yeah. So, yeah, cost them what? Cost them basically 5. So, you know, when you're a team that's been struggling to score runs, when you start handing out freebies, it doesn't help. I mean, having said that, there's more to like than not like about Naveed's bowling. Right? Yeah. I think there's a lot to like about it, but just these little things, right?
Yeah, I tell you what I'll be doing. If I were the captain in Mohamed Abu, I'd ask him, what's your shoe size? And when he says I'm size 9, I'd go out and buy size 6 shoes and say, there, put them on because they're smaller. At least you...
No, it's not so much that. He needs bigger shoes. He needs those heels. He needs bigger heels at the back.
But he won't be able to stretch so far, you see. The shoes are tight. He won't be stretching.
I see what you're saying.
He hurt his toes. But yeah, bigger shoes could do as well. You might get a bit of that. We were saying you should get those clip-on heels so that you always get a bit of a heel behind the line. Okay, what are we on? We're on 30. So 30 without loss. And they're going to go to Sajid Ahmed again.
And I've thought of that before. Some people have joked about making the shoes bigger. It just made me realise, I think in the law, it says the bowler's front foot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't say the shoe. So shouldn't the umpire be working out... Do we have to work out the thickness of the shoe when we're talking about these things? It's where his foot is. Yeah, never thought of that before. Not often do I think of something in the laws that I haven't thought of before. But if you're going to be super technical, it's not where his shoe is, it's where his foot is.
Takes a single, so Ahmed's bowled pretty well. Nice and tidy. But they're pretty quiet, aren't they, out there? I think you need to... get behind the bowlers. And all right, 2 catches have gone down. And unfortunately, Ifraz has been the man who's put him down.
Well, Easton's saying 2 easy catches missed. I'm telling you something, there's no easy catches out there this morning. We've still got it. Actually, I don't know how it goes backwards, but I've got it down at 4 degrees now. So I've got 4 degrees. I'm expecting a maximum of 13, so I'm sure it'll warm up a little bit in a while.
Okay, you're saying 4 degrees, as this one is hoiked up in the air. Is another opportunity, and it's been taken. Well done, that man. I tell you what, give him a medal and a hot cup of hot chocolate because that is a good catch. That's Ali Sajad, and he shows how to do it. Look, you know, folks, you're saying 2 easy catches. There are no easy catches. That ball, when that hits your hands, it feels like a rock. It's stinging. And look, for it, what's the feel like temperature?
The feel like, we had a couple of feel like temperatures just before the first ball.
Yeah.
I had it as feels like 2 degrees because of the wind. I know that Chris Tapps from our production, he had feels like -1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously cricket can't use gloves unless the wicketkeeper, thankfully. I actually had a couple of games where I actually had hand warmers in my gloves because it was so cold. But, yeah, it was a very good catch. I mean, brand new kookaburras as well. Hard balls that we use in the European Cricket Series. So, yeah, well done to Ali Sajjad, takes the catch. And, yeah, Yated Tigers, especially with... the Raz is in, Hassan Raz is in, Mohsin Raz is in. I think there's every chance that they could get some points this morning. Fateh, though, not in great shape, 2 and 6. They'll really want to get these in the book and stay alive in the tournament.
Well, bang, and guess who's in is Waka Waka Mirza. Seis carreras, manos arriba. Well, this guy hits the ball harder than anyone I know. Whoa, that was thumped.
Yeah, he's predictable, but he doesn't really waver from his strategy. He's a guy that plays his poker cards up, saying, this is what I've got, and this is what I'm going to do. Look, he's thinking about it again. Look at him. He just cannot wait to step across and try and wax over the leg side.
Well, this one's outside the line, but good delivery, good reply from Ahmed. That's full. That's what you got to be, full right up there. He's looking to get underneath it. You get it full, you got your man.
Well bowled. Look, I got to admire the bravery of some players that basically show their hand and say, look, I know that you probably know what I'm trying to do, but I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. 4 overs down, 39 for 1. Wakas starts with a 6, retains the strike with that leg by. And so Let's have a look at what's happened so far. Sophie Islam sent to the top of the order. Did a reasonable job, 17 off 12. Surrenders there. You mentioned they didn't really use 2 out-and-out hitters at the top, but Fate, sometimes this has been their Achilles heel as well, not scoring enough runs. I mean, this has been the issue for both of these teams. I mean, if you look at kind of the average runs for Fate averaging 96 and the Ada Tigers 71. So they're 2 teams that aren't quite cracking the 10 and over. So yeah, maybe a low-scoring wrestle. That also what that means is if one batter has a heater, it's worth even more, I think. If someone like Wakas can get a 50, let's roll.
Ali Sajjad comes in to the action. The man who has got the hot hands, because he's the man who just took the catch. So he now has a ball. But look, it's all, I mean, look at the fate of this. All the fate is in Fate's hand really here today. I mean, you got to say that the Ada Tigers, chances of them progressing are slim. Fate, if they can pick up 2 victories here, then they take themselves above their opponents. And then they'll be hoping that Ravo can get 2 victories over the Eddie Young Stars. I mean, that's what they're looking to do. Get the 4 points here, go past the Eddie Young Stars. Yeah,
must-win games.
Must win.
Yeah, here's Ali Sajjad, over number 5.
This one will be a wide, so goes fuller, but can't keep the direction correct.
That's a good eye there to spot that. That would be a wide. It wasn't worth throwing the bat at it. Maybe getting a toe on it.
Firmly hit. Work to do by the fielder. Does very well.
Well fielded. Umar Muhammad's a good fielder. I think he does a very, very good job.
Well, the batter's just given his forearm a rub there. I think this ball has come back, has given him has stung him on the way through. Ali Sajjad once more. And he's got his man. And it's a huge wicket. Well, come the moment, come the man. Ali Sajjad, not only does he take the catch, he removes the dangerous Wakas Mirza. Mirza, you know what he's trying to do. And he plays all around this one. And he gets him. So, Mirza will go for 7 of the 4 balls that he faces. And this one just nips back enough. Mirza was in no shape to play it. And misses it. So it's a 1 big 6 from Mirza. And the little single, and he has to go. Big wicket that. And yeah, the Tigers, well, one thing they have always done and impressed with is their bowling. All right, they sometimes let you down a little bit in the fielding, but they'll be up for this themselves. You know, they've come close to a victory. They're improving all the time. So getting that wicket there, that's going to be pretty key. So now they've got the 2 dangerous hitters out the way. And now I think it's up to them just to keep it nice and tight. So there's the last wicket. Mirza going off just 4 deliveries. And Ali Sajjad is the man. This one just drops a bat on it. It's going to have to be quick. Oh, I tell you. If Raz is not having a good day, again, yaar, koi na. Then change your horse like that. Everything is going to look. This is one thing. You can move a man because he's not taking catches. Well, no, he's not able to pick the ball up either. If he was able to, it would have been a chance. And this one has been played nicely. Work to be done by the fielder. Does very well. Good work. So this time it's Junaid Afzal. Just keeps it to 1. So you can see here now with the Safifal gone and also Mirza back, the big hitters. They can really try and tighten the screw here now and keep it nice and tight. 44 on the board. 2 wickets down. The 2 big guns gone at the halfway point here. And it's time for us to say good morning to our global cricket audience.
Very good morning to you. Now, look, I don't normally do this, but look, I've got my suit on underneath. Sometimes people want to know what colour I'm wearing if you miss the introduction. I've gone green today. It's still a little bit Christmassy, but I'm definitely buttoning this up because it's one of the cooler mornings. I know that when we come back here in February, it'll be pretty cool, but the weather is pretty nice.
Mind over matter. I've got a hot raging fire here.
Weather's nice as far as the amount of sunshine that we'll get, which is good. Yeah, I think we need to rub our hands together a little bit. Now, look, I want to say a very good, warm welcome to you as well, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the weekend. Yep. Maybe we can do something early today. Maybe we can do a lurker call out early today.
Why not?
Because
Saturday.
if you're watching it, maybe you haven't gotten a chance to get into the chat so far. We want to say hello to you. Let us know where you're watching from. So go on. Come at us. And yeah, let's all huddle together for some warmth. Now, the other thing is, don't forget that we've seen both Spanish clubs that are involved in the ECL during this tournament. So, yeah, maybe I'll just show you what's coming up. The ECL is at one of our marquee tournaments next year, along with the ECC. And perhaps we might even have a few surprises next year as well. But you can see that this will be starting the 27th of February after we have our first ECS of the year here in Barcelona. So you see Gracia, they're in Group E, and Pacaquer Barcelona straight through to Championship Week. So, yeah, maybe if you've got any questions about the ECL, I mean, Malta, I've heard there could be some playoffs there very shortly. The complicating thing about Malta is their domestic season actually finishes in February. So it's not as simple as picking that team because they won't have enough time to prepare. So, yeah, it's going to be a really exciting time, and yeah, looking forward to it. Also looking forward to the 7-week break, but there's plenty of cricket to enjoy across the break as well, but we'll be waiting in the wings ready to come back. Anyway, let's get ready for the 6th over. It's going to be Ifraz Ahmed who's going to bowl.
Yeah, Ifraz will be hoping his fortunes out there will change. He's not been good when he's been in the field. 2 drop catches, the midfield. There comes on the bowl. And hesitation from the 2 batters, but once again, it's not been picked up cleanly, so they will take the single. That was Sajjad Ahmed, who just bowled very well. Sajjad, he's had a good morning. Short, hit hard, and over the fielder as Naveed Riaz just watches this fly over him. So good hit, powerful hit off the back foot. Absolutely thumps that. And that's nicely hit by Bilal Hassan.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Yeah, especially with Wakas going, they need someone to step up. That brings up the 50 now for Fateh.
He goes for another, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. Balle. Kinazona Shaka. Nice shot here. Look, let's stand where the sunshine is. Let's get out the dugouts. Yeah, Fateh, you got it right. Get in the sunshine.
Yeah, I would rather be batting than fielding in this temperature, although it won't warm up that much by the second innings.
Yeah, nicely done there by Hassan, Bilal Hassan, to Maximos, and says, yeah, now I'll take the single. That one's not quite there. Gives the strike back to Surinder Singh. Singh, he's been in this position before, run a ball, but you know what? I think for Fateh, that's a good thing. If he can stay all the way through, just play this sort of innings.
Brings a little bit of stability to their batting, you know, because it can fall apart if they're all being super aggressive. Hey, so... I want to say hello to Santosh. He thinks I look like the real Batman because I had the suit on underneath. Anyway, swing and a miss this time.
He's going to have to be quick. Good throw could have him in trouble. I think only a direct hit would. Hey, listen, why can't we move our equipment over there where the sun is?
Yeah, we say that, but yeah. We'd have beyond the field, I think. Most of our area is in shade at the moment. Anyway, this always gives you something to look forward to when the sun kind of pokes around the corner.
You can see the shadow of our cube actually going onto the pitch there. It's quite a big shadow. Come on, son, get up quicker.
60 for 2 after 6 overs. Yeah, so the sun comes up around about 8 o'clock in the morning here. We're coming up to 9 o'clock now, so it still is pretty early, a bit frosty. Yeah, slow to Helix, slow to Arupdas as well, to Shuvo Paul, to Sundori, to Helix. And anyone else that I might have missed, very good morning to you. Hopefully you're well, and hopefully your weekend's going well. Have a look at the beautiful background. I never get over this. We're pretty much halfway up the mountain here, Montjuic.
Yeah,
you
quite
see
amazing.
More hills in the background as well. Love that shot. Ali Sajjad, he's been pretty good so far for the Tigers. He's bowling over number 7.
Hit firmly. Fielder does really well. Really good pickup. Now that's a good bit of work.
Yeah.
And because he's also, look, Junaid Afzal, he hasn't got the advantage of soaking up the sun rays. He's in the shade there because of the wall, the boundary fence. So it does really well. Good pickup. He's in the frosty corner. This one is just going to drop short of the fielder. One bounce pickup.
Excellent
Here comes
fielding.
the throw. Afraz.
It's amazing how much easier it is to field the ball on one bounce versus on the full. So think about it when throws come into the bowler, like late in the innings, right, for run-outs. It's so much easier bet with the bare hands to take it on the one bounce, just because the amount of energy that goes out of that ball when the ball does touch the ground first.
He waits for this one to bat. I think he would have been far better off just a couple of steps going onto it and hitting it on the full down the ground. decides to wait, but first to go the back foot. That's Hassan.
I missed Noli. So I'll get a special hello to Noli then. Sorry I missed you, Noli. Good morning to you, or good afternoon, depending on where you're watching from. Hopefully you enjoy the day.
In the air, chance. And very, very well taken. Well, he does it Mugger-much style, fingers pointing up, and the catch is taken. So nicely done by Hassan Raza. Really good catch. Goes a long way up in the air, gets himself into position, and takes the catch.
Yeah, Hassan Raza, a good pair of hands, roaming that long off region. And that wasn't an easy one, because he had to come in, of course. We talked about the conditions not being easy for catching. Now he holds on to it. And a handy wicket to get. Surinder has to go. And time for Gurpreet to enter the action. 63 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Ali Sajjad continues his good morning. And was the man who started it all off with taking the catch. And now, well, he's picked up 2 wickets as well. So it's the Ali Sajjad show this morning. He's been involved with all the wickets. So, Sajjad, 2 for 8. And the up could be another, and he holds on to it. It is another. Ali Sajjad, he is on fire. Well, I'm glad somebody's on fire, because that's the only thing that's keeping us warm at the moment. It's the only thing that's keeping the guys out there in the middle warm, as the Tigers take another one. And this one, well, look, has been hit hard by Gurpreet Singh, but it's straight to the fielder. He's going to be very disappointed, Gurpreet. And he's a very good batter at the left-hander. But he's going to go, and he's going to go first ball. And it's going to be a little bit of...
Here come the Tigers. I mentioned we've got Tigers on both ends of the ladder. Yada Tigers on the wrong end as far as they're concerned. I mean, even now, I mean, if they are chasing, let's say, I don't know, 80, the batting hasn't really shown they could pull that off. But
are we going to get an early morning hat-trick?
Yeah, well, maybe. We've still got a bit of a hat-trick drought, haven't we?
Early morning hat-trick,
Could
maybe.
this be hat-trick number 40? Ali Sajjad is having a very good morning. Last ball of his spell, and it's hat-trick ball.
And he's right on the money. Such a good delivery. The batter just drops the bat onto it. And Singh will get off the mark. But what a spell. What a good bit of bowling from Ali Sajjad. All the 4 wickets that have gone down so far have got his name in the book. The catch started it off, and then his bowling has been exceptional.
Excellent spell, excellent hat-trick ball as well. Anyway, guess what? It's the end of a week here in ECN Cricket. So the question of the week, it's the last day you can answer this one. How would you use data to predict the winner of the next T20 World Cup? If you go to crickethlon.com, no matter where you're watching from around the world, you can participate. And that's supported by our friends at HCL Software. And the best answers, most creative answers, they will be in the running for interviews and internships with HCL Software, a company that employs over 280,000 people around the world. Yeah, big thank you to HCL. But I know that a few people with interest in the kind of data management and kind of computer engineering, interested in that kind of thing. Anyway, that was almost chopped onto the stumps. Good ears. It's the slinger, Imdad Khan. He's going to bowl over number 8 and probably over number 10. And he's an awkward customer. For a second that had been chopped onto the stumps, but he chopped it onto his back pad.
Imdad Khan can be very useful once he gets that ball, the Yorker let delivery, because he does get it to come in a little bit as well. He's bowling to Kuldeep Singh. Kuldeep gets a little bit off the toe end on the bat onto this, but not a catching chance. A good stop by the keeper behind the stumps.
I really like Imdad Khan. I know he can be a bit wayward by his very nature, but that's the kind of off cutter, but because of his action, it's almost an underspinner. So it really slows the ball down and it fools batters. A bit like Malinga used to do.
And this one's hit beautifully down the ground, and it will be 4 runs, just bouncing before the boundary. So 4 runs, lovely shot. Nice, clean, crisp hit. You can see there, just wide of the fielder. Crunching blow. They need this here for taking.
Yeah,
it's just gone a little bit quiet the last couple of overs. Thanks to some good bowling.
Good placement.
Imad Khan wants a reply. And gets one, gets the dot ball in afterwards. Goes a little bit closer to the umpire here. Not too close, because with that action, he'll be knocking him out, but close enough to get this one closer to the stumps at the other end. Swing and a miss. Khan once more. That's a good delivery. Really well bowled. That's that Yorker length delivery that can cause issues. Now the batters are taking 2 here.
Oof.
Oh, a wild throw, and they're going to take 3. Can there be more? Will they go and try and take another? No, they'll settle for 3. Look, that's really good running.
Yeah.
I get a feeling direct hit, he would have been in trouble. But look, you got to take the chance. The only 4 wickets gone down, so you got wickets in hand. You've got to take these on.
Well, sometimes in life you have to risk one to get one, and no doubt for me, that if this hits, he's gone. But no one was, well, maybe no one was really queuing up to back that up, and now this is going to be trouble.
It's an opportunity with Raz, and that's how his day changes. It's 3rd time lucky for him. Well, I like the intent from the batter, Bilal Hassan. He walks down, he hits it on the walk, but doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. And all of a sudden, Ifraz Ahmed's morning has got better. He holds on to this. It's 3rd time lucky.
Yeah, that's always nice to get one, just to steady yourself. It has been tough, but we've talked about conditions a lot, but yeah, well done by Ifraz. I think he's a good player. He's a guy that I think brings a lot to this team with the bat and the ball. And yeah, normally he's a pretty sure pair of hands. Just I think it's not the easy conditions. We've talked about that a few times.
Yeah, and Imad Khan picking up a wicket. So they spike the boundary. 71 for 5 here now. Look, 12 balls to go. It's Naveed Riaz, the no-ball specialist, about to come on here now. And really, look, we know he's a good bowler. I'm expecting this to be a tidy over. I think he'll keep him down to still around the 80 in this one. And so if they can keep it at 95 to 90, they'll be happy.
Double or nothing.
What?
Any no balls this over?
Yeah, there will be. Has to be
I'm
one.
going to say double or nothing. Give me a clean over, Naveed. I don't know, Rico, 2 dinners here. Give me a clean over. Keep that foot behind the line, please. The other thing is, in 2 teams that have struggled to score runs in this series, these little errors are even more costly, I think, than usual. All right, 1 out of 1. Watch that foot. That's all right.
Edge, and he's unlucky. It's not the first time that he's been edged to the boundary as Naveed Riaz. The only thing here is I think this is where the targets can get a bit smarter as well. When this guy's bowling, he's got a bit of pace about him. I think you've got to have the 3rd man back, and I think that's what he's doing here now. He's pushing that 3rd man back. And you see, they're reacting to it. You've got to be pro-reactive. You've got to know that it's very likely that at this point of an innings, batters are going to be swinging and swinging hard, get the men back. The boundary to Gagan deep. Good response, Gagan deep. A little disappointed that he's missed out on that one. See, the other thing, of course, is, and this is the other thing that Naveed Riaz has got against him, because he is so guilty of those no balls, and the umpires know it.
Yeah.
So the umpires are always looking as well. Whereas sometimes if you're a bowler that's not renowned for it, you can get away with one.
Sneaky, yeah. All right, come on. 3 in a row. I've noticed he's... Oh, where are you going? So I've noticed that he is kind of slowing down a little bit more than usual in the approach. And maybe that's just... Yeah, so he doesn't... So the stride length is lessened a little bit. So look, I'm loving this from Naveed.
You see it in his action. Just watch when he's running in. There's a little shuffle, and that shuffle is all about... Well, watch here.
It slows down about...
There you go.
Yeah,
see?
there you go.
Yeah.
Then picks it up again. Well, 5 in a row, and this is where he let us down last time. They're going to go for a dicey 2 here. It would have been out. Naveed points to the keeper saying, why don't you go his way? And the fielder said, well, you're closer, and maybe you'd like to go to the stumps. And he said, well, no, thank you. I'd rather take it a bit more comfortably. All right. Naveed for the clean over. It's actually been a pretty good over as well.
It's been very good, yeah. As I said, I suspected he'll still keep the score to less than 80. Let's see if I'm right on that one.
There we go. It's fine now.
It's a great shot. It's a really clean pickup from Guggendeep. He sends it packing, over it goes. Boom, shaka, lugya. And he doubles his score with that shot. It's a nice shot. I mean, first of all, hats off to Naveed Riaz. No balls, so no extra deliveries at least. But he'd be disappointed with giving the boundary away because that will take the score into the 80s. 84 for 5, 6 balls to go in the innings.
So it is last overtime. Fateh, maybe they still have visions of the 100. Seems a long way off at the moment. Yeah, so let's say this over goes for, I'm going to say 10. All right? 94. 95 target. Who's ahead?
So you're not buying me dinner now? Okay.
And that, by the way, yeah, we're square. We should buy each other dinner.
Yeah, why not? That's a good idea.
Yeah, I could do that.
That's a good idea. Okay, last over. It's a big one. Imad Khan is going to bowl it. Bowled a very good first. This one's into the legs. He gets a good bit of bat onto this one. If they'll try to, it's a slight misfield, and they will get it. Fraz.
Guess who? So, okay, yeah. So if they're chasing 95, who's ahead in the game? For me, probably Fateh, because Tigers are averaging 71.
Yeah, I mean, Fateh, yeah. And Fateh, in fairness, when they get it right, they're running some good. Look, one thing I will say with the Tigers, they've always historically given over 15 extras per match. Don't know if we have a stat. Oh, he's going to be run out of here. Oh, no.
Boy.
How do you miss that? I tell you what, he's on your team when we go bowling tonight. He's not on my team.
Well, sometimes that error doesn't cost him a run, but it definitely costs him some social capital here. Look at this. Imam Mohammed, he somehow missed the unmissable.
The thing was, he didn't look. The batter stopped because he knows he's out. He doesn't even try and get back. So he could have just walked up to the stump and just knocked the bail off. Oh dear, oh dear. And, well, he's going to have another go. Gone. Yes, he's hit him this time. Ask the question. What's the umpire saying?
Part of me hopes he gets back here, but I don't think he does.
Oh, he gets another. This time he hits him.
It would have been better if he'd missed again. Just for our social media. Anyway.
And
when he's back.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, he just... Is that on the line or is it past the line, Vinny? You tell me. I reckon he's on the line.
I'm going to say he's probably just behind the line.
Oh, yeah?
Just. I mean, because I'm going to say it's likely he may have something behind the line.
It's very, very close.
Not a great angle, but anyway, so he survives.
This one bounces once. They'll take a single. So they're creeping towards the 90. And, well, they've got Gungadik now on strike. Now, if anybody's going to hit a couple of boundaries, he's one who's capable of doing it. Just checks with the umpire. How many to come? Okay, 87 for 5. 2 balls to come in the over. And he has his stumps knocked over. Chakdev Hatte style. Dundee chucked it there. Good bit of bowling there for Imad Khan. You know, he's dangerous when he gets it right up there. Guggendeep is swinging. You'd expect him to be. He's trying to hit another Maximo. But gets done by a good and knocks the off stump. Knocks him over. Good bowling.
Yeah, keep it straight. I like it from Imdad. He's a pretty handy option to have at this stage. I wonder if maybe against some of the other teams, say where the Ada Tigers are big underdogs, whether it's worth bowling Imdad earlier, maybe bowl him the first over or bowl him in the power play. Because I do think that he could trouble good batters just because of his awkwardness. So say, if they come up against a team like Ravel Sporting or something, maybe it's worth getting him up there over 1. I know he's a very good death bowler, but I just think he's something different, right? He's something that they've got that other teams don't really have. They have tried
him coming in to bowl the 4th over, but when he's bowled earlier, he just hasn't been able to perform. Whether he's not so good with the balls.
I'm thinking really early.
Hey, what about this guy? Ranjit Singh, when he was early on with Sunfari, he was opening the batting for him. Now he's coming out number 8 the last couple of times.
The ball a little bit. Anyway, here we go. Last ball. 87 plus this turned into a really good last over. It's just 3 off it. And that wicket.
Deep inside his crease. He wants to go big, wants the boundary, wants to get them into the 90s. And, well, he's going to get a wide delivery here. So that puts 1 more on the score.
You might say, why is this not no ball for off the pitch? But I think the issue is if it bounces past the stumps, then it's only a wide, not no ball. Oh. Now, maybe it was called a no ball for height, pardon me. So it was a no ball for height. So that's why it'll be a free hit. Anyway, he's going to go for it anyway. He'll be bowled. And they can probably run. Well, they can definitely run. Well,
keep running, I would.
Keeper does the right thing. He sets the stumps up to try and knock him back down again, but in the end it'll be a bye, and that will be the end of the 10 overs. So I guess the fact it was a free hit did make a difference because otherwise that would have been out. Instead, Rajon avoids the embarrassment of a duck, I suppose, and they're going to finish with a score 89 for 6. Look, Gator Tigers, again, winnable game for them, 90. Okay, they're going to have to bat well, but it certainly is within their reach. And Fateh, I think they will have their work cut out for them, but they will back themselves to defend this. I think very even contest at the halfway point of the first match of the day here on day 24, match 93. It's 89 on the board for Fateh after winning the toss and batting first in pretty cold conditions.
Yeah, it was a cold and chilly start. And, well, I'll tell you what, it was not going to be easy fielding out there. And first of all, probably not very easy getting the ball to come out your fingers nicely. The batters were certainly making the early inroads. And you can see there, trouble picking up the ball, trouble catching the ball. That was one, the first one, that was put down. Then there was another one. And things just weren't working out for Ifraz Ahmed. But one man who showed you how to do it was this guy here. Well, Ali Sajjad, he's had a very good morning. Not only did he take the catch to get the dangerous Sufran Islam out, when he came on the bowl, he was pretty useful as well. Well, here he is. This was a huge wicket because that was a wicket of Waqas Mirza after he smashed one big ball out of the ground. You get him early and Islam, then you're going to contain Fateh, and they contain him pretty well. There was still one or two big hits left in. Surinder Singh, he decided he needed to try and go big, but he's not able to. Not his game, really. He went for 17 of 18 deliveries. And, well, Mohamed Abu, the captain, he juggled them around a little bit, but he did hold on to it. That was the third wicket for Ali Sajjad, who did very well. Gagandeep Singh, he played some nice shots towards the end, and there was some nice contributions also from Bilal Hassan. But all the batters, well, this is a lovely shot straight down the ground, but all the batters really, though there were a few that made some starts, didn't go big. That is just an incredible miss from the wicketkeeper, Umar Mohammed. I still can't believe that he missed them. And, well, one man who doesn't miss when he gets his Yorkers right is Imdad Khan. That was a good delivery from him, getting the dangerous Gagandeep out late on. And with that, they managed to restrict Fateh to 89. And they'll be very satisfied with the Tigers. But remember, they did contain the Ripple Warriors in match number 85 to 80 and weren't able to get them. They ended up with 60 all out with 6 balls to go. So this is not done and dusted by far. And Fateh will know that as we have a look at the scorecard. So good starts from the openers, both of them getting into the 17. Surinder Singh, I think, he just needs to concentrate and stay in there. He's not a big hitter of the ball, so I think his role would have been probably to bat on all the way through. We saw a 16 also scored from Bilal Hassan, 16 of 8 deliveries. Good knock from him. Kuldeep Singh and Gagandeep Singh, valuable runs late on from themselves. Kuldeep 12 of 11 and Gagandeep 12 of 6. The bowling figures, figure the bowlers quite easily. Ali Sajjad, who had a very good morning, and also Imdad Khan, nice to see him picking up some wickets as well. 2 for 11 from him. Sajjad Ahmed bowling earlier up as well when the batters were swinging from the hips. He picked up 1 for 18. So a good performance once again, you have to say, from the new boys, the team making their debut in this European Cricket Series, the Gator Tigers. Thing is though, can they go on and finish the job? Or will it be another disappointing run chase from them? They're looking to get their first point in their European Cricket Series campaign. Can they do it here against Fateh? Fateh, if they're going to win this one, they're the team that are going to bowl and field like champions. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximum, when we return for the conclusion of the first match of today, day number 23. And Fateh, they're going to have to defend 89, and the Gator Tigers, can they finally roar to a victory? 90 for victory. Join us. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and good morning to you, and welcome back to the first match of day 23 here in Barcelona. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Barcelona, and we're at the magnificent Montjuic complex here, the Olympic complex, Olympic baseball ground, where, well, it's been the home of cricket for a few seasons as well, and another fantastic European Cricket Series coming from this magnificent venue. Superb location, the top of this Montjuic hill as we look down on Barcelona. Lovely view there, and nice to see the sun is making his way up here because it is pretty bitter. It's pretty cold. Umpires are out there ready to start the second innings of this match, Safwan and Umair. And it's going to interestingly poised because we've seen the new boys, the team that have made their debut and yet to register a win in their campaign. The Jaeger Tigers, well, they've restricted Fateh to a score of 89. So with the bat, 90 required for victory. It would be their first victory. This certainly would spark some celebrations from them as well if they can do it. But they've been here before where they've restricted teams to low scores. Remember last time we saw them restricting Ripple Warriors to just 80, but weren't able to get them. Are they going to be able to do it this time round? Ranjot Singh, wearing a very fine dashing yellow putka, is going to bowl the first delivery. We go forward here. Alongside me is Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, good to be back. Yeah, I'd like to change the yellow putka for Ranjot. Here's the first ball. Wow, it really swings. Well fielded.
Oh,
part hand, part face, but good stop.
That's it. Well, it's nothing like having an early morning kiss from a kookaburra. And you get one right on his face. Born the Laddi Karditi says, hello, good morning to you. Yeah, good morning to everybody. A lot of people on the chat, bright and early. As Ranjot comes in again. Well bowled, and they will scamper across and take the single.
Have good bone structure to be a cricketer. Abhishek asking why we're not using Ultra Edge technology. Well, pretty simple answer. It's just too expensive where we're at the moment. That's why it's important. if you do think of any way you'd like to support the ECN, such as getting a crown, that'd be great. Maybe enough people had crowns, and maybe we could have Ultra Edge and Hotspot and all these things. That'd be cool.
Chance. Oh, just out of reach of the fielder inside the ring there. Sticks out in the left hand. But it just wouldn't play ball, wouldn't sit there for him. Ranjot almost getting the breakthrough. That was Bilal Hassan. That was sticking his hand out, trying to pick that one up. Short. And, well, missed out by the batter. And the wicketkeeper. To be careful of that one. It ended up going to him like an off spinner, but he does well.
This is going to be a super interesting chase, I think. Need a good start, Tigers.
Well, ball from Ranjot Singh, just to keeping it, well, it's just out of the reach of the batter, but just inside that, the wide line.
Yeah, so I think it's a good call. It's just inside the boundary, so I can't believe it's not a wide, but it's a good call by the ump. Last ball of the over, it's been a good one.
Tipped away, but the same man again, it does the stop well. I tell you what, him and that kookaburra are having a healthy relationship. It started with a kiss, but this time it's just straight in his hands. Well done. And see, little things like that, they don't go your way, and the Tigers have a lot of that. I mean, that quite easily, you get past that fielder on both occasions. That's 8 runs there, but in the end, ends up being nothing from both those deliveries. And the score at the end of the over is just 2. So all of a
ball
sudden,
counter. Let's have a look. What are we up to today? I think we're up to
29 will be there now.
Come on, help me out here, guys. What do we got? I'm going to say it is... I think you're right. It might be 29.
The bowler comes into the attack. Amital Singh. And another one that's so close. But you see a good start like that, just to the first over. All of a sudden that instead of 89 score now, it looks like a 90-plus score that the Tigers are trying to get. They've just got to stay out with it. There you go, 29. matches without
Thank
a
you
golden
again.
ball.
Took my off the screen for a second. Man, 29. About you. Hey, Tigers, what a way for them to kind of potentially get their first win by golden ball. I've seen that before. Star CC from Luxembourg. I tell you what, they've got a ball that's really swinging. Sometimes it's the bowler, sometimes it's the ball, sometimes it's a combination of both. But this ball seems to be bending for both the opening bowlers here.
Yeah, Amritpal Singh, we haven't seen too much of him, but liking the start that he's made here. So joining up the dots at the moment. And this one will not be a dot. This has been blasted to the boundary. Liking that from the batter. And that's Umair Mohammed, because basically he knows that, okay, if I'm not getting to the ball, well, I'm going to do something different. And he does, gets an early movement across and makes that ball go into his swing. And he clubs it away on the leg side. And 4 runs, the first boundary. And the first roar from the Tigers. Singh will want to come back. And this one will go in the air, but it will tamely bounce a couple of times before it drops to Gagandeep Singh. It's a key player to have out there. He's a good catcher of the ball, is Gagandeep. So long on and mid-wicket are on the boundary. 4 on the leg side. A lot of swing there again, but too much swing for the LBW. Throw comes in from the fielder, who this time the ball doesn't quite go to his hand, so he's got a bit of work to do. Picks it up, gets a shy in. But good running.
This approach, though. I mean, most of the time they're trying to hit leg side. Maybe they're trying to do that anyway, but it's certainly easy to hit with the swing here, get across. And you don't want to back away and let the swing follow you. And it's swinging from the hand, so it's a kind of predictable swing at the moment. Last ball, the over.
Hit well and hit right over Gagandeep. Balle. Well, there's the roar off the Tigers. Well, they've got a boundary in 4 and now the 6. So what looked like being a good over after it started off with a couple of dots ends up a good one for the eager Tigers, because 11 come off it and the score moves to 14 off 2.
Let's have a look at the table. The Tigers, perfect 10 out of 10. So now it does put a lot of pressure on Raval Sporting to keep being perfect, doesn't it? Now they've actually played 4 less games, just the vagaries of the fixtures. So Raval Sporting would still be hopeful that they could get that top spot and automatic qualification for next Sunday. But that just means that when those 2 teams meet each other, they will be huge games. They could be the games that decide who automatically goes through and who has to fight for the spot through the playoffs. Here's Ranjot.
Starts with good delivery, and the batter, well, he's only running into trouble if he's going anywhere. Ranjot, good start, good delivery, full, pitched up, Yorker length batter, can't get anything on it. And Sajjad, he's the one who's got to get going. Look, it sounds horrible. Get going or get out, because you've got plenty of batters. You don't want to put yourself in a bit of a hole here. That rate is just under 10. You don't want it creeping up too much.
Yeah, Sajjad's normally technically pretty decent. But yeah, needs something to happen quickly. That's something. That's a wide. Abhishek, who's asking who my favourite international cricket team is. Well, I mean, I suppose I grew up supporting Australia, and I still do. I suppose I'm a bit more neutral now in my old age. I think it goes for kind of all teams. It's just something that's bred into me now. I appreciate good cricket. So I can appreciate England playing so well. I think that's good for world cricket, because I grew up when England were terrible for a long period of time. It was a bit of...
Really?
Well, the first series I saw was England 89 Ashes, where they lost 4-0 despite being favourites going into the series.
Yeah.
And from that period, they were a bit of a mess for the next 20 years or so. Anyway, this is into the gap, and this is going to be for, well, you need someone to step up, and Umar Mohammed is doing it at the moment. Let's see if he can go a bit longer as well. Again, going with the movement, good eye there, and good placement, 4 runs.
Yeah, he's one of the key players, Umar Mohammed. Whenever the Tigers have had any success with the bat, he's been one of the ones that's been able to do it. Maybe, I've always said it, all they're missing is one man that on matches like this can get to a 35-40 score. If they can find him, they'll win matches. That's a really good reply, asking the question, and well, he's doing a little bit of Bhangra appealing. Look at this, he dances down the wicket with the appeal. I think this is going on to, it's close, but I think it's just because of the movement of the ball, I think it's going to miss the leg stick.
Maybe, I'm not positive it's missing. Doesn't swing as much as the others. Probably, I think it's too much doubt. But I've also got a lot of doubt it was missing.
Love the appeal.
Good appeal.
Love the appeal. Well, that's the way to answer. That's the perfect reply as it gets absolutely thumped. What a good hit this is. And, well, you had the bowler dancing, doing the appeal earlier, when now the batter is saying, well, I'm going to send the kookaburra dancing. This is a magical strike of the ball. Big hit. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras. And, well, Mohammed, he's going well here. Another boundary from him. So it's a good, positive start, isn't it? As he's, well, certainly is making things happen. And Jod, once the reply, comes round the wicket and chases on for the fielders. Gets the foot onto it, but they will come back for 2, like in the fight here, like in the intent, particularly from Umar Mohammed.
So here's the thing. One reason the Ada Tigers have struggled to score runs, as we get to the end of the power play, 27 for out loss, a decent power play for them. They're on target, or 28 I should say, without loss, and so they are ahead of the rate just. So one of the biggest problems is that no one's been able to make a good individual score. So their highest score through their first 8 matches was Ali Sajjad. He made 26 off 12 against Catalunya Tigers. So they've only even had 3 scores of 20 plus for batters in the first 8 games. Now the good news is there are 3 different batters that made those 3 scores of 20 plus, but now this is a 4th score of 20 plus with Umar Mohammed. Can he get that 30, 40, 50 to get them to victory? And that's what they need to do. Yeah, so all of those scores, the most balls anyone's faced, I think, is 16 as well. So I mean, so no one really able to bat for an extended period of time. So I think it's super important, this innings from Umar Mohammed, especially with Sajjad struggling at the other end.
Yeah, Surinder Singh is going to see if he can get the breakthrough in for Fateh around the wicket. And this is well played, a really nice shot. I'm liking that. And, well, I tell you what, Ali Sajjad, you mentioned his name. He's somebody who can score runs from, and this time he does everything right. He's missed out on a few outside the off, but this time doesn't try and hit it too hard. His placement and timing gets 4.
Yeah, and so, yeah, he struggled a bit in the first 3 overs, but Umar Mohammed's kind of had his back. He's compensated for him, so that's fine. So I still think it's worth something that Sajjad's there. And, yeah, see from that shot, and he can hold the bat. And then even if he gets the 1 at the moment, that's fine. I think, yeah, like I say, the innings I talked about, I think 26 off 12, which is their highest individual contribution for the series. So, you know, he's not slow normally. He's had a slow start because he just hasn't been hitting them that well. But anyway, over to Umar Mohammed. He is the key for me.
Yeah, anything short, he's onto it. This one's hit like a bullet as well, and it almost takes the hand off the bowler with it as it goes to the boundary. Well, Surinder Singh puts his fingers in the way of these in the firing line. Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't be putting them there on a cold morning like this. And that's 4 more runs. Powerful hit from Mohammed.
I think Mohammed, I'm trying to bowl Yorkers and hoping that he just gets carried away and swings around one. I think he's shown he's pretty good off that slot length.
Yeah, they've put it there for, I mean, coming around the wicket, it's not going to help because it's right in the zone. Look, that's right where he wants it. And this has been absolutely smashed. Manos arriba, Vidro. Balle, Kinna Sora. And Umar Mohammed is doing exactly what we're saying, Vinny. There's a batter that's getting into that 35-40 score. He gets there, and with a little bit of support at the other end, they'll get their first victory.
Well, are we watching Ada Tigers or Catalunya Tigers? I mean, the first time we've seen one of their batters get to 30 plus. Umar Mohammed, I tell you what, this is very ECN cricket. I mean, he had a blooper when he had the gloves, where he missed 3 stumps from approximately 3 centimetres away. But that's ancient history now. He's 34 off 12. He's the first Ada Tiger ever to score 30 plus in an ECN match. But like I say, can he stick around? Because even if he went right now, for me, it's kind of puts things back in the balance. Anyway, Surinder trying to come up with the answers.
Let's go short again. They're bowling the wrong line, and he's going to get absolutely punished as this is another one that is smashed out of here. Well, that comes out sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowler rasmalai.
You know what I love is in sport, or even in life, when you're in the zone. Right now, Umar Mohammad's in the zone. He is just feeling just invincible out there. Surinder, yeah, you mentioned the line. For me, it's more the length. I think, that's a ball outside off, but because of the length and because of Umar being in the zone, he's still able to get under it and whack it away over mid-wicket.
It's a magical over, and it's going to remain a magical over because this is another 4 from it. What an over that is. 25 come off it. And just like that, Umar Mohammed, he's in the 40s now, 44 of 14. Surely the Tigers are going to go on and win this one.
Yeah, well, you say surely, but don't get ahead of yourself. Look, that's closer to a Yorker, but it's not quite a Yorker. He's still able to get under it. So, yeah, if anything, he probably would have liked to have erred on the full side. Surinder, yeah, goes for a bunch. And how about that? So not only has he gotten into the 30s for the first time for a Tiger, he's gotten into the 40s now, and maybe he could secure the maiden half-century for the Ada Tigers in ECN cricket. Anyway, 50s up as a team. Great start this now. 53 without loss. But, funny, winning's a habit, losing can be a habit as well. We've seen games lost from here for sure. Anyway, here we go with over number 5. And this looks like it is going to be Bilal Hussain who's going to bowl.
Yeah, Bilal Hussain starts with a slower looping sort of delivery, but once again preferring to come round the wicket. I'm a bit puzzled here because there's one man that normally can stop the tide here. It's something like Gangandeep. They're not going to him early, so they're going with different bowlers here. Different approach from Fateh. Hasn't really worked for him at the moment. I mean, you could quite easily have gone back to Amritpal Singh. Not sure why they haven't done that. You need to get a good tidy over here and take a wicket. Amritpal certainly maybe is one who could do. And he was a little bit unlucky when he bowled. I mean, all right, I know that 12 came off that over, but it's a bit of bad luck also.
Here he is again on strike. Another round the wicket bowler.
And this is another one that will go out of the ground. And what a way to do this. He brings up his 50 in 15 deliveries. The Ada Tigers, they are roaring. And it's all thanks to this man at the moment, Umar Mohammed. What a knock. Ball, but Umar Mohammed up near 50 Benali. Well, a historic moment for the Ada Tigers.
Yeah, just have a look at where he's hit him though. I think he's scored 49 runs on the leg side. And make that 50. The thing is, they haven't tried anything different against him. They just keep rocking in from round the wicket. He's loving the angle. He's just pretty much just not caring where the ball is bowled. He's smacking away over the leg side. I would have liked to at least maybe seen a change of angle, or change of speed, or change of something from Fateh.
Yeah.
Just keep trying the same stuff.
Very predictable, same stuff, not trying to change anything. And you can see here, and though this time the batter, this is Ali Sajjad, he plays a different approach. He does play outside the off time, but that's the sort of delivery that to this man who goes on strike now again is going sailing over the mid-wicket area. He's putting it over cow corner. No trouble at all. Historic moment, I was saying, because it's the first batter for the Ada Tigers to score a half-century in the European Cricket Series. But can they make it more history and get the win here as well?
I mean, the guy who's loving this the most, maybe except for Umar Mohammed, is Sajjad, because it's been able to paper over the fact that he had a slow start. He's hit one boundary now, and now he's feeling good enough at least to turn the strike over. So, I mean, sometimes batting's a team game. So Sajjad's 9 off 12. I mean, I actually rate that higher than I'd rate a normal 9 off 12. I just think that he's providing some stability at the other end, so Umar Mohammed can do his thing.
Well, that's clever. A really clever shot. And the man that we're talking about plays a beautiful, intelligent shot there, Ali Sajjad. He knows what he has to do here. Look, he plays it. He's a really crafty little batter, and yet he's playing the perfect role here for Umar Mohammed. And then he says, you know what? Yeah, I can contribute as well with the boundary, and that's a little sneaky one. Beautifully done. And the Ada Tigers, they are on song here at the moment. 67 without loss. They're almost there, you know. They're almost there.
Why don't you get in touch with us? And you can do that by sending us a message at Mr. Maximo for me, or you can send it at Rico4 on Instagram to Rico, or why don't you, even better, follow at European Cricket. I've got a feeling Umar Mohammed, his 50 might show up on the social media, but I also think him missing 3 stumps from about 0.3 metres when he was wicket keeping may also appear. And I can't know which one gets shared more when you get 2 videos like that. Anyway, look, that fall over to lose here. Tigers 23 required off the second half.
Hit hard. And, well, shouts to catch it. Nobody's catching this. Here's another one that goes all the way over. What a strike that is. Beautiful pickup.
Yeah,
beautiful
again,
pickup.
Goes with the swing. So now they do try over the wicket. That's well held by Quinny. That's one hand, one bounce. But, yeah, the swing hasn't been their friend here, the Fateh guys, because it has been swinging from the hand, but it's been swinging quite predictably and swinging into the wheelhouse of the Tigers, particularly Umar Mohammed.
Islam comes on to bowl. Slower delivery this time. And, well, Umar Mohammed is quite easy, quite happy just to play it down, take the single.
I called it early in the piece, though, when he was around about the 20 mark. I said, look, if he can go and make a big score, they win. If not, I think they're probably in trouble. And he has been able to go on for the first time. And now he's pretty much doubled the previous high score for Yada Tigers.
This is a nice shot, and it's going to be 4 runs. Finding the placement beautifully now. So we're starting to see that Ali Sajjad is showing us just why he's another batter that is more than capable of scoring big runs and helping his team out. We know that he scored runs before. So he's now showing, well, you know what? I want to hit a few shots as well. I'm not just going to keep giving Umar Mohammed a strike. So both these batters, what a partnership this is. Slower delivery. Well bowled, but well played as well. So both batters seen the ball really well. It's going to take more than that to get us out, is what Ali Sajjad is saying. 79 now on the board.
Hello to Avinash Chand. He said he's enjoying the commentary. It's very nice. We're enjoying that you are enjoying it, Avinash. Hopefully you're having a nice day. Thanks for tuning in. Plenty more cricket to come today. And, of course, for another week on ECN.
So well-weighted, well-watched.
Batting's a confidence game, but cricket's a confidence game. In fact, I think life's a confidence game a little bit. And right now, they're just playing very confidently, and they look like a completely different team.
But look at the difference. Look at the line being over the wicket. Look where he's bowling, and look at the result. There's no boundary because it's a fuller delivery. It's not in his swing art. And Fateh, they just haven't thought about what they're doing. Islam, a bit more experience. They're veering up his pace a little bit.
Again, even if you're bowling these big swingers, that's good. But I think you need to push it to the left and get it swinging just inside the tram line. Make them do something else. This will be the end of the over. It's 81 without loss. And that might give us a chance to look at what's coming up next. And I can tell you these 2 teams will go at it again. 81 for no loss right now. But let's have a look at what's coming up next. So, yeah, Fateh look like they're certainly in a bit of strife now on the table. If they drop this one, it looks like they will. Yada Tigers, though, I mean, they'll feel this is their morning to make a statement and announce their arrival. I do think that Us and Raza are likely to have gloves back for Yada Tigers. But Umar Mohammed, he's been a real revelation at the top of the order. And that game is coming up in around about 45 minutes. Let's go, 9 to win.
And they do finally, far too late for me. You know, I've said this about Fateh before. You've got a guy like Gungadeep in this side. He, for me, bats too low. And certainly, on a day like today, he's bowling too low. This guy can change the concept of a game.
He's been used as a 6th bowler here.
Yeah, I just don't know why the captain doesn't have more faith on him, Randeep Singh. Anyway, here comes Gungadeep. And see, that's the line. Pitched up. You know, you can't get underneath this. And if you want to be sending this to the boundary, the batter's got to be really brave, use his feet, come down and try and make something happen. And, well, ever since that 4th over from Surinder Singh, the Eager Tigers haven't looked back. 25 came off that one, and that was the one that kick-started everything. And I think the last 2 overs after that have gone for 14 apiece. Going deep. Outside the off, this is an opportunity, and it gets dropped, and hi, both the sat looking, mere haath baj gaye. Hi, that hurts. Well, this is Surinder Singh. He is still, those hands are still stinging. I tell you what, I think we could have just kept the camera on him and his reaction. Oh, look at that. I said, hi, haath baj gaye. That is stinging.
Time to count the fingers after that, I think.
Going deep. will be ruining that one. Look, he's hiding the ball behind his back. And this one, it's a good delivery, just gets clipped away. Have a look at this. This is when you don't want the batter to see what you got. He said, yeah, I've got a surprise for you, but I'm not showing it to you just yet.
Yeah, behind
it hidden behind his back. Not a bad delivery. He holds it. It's a slower one. But yeah, look, there you go. Oh, I like that. There's the doggy action.
Nice weekend. Walk. Anyway, not long to go now. This is where you can actually start to enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, it's a great day. And one thing that we love here is we like to see new teams, new players. Remember, the Jaeger Tigers, none of these teams, even by playing for another team or playing the European Cricket Series before, all new players, a new team, and about to win the first match. I love it. This one just gets pushed up in the air. So going deep was a very good over from him. Look, I underline what I was saying earlier. Why this guy has not been used earlier, I do not understand. Good over. Just the 5 runs from it. And the Jaeger Tigers, they're quite happy just to play him out for a couple of singles. They are almost there. The score moves to 86 now. No wickets down. A superb partnership between Ali Sajjad and Umar Mohammed. And, well, I'm just waiting for the explosion of delight from the Tigers when they knock off these winning runs. And they're going to do it pretty easily as well. Should do it really in this next over. And who's going to bowl it? Well, they're going to go to Randeep Singh. So the captain going to bowl the last.
4 to win
I think
then.
it will be the last. And, well, that's going to be a wide.
Yeah, it's a morale boosting win. It's a tough one. I mean, any form of cricket, when you go up a level, and look, televised cricket is up a level, even if you're used to playing similar names and stuff. I think when you put to the test in front of the world, it takes a bit of getting used to. And yeah, the Tigers, they've struggled early. I mean, they have gotten themselves in winning positions, that's the thing. They've played well in patches. This does seem like the one game where they have kind of strung it together for longer. I mean, obviously they had some issues with the catching early on in the day, but I think that's just more to do with the conditions than anything.
That'll be it, and a victorious moment and a historic moment for the Jaeger Tigers. They register their first victory, and it comes against Fateh. And those two, what a partnership it's been as well. A partnership of 91 runs between Ali Sajjad, who hits the winning runs. He'll finish 26 not out of 22, but Umar Mohammed didn't he bat well. 62 of 22. Fantastic. So both batters just need 22 balls apiece, 44 balls to be victory. And what a lovely moment that is. They got themselves off the mark. Congratulations to the Jaeger Tigers, the new team making their debut in this series and winning their first match.
What a proud moment for their cricket club. Their first win in ECN cricket. And you can see, well, you see, there's a bit of carrying going around. They've toiled hard through 8 matches. Their 9th time is the lucky one. But there's nothing lucky about this chase. I think there's some good batting in there. Now, Ali Sajjad was a bit slow to get going, but Umar Mohammed was in the zone. He scored 62 not out of 22 balls, so pretty much 3 a ball. Hit 6 maximos in there, 4 fours. Look, even though I've got to question some of the tactics, who they bowled, when they bowled, how they bowled, but really, maybe it wouldn't have mattered because Umar Mohammed was just on fire on a frosty morning here in Barcelona.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Fateh, well, Fateh, a team there, they themselves are improving all the time, but they're a team that always end up being, one way or another, on the wrong end of historic moments. I seem to remember it was here in Barcelona that Fateh, for a while, held the record of the lowest score that was ever posted in the European Cricket Series. But, well, that was soon to change when we were introduced to Gozo, but still, things were not going their way, and you can see that they certainly weren't going the way of Surinder Singh when that ball hit his hands. I think these hands are still stinging. It is a cold morning. It means that fielding was going to be difficult. We saw that the Jaeger Tigers, well, they had a few difficulties themselves in the field, but they did contain Fateh to a score of 89, and that was enough for them to go on and register their first victory as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a belting really in the end, and yeah, poor Fateh, they don't even take a wicket. They go down by 10 wickets and they go down with 16 balls to spare. Remember, Mohammed 62 out of 22. But yeah, Ali Sajjad, I mean, that was an important innings as well. I mean, some things don't show up on the scorecard, and I think he certainly looked fairly safe, and which is what they needed. so that Umar Mohammed didn't really feel the pressure, didn't have a wicket break up the momentum that he was in. He was in the zone. They tried 7 bowlers, I think, in the end. And you mentioned, Gandhi coming in late, but look, some bowled okay. But it was really the Umar Mohammed show in match 93. The Tigers, they are on the board in ECN cricket. Congratulations them. Look, Fateh, they'll want to prove a point. And when we return in around about 35 minutes, it'll be a rematch between the teams. The Gator Tigers, they won the toss. They've elected to bowl. No surprises there, because that's how they did it then. Fateh, well, they might feel now they need the 100 and probably even more to be safe against the Tigers. Join us when we return in about half an hour for the second match of the day on a Super Saturday of action on ECN. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Keep the chat coming. I'll try and answer a few questions in the break, and I'll be back after the break with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Well, the sun's come out, has warmed up a little bit now. It's time for the second match of the day and it's the second leg of the doubleheader between these two teams. We have Fateh once again taking on the Lleida Tigers. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Match 94. Rob Kemming is with two captains. Let's see who wins it.
It's just called just tails. One first.
So the Lleida Tigers, they've won the toss and their captain Mohamed Abu has decided that he wants to bowl first because we're kind of forced on them in the first game of the day. It was a lot colder back then, so I think that was a better toss to win to bat. I think this one, I don't mind it for the Lleida Tigers. It's their strength, bowling, and I think even their fielding is pretty good. I know they dropped a couple of catches earlier, but I think that was a lot to do with the Arctic conditions. So yeah, I don't mind that, and I know that they're a team that are improving it all the time. I think they'll be somewhat satisfied, but I think they'll want to do more, and they'll really want to show how much they've improved against the Fateh side, who again, they're in the danger zone, aren't they? So every game's important for them. I think someone like Wakas Mirza is so important with the bat. He could come out and he could smack a half century, and you feel that might put the game beyond the batting capabilities of Lleida Tigers. Anyway, can't wait for this one. Match 94 is on the way, and it is the Lleida Tigers. They've won the toss. They'll be fielding first over to Rico Full as we get ready for the first ball. It's over to you, Rico. Let's get it going.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we take a bird's eye view of where we are in this lovely area of Barcelona. The Montjuïc Olympic baseball ground, there it is, and just to your right there, you'll see coming up is the Olympic Stadium. And we're towered by that iconic communications tower, the Telefonica Tower. And hello to everybody. Welcome back as Fateh take on the Lleida Tigers for the second time. The Lleida Tigers have registered their first victory. And, well, it will be, well, 8-1 compared to 4-5 for Fateh. Fateh, though, looking to bounce back here. But the Tigers, well, now they've got that victory and they've got the taste of it. They'll want to make it 2 from 2. You can see that Fateh, though, not messing around. Sufil Al-Islam is out there, and they've gone with Wakas Mirza early on as well. Let's see how this works out for them. So it's actually Bilal, so it's not Mirza. I thought they weren't going to go with Mirza straight away because I think they want to hold him back slightly. So yeah, I've seen that change here. So slightly different from what I was told a little bit earlier. So it will be Islam, but it'll be Bilal Hassan that is out there with him. They're looking to get off to a good start here. I think Mirza will come in maybe 3, may even go with him down 1 more, you know. But here's the first delivery. It's a swing and a miss. And the first one from the bowler, Junaid Afzal. So again, Fateh fight back here. Or will the Tigers continue what has been a good morning from them? Good morning. Good morning to everybody on the chat, to all our global family around the globe. Similar delivery, same shot. So he's trying to hit over on the leg side, and he sort of plays and misses at that, and then he's deep in thought as he holds the pose and thinking, how come I'm missing? Well, very simple. The balls that are outside the off, and you're trying to play him on the leg side. He's got to be looking to punch this on the offside. Let's see if he gets it right this time. Well, this one is in the area we can maybe put it away, but probably drifting down the leg side. And that's what the umpire, Asif Zia Mughal, thinks about it. It's a good shout, you know, for me. And looking at the batter, Islam, I think he knew he could have been in a spot of bother there because he's has a sheepish look at the umpire. The umpire just giving him the benefit of the doubt there. Asif Zia Mughal and umpire Safwan are the men out there. Men in black. Oh, that's an absolute beaut. Absolute beaut. And he's going to be given, caught behind. The batter doesn't like it, Bilal Hassan. Well, he's got to pick himself up and get walking. This is an absolute peach of a delivery. Look at this. Comes in, moves away. And asking the question, I mean, I don't know if there's bat here at all. I reckon that's called maybe a little bit of the pad. And that's why I think the batter's very, very disappointed. Look, tricky one for the umpire. You see a long walk back, isn't it? Especially when you know that you're going to get the duck sounds coming from me as well. Yeah, look, I don't think there's any bat. The question is here, though. All right, no bat. So if it's hitting the pad, so what are you saying? Are you saying that's LBW? Interesting one. The question is, all right, I think we'll have a look. Yeah, it's been given caught behind. So that is what they all went up for. So Bilal Hussain, he will go for a very first ball golden duck. But you just get the feeling there that if it was pad, would you have gone up for the LBW? Probably, but it would have been a different thing with the umpire to look at. And there's that similar delivery again. So he's certainly getting the ball to move around here, Afzal, and getting it to move late. It's a cracking delivery. Lovely shape on this. Smiles on his faces, and it is Ali Haider who will come out. So they hold on to Mirza for the moment. All swinging and misses. Well, this is a cracking start. Well, how about that? A wicket maiden. Sensational. And only runs courtesy of extras. If we have a look at the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona run rates by the day, slightly higher. Yesterday, we got back to the 10 mark, overall 11.6, but you can see the huge difference between Group A and Group B, 12.3 as opposed to 10.3, so whole huge difference also on the Maximo front as well, though yesterday did bear, well, more like higher than average, overall 7.9, but 8.3 yesterday, that's per 10 overs. A lot of those did come from Gracia. Gracia, of course, yesterday were on song, and then also so were the Catalonia Tigers, two teams that got back-to-back victories. Gracia beating the Ripoll Warriors in both matches, Catalonia Tigers doing the double over the Hawks. But yeah, what a cracking start. Great first over. And this one is going to be called wide, so more extras. No runs off the bat yet, though. All extras. But yeah, I mean, Junaid Afzal, I think off the top of my memory, certainly with Group B, I think that's the third maiden that we've had. And it's another wicket maiden as well. This is up in the air. It's still going to drop just short, so we will get the first runs off the bat. But it wasn't the most convincing of shots from Islam. Now, Islam, we know when he's on fire, he hits the ball big all over the place, but I think just a little bit too predictable. Trying to hit over the mid-wicket area all the time. And the bowler's just keeping him quiet, keeping him outside the off. Be a run from Haider. He's going to have to hurry. He gets there. And, well, they're not looking, are they? Not looking at all. Both batters are having a little bit of doze. It's an easy opportunity to turn that one into two after the shy misses the stumps and keeps going towards the boundary. Fateh, they're going to up their game here if they want to bounce back. Firmly struck, and it will chase on for the fielder. Naveed Riaz does really well. Man that has impressed with his bowling, and good thing was to see him bowl a complete over in the last match without bowling the foot fault. No balls, only the 1 foot fault in the last one from him, so he's getting his act together as well. Ahmed once more. Hit down the ground. He'll take one for sure and think about the second, but he's there pretty quickly, isn't he? The little yet fast legs of Umar Mohammed, just keeping that to 1. They haven't got Ali Sajjad in the side this time round, the Tigers. He took an amazing 3 for 9, but at the moment, they're not missing him. Up in the air, and a teasing one as it gets over the fielder, but the chase and, well, the spin just takes that away from Taha Mahmood. Once again, not the cleanest of strikes, but at least he gets a fair bit of bat onto it. And you see this, once it hits the deck, the artificial can either spin backwards or away. This one gets away from Mahmood. So boundary, badly needed boundary, the first. This is an appeal and nothing this time. The first boundary to Islam Salis he's got going on the boundary front, and Fateh, well, after that first over, only bought just the one run, and that was the extra. They've sort of got going here, and they 11 for 1. The end of 2 wasn't a bad over from the Haida, and don't forget it wasn't an authentic shot, bit of a miss hit. As we have a reminder of the tables, the Haida Tigers got their first points. They're looking to do the double here, and they can be on level points with Fateh, and a good win will keep them well above them as well, because they'll probably could get a better net run rate than 2. Hello to everyone on the chat. Nice conversation happening there. Hello to everyone around the world, our global cricket audience. Oh, nicely bowled. And oh, I think he's gonna be out. I reckon this is an assist from the batter to get himself out. Oh, well, let's have a look at this. This is crazy. The non-striker, Islam, gets walloped by Haida, and he lays it on bowler who hits the stumps. He's gone. He's gone. I've never seen anything like this. It all happens on the European Cricket Network. Well, that is Islam who will get his marching orders. Yeah, he will. That is so unfortunate. He gets struck by the ball by Haida. Can't get out of the way of it. He sort of flicks it back to the bowler who has the vision to pick up the ball, Junaid Afzal, and get involved in the run out. Well, they haven't been able to get a run off him yet, and when they probably should have had a run, it gets deflected by the non-striker back to the bowler who knocks him over. Incredible. And how unlucky is Islam? Sometimes you just don't get the rub of the green, and this, well, talk about self-destruct. Well, if we could give it, well, I wonder if they will put the, because we do say that the person who throws the ball in to get involved in a run out will get some fantasy points. I wonder if the batter there will get any fantasy points for getting himself run out. Quite extraordinary. A new batter will come in, and it's a big Mirza, and he'll be at the other end. How your fortunes can change. And we've seen that here from the Eager Tigers. And now everything seems to be going their way. Haida looking to change that. Marcus Mirza comes out there to join him. In the air, and a bit of luck, a bit of good fortune. Hay poquito de suerte hay por el batador Haider, because he gets the edge. It's a false shot and just looping over the fielder. So, well, gets a little bit of luck that goes against him, and then gets some that goes his way. So, oh, well, it's all happening out there at the moment. Haida gets that one away. Comes bowler once more, Afzal. Slower delivery, and this is a good shot. Nicely played. He watches it well, and top shot from the tall man, and it hits right through the ball and gets it in the right areas, and moves on to double figures himself. It's a shot of Mr. Maximo getting in on the action. Bortache, keep it going. 19 for 2. And this time he won't get lucky. Gets the bottom part of the bat, and he's got a couple that's gone through that area, and they stay persistent with the field. And Haida, after playing a nice shot, then it's another false shot from him that doesn't use his feet, and no mistakes from the fielder. It's a little bit warmer catching now when the sun is out. They're not backing away, shying away from it, and Haida will go 10 off 9 deliveries. And it is the impressive Afzal. He picks up the wicket. Junaid Afzal. Getting the ball in the right areas. He's stuck with the touch. He wasn't afraid to put it back out there. I know a couple of times he got unlucky. But Fateh, they're in all sorts. 19 for 3. And this man was a little bit lucky last time we saw him. He played a nice shot, Gurpreet Singh, in the point area. And unfortunately for him, he cracked it straight at the fielder. Now, are we going to see some fight from him? Fight, though, at the moment is all from the Tigers. The Tigers have found their roar, won the earlier match between these two. And now looking to do the double over Fateh, who a team that have their fair share of troubles as well. Afzal beats the batter. And Mirza is a little bit stuck in his crease there. I think when that gets away from the keeper here, you need to be looking to take these. And he's not backing up at all. He's just rooted to the ground. We're going to see him in action now, though, because he will face his first delivery. 3 overs in. It is 19 for 3. It's not the power play that Fateh wanted. 2 wickets falling in that one. One was quite extraordinary. Sifiqul Islam will not believe the way he got out. And it's probably the first time, I think not probably, I think it is the first time that I've seen that. He went for 6 in the most craziest ways to get out. Okay, here we go. Well, it's not going to get any easier for Fateh because now Naveed Riaz is going to come on to bowl. He's been good. This one's just punched down into the ground. Can Waqas Mirza really settle in here and look to play a long, big innings? We know he's more than capable of getting a boundary in. We know he can hit the ball big, but we've seen too much in the way that he's hit one big or 2 big balls out of the ground and then got out. He's got to go big here for Fateh. Both of these batters need to get a partnership in. Naveed just making a change in the field to the left-hander. So what's he doing here? So he's got 4 on the leg side. So he's got a sort of very fine man. Now I wouldn't say he's got a 45 fine man, square leg inside. And you've got mid-wicket and long on wide. And the long on is pretty wide as well. And then on the offside, long off is on the boundary. And I think then they've got, yeah, looks like 3rd man wide on the boundary as well. So 2 on the off. 3 on the leg side. Naveed. No ball called, and it's the foot fault. Once again from Naveed Riaz. So he's not going to go this over without getting one. Let's keep an eye on this, see if we can pick it up. And yeah, I mean, it's not the best of angles for us from behind the bowler, but you can quite clearly see the line there. So the umpire is in the right spot to give it, so it doesn't get any part of his foot or heel on or behind the line, so it gets called. Free hit to the dangerous Waqas Mirza. And gets his high up at the bat. He was deep inside his crease. The throw comes in. It's a good throw. They're asking the question. We'll probably will go upstairs here. The umpire first will let the action unfold. And now will give us a signal. This is going to be close, you know. I think it's a question of whether he gets the bat down in time. He's confident he does. Look, he's running. He runs hard. He knows that he's under threat. Just keep an eye on this. And, well, we're not going to be able to see anything from this. I wonder if you got another look at this from another angle. Based on that, you can't give it. Let's see it again. Here comes the throw. And I think they're just going to have to go with the on-field umpire. So they do. On-field umpire says not out. As we continue. Riaz now. Oh, there's that big swing from Waqas Mirza. Hasn't Waqas one out of here yet. This isn't too far away. Got to just be a little bit more selective, hasn't he? A little bit more selective. We know he can hit a big ball, but he's got to be more selective. Got to play the kind of innings that Fateh need from him now. That Fateh, remember, being in the 90s was not enough. And they want those extra runs. This one just perhaps played out. They'll take a single. They're keeping the big man quiet at the moment. And Naveed Riaz is just again showing that he is such a good bowler. The only issues that he's had, as we know, is just with those no balls, front foot no balls. Going to come around the wicket to the lefty. They say round, of course. See if he can get it right. It's just that. Oh, this is nicely played. This is a good shot. So, of course, round the wicket, I mean, over the wicket for him, the left-hander. But a little bit short, and, well, this time he gets it right. This is a similar sort of shot he was attempting to play in the first match when he went first ball. Played it into the hands of the man at point, but that was better. He brings up a boundary at the end. Fateh very quiet at the moment. Needs to show just a little bit more support and faith in the batters that are out there. 29 for 3 at the end of 4 overs. So Mirza and Gurpreet Singh are looking to establish a partnership. Surinder Singh, he's been dropped slightly lower down the order. I don't know about that. You know, I think you're far better off using him higher up the order. I think I certainly would have him higher up. Maybe, I mean, Bilal hasn't been able to get going. Maybe perhaps have had him in the opening position and just saying to him, right, okay, we just want you to bat all the way through. They go with the slinger. And this is a long way up in the air. It should be taken, and it will be taken. And they do remove Waqas Mirza early. He doesn't want to hang around. And, well, he just hasn't clicked, has he, today? And look at the way that bat was held. It's just rolls in his wrist. So when he does make contact here, that ball is only going to go up in the air. No mistakes from the fielder. So they're improving all the time, aren't they? Mirza will have to go. And it is Imdad that gets him. So Imdad Khan is another player just like one or two of the others here for this the Tigers team that keeps on improving. And we're certainly starting to like the look of the Tigers. Like we said before, all the way through, even when they were going through that period where they just weren't winning any matches at all, back-to-back defeats. They made losing a habit, but in the field they were good. They bowl well. They field well. Yeah, they will put some catches down, and there's always going to be, has been some errors in the field from them, but they've still been able to contain sides and good sides. It's a good delivery. And Gagandeep, nice to see him being elevated up the order to see if he can get a partnership going with Gurpreet. So the two G-Singhs are out there. So maybe we're going to see a little bit of G-force from the Singhs. Gurpreet and Gagandeep. Gurpreet, the left-hander. Also, you've got try and make the most of this left and right combination. Imdad Khan, though, has made a good start. Well bowled. That's a good delivery. It's actually been well played and a fantastic throw from the fielder, Naveed Riaz. And how close would this have been? Gagandeep Noor is pretty quick, I have to say. I mean, look, he goes straight away. And, yeah, he does get there. But I'm liking this from the Tigers. Goes up in the air. Is it going to carry? No, just dropped short of Ifzal. And it's just another single. So it's tiki-taka at the moment. Tiki-taka from Fateh. Well, Fateh want a little bit of chuck there, Fateh. They're not getting any chuck this here at the moment. Imdad fires in that Yorker length delivery. They're taking him on. A good throw, he could be in trouble. And there you go. Doesn't get any power in the throw. Needs to be attacking the stumps here, the fielder. And just sort of loops it back. Look, gets it. And yeah, he knows. He knows he should have had a go. I think if he'd gone for it and if it hit them, it would have been out. And fine time. As we see Imdad coming in to see Maximo walking back into the cube, and when he comes in, there normally is a wicket, and there will be. This is such a good catch. He holds on to it. So Maxi, welcome back as we see another catch go, and it's Junaid Afzal. Well, it's his turn to be on song. Well, he can't do anything wrong at the moment. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. What a good catch by Junaid Afzal. And I say, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. And this morning, Fateh are not. And there's not a lot that's hot this morning, but you look at that run out, for example, of Sofakul Islam, where he basically ran himself out. He should get half the credit for that. And things haven't got much better since then for Fateh. They're 33 for 5 at the halfway point. And look, Yada Tigers, a team that never won a match before in 8 attempts, they're looking really a good chance to do the double this morning.
They're looking good, aren't they? I mean, we always say, don't we, that we've seen teams do this before. I mean, Fateh is a good example of it. I mean, before Fateh won the first match, they went for a long period of time without winning. We've seen the same here with the Tigers. But once you get the taste of success, you want more of it, and they want more of it.
That's true. And Fateh, they're a kind of a team that on their day they can beat anyone. I said it this morning, first thing. They're also the kind of team that could lose to anyone when it goes wrong. And it ain't looking great for them this morning. Having said that, look, get some runs on the board, get 70 on the board against the Yada Tigers. They just had that one innings, didn't they, from Umar Mohammed. Yeah. Apart from that, they've looked pretty suspect. They were only averaging 7.1 an over, so 71 per 10 overs before this innings. So, yeah, should be an interesting second half because Fateh, their backs to the wall. Let's see if they can fight back.
Well, they've got to fight, haven't they? So Ifsal is going to come on. And, the vice captain, Faraz Ahmed. Well, he was a man who, well, thought it was going to be another bad day for him because nothing was going his way early this morning. But how things have turned around, this one's sort of been hoiked towards Umar Mohammed, who does the fielding in front of us here. So they'll take a single. Just get the feeling here that Gurpreet can make things happen. Surinder Singh, look, he's somebody who's not a big hitter off the ball, but he can stick around, and that's struck nicely. Oh, well, hesitation for the fielder. I think he's got this wrong here. He's expecting. I don't think the bounce does him here. I think he just hesitates and doesn't back himself to stop it. The valuable boundary from Gurpreet. Gurpreet could be the one that can make a difference here. I know he was unlucky in the first match, but he does look like somebody who can handle himself pretty well with the bat. Yeah,
well, left-handers, they love to stick balls over the fence. This one isn't going that way. It's in the air, and 6. Maximo! When I talked about the left-hander wanting to go leg side, that one was out. It's one that he had to fetch. It wasn't a bad ball from Ifraz, but he gets just enough. And I just sense a bit of a fight back here from Fateh in the second half.
Yeah, Ifraz doesn't do anything too wrong here. In fact, this is a quality hit, because to get the power in that shot when it's so far away from the body takes some doing.
This is a ball down the leg side, kind of ties him up. Well, they hit the stumps again. There's been so many direct hits in this inning. Some off the batter, some off the fielder. I think he's just home here. Certainly worth another look. Oh, gets the slide in. He's just okay there.
Yeah, it's the right way to do it. So any of you youngsters looking, that's the way to do it. Run fast, stretch, and slide the bat in. And that's why he gets in.
Ifraz to the right hand now. Surinder, he's been dropped into the middle order, you'd say, or maybe slightly lower than the middle order in this game. And he loads up. This should be gone. Keeper's ball. Hassan Raza calls for it, and he drops it. And you know what? He barely touches it. Well, Hassan Raza is preferred in that position. I know Umar Mohammed, he had the gloves a bit earlier, and he made a clanger. Well, he's not the only one because this is a ball. Look, I know it's maybe the sun's an issue, but yeah, it never gets the hands together. And Surinder really should have been gone, but he survives. He'll get a high single. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 47 for 5.
Yeah, well, that's not a good look for Raza. And see the way, well, once he doesn't get to that one, he wants to take the helmet off straight away. I don't know how much of a part the helmet played on it, but by the time that ball's gone through him, hit the deck, he didn't have a clue where it was. So not a good look there from Hassan Raza.
I think I've said this before, but yeah, those balls, when you're under the helmet up to the stumps, sometimes you just don't track them straight away. Having said that, looks like he saw it. Anyway, here's Imdad, who is bowling a bit earlier in this game, and has certainly warmed up a bit. They look for 2 here. It's not quite on. But yeah, I can tell you, the good news is the temperature's doubled since when we started this morning. It started at 4 and now it's 8. So I've even dispensed with the top layer.
Yeah, Gurpreet there is the one that turns it down. He wants to stay on strike. He's thinking, right, I'm on 18 of 10. I'm feeling good. I fancy taking on Imdad Khan. Imdad, though, he will be attacking the stumps. He'll go for the Yorker
I like
deliveries
that
here.
they've brought him back because he looks like a genuine wicket taker. He's got 2 already. And if I was a new batter out there, the last thing I would want to have to face someone like Imdad Khan right now. So if he's smart, this will be a Yorker zeroing in on that off stump.
It's not smart.
That's
Oh,
nothing
dear.
too smart. Luckily, I think the keeper gets the glove on that, so it'll just be the 2 wides. But, I mean, Gurpreet's the one at the moment. He's the more immediate threat, isn't he?
Yeah, but again, like I say, I think it's all about partnerships and having Gurpreet, as long as Gurpreet is there, causing them issues with, well, he's hitting the ball pretty well as well, but being a left-hander, and that's why the line goes wrong there for him, Dad. I think it's key that he bats all the way through.
50's up now for Fateh. This is that slower ball. It's going to be a one-hopper out to Ifraz, who makes the batter work for it. But they do get a single. I want to say a quick hello as well to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Send us a message. Now I've just come back. Let's have a little bit of a wander. Hey, it's Saturday as well, so maybe we'll get some more action on the sporting fields around us. I know sometimes a bit of football, a bit of softball, a bit of kickball as well, which is like kind of baseball, but you kick it instead. Yet to see that as yet. It's still just about 11 a.m. local. Here's a ways. Yeah, better ball. Also pretty good shot from Gurpreet. He'll get 1. It's on 80 pace at the moment. Again, an 80 chase may test the Yada Tigers.
Yeah.
Look, it was a great innings by Umar Mohammed, but we didn't really see anybody else except for Sajjad, who stuck with him. But you haven't seen anyone else with the bat today, so it's not all doom and gloom. Well, this is a nasty one for the keeper. It's going to be 5 wides. And Sinko Cadenas, this may have hit the edge of the pitch. It really jumps on the keeper. Like us, look at that. Actually, I think it hits the line, and sometimes when it hits that line, it just takes off. That one certainly did. 5 bonus runs for Fateh.
Well, we know the wicketkeeper, Ashton Raza, was pretty keen to take the helmet off after he dropped that catch he should have taken. Well, he probably wants it back on now because this one almost took his nose off. It absolutely took off the field.
Pardon me, yes, it is Raza for the Tigers keeping. And it's another good slow ball. It does make a block on this on the second bounce.
You can see the way Raza stops this one. He doesn't want to get his head too far behind the ball. He makes sure that the head is, kept well away from it. But he gets a mitt on it, stops it. But not the best of deliveries. Just lost his radar slightly. But he's going to have to find it again because he's now, once again, bowling to the left-hander.
He always just seems to be struggling as a left-hander, doesn't he? I mean, I would have thought maybe it's a good matchup because he could bowl that kind of underspinning cutter, which I think would probably do Gurpreet. But yeah, with the angle, it's an even more extreme angle when he's round the wicket, plus his round arm. Cannot lose it to the left here. It's better. That's actually a perfect delivery.
Great delivery, that one. And the thing is, though, if you can get it released at the right point, I mean, that's something that he could really, really work on because they're going to be so difficult to get to, especially if you're the left-hander. It's perfect delivery to the lefty.
It's a really good piece of bowling. Let's go watch the clock here. This will be a wide. Just because the amount of wides I'm seeing of late, what are we up to? That's probably it's the 5th extra ball we've seen in this innings. They pretty much almost bowl an extra over. So they should be okay, but it's just something that we've seen happen before in the 8th and 9th overs. There's a bunch of wides. Teams that were fine for time could suddenly find themselves incurring a penalty. There's another one.
Yeah, Gurpreet is intelligent. I mean, he knows that as soon as he sniffs that the ball is going to miss leg stick, he's walking across.
Because that angle is so extreme, so anything that bounces on the stumps is missing. The other thing is, I would be bowling over the wicket to the left-hander because he's going to be bowling their middle stump to middle stump. Stump to stump, I don't mind that.
It's difficult, though, for a slinger to a lefty.
The slinger to a lefty then becomes straight, if that makes sense. Better ball. Because I just think that then you're pretty much releasing it from over the middle stump. And then if you get it straight, there's a lot of balls that pitch in line, hit the pad in line. Anyway, that's all in the past now because that's the end of Imdad Khan. He'll finish with 2 for 18. 7 overs down, it's 62 for 5. 3 overs to go. Just a reminder, our season will be finishing in just over a week's time on the 11th of December. We'll have a 7-week break for the end of the season, but we will be back on the 30th of January to start a brand new season of ECN cricket. And don't forget, we start here in Barcelona with a 4-week series, but then we head to Malaga for the 3rd ever European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European cricket. 31 clubs from 30 countries. So the national champions of 30 federations, plus the European champions, which are from right here in Barcelona. Pakai Barcelona will be defending their title at ECL 23. All right, 3 overs are big here, because if they're good to the Tigers, then maybe they could kind of bottle them out for something in the 70s. If they're not good, then they could be chasing 100. I think those two extremes are huge. The Tigers batting, a bit suspect, as we said. Here's Sajjad Ahmed, who does well to scramble around and prevents a run here.
Yeah, Sajjad Ahmed. You can see that Gurpreet was ready to take it, but Surinder Singh was a little bit slow to get off the mark. But they need to take everything they can get here. 15 came off that last over, so that was what Fateh needed. But they need to now back it up with this one as well. And once again, the wicketkeeper under more attack. Probably thinking, well, maybe I didn't want to take the gloves, Hassan Raza.
I mean, Hassan Raza is a bit more of a specialist, I think. But he's certainly having a rough time at the moment. Yeah, I'm on clock watch here. I think they should be fine, but I just think a couple of things could happen that could throw them out. Particularly wides, I think. Anyway, Sajjad Ahmed bowling his 2nd and final over in the 8th. And Exhibit A. They say bowl to your field. That one, oh no, well, he's almost fumbled that over the line. Naveed, he's no stranger to being the wrong side of the line. That's one time it almost cost his team a boundary.
Yeah.
You could actually see the panic set in, but luckily it didn't get too far away from him.
That's not Naveed out there. Doesn't Naveed look like? That's Rahman.
Oh, is it?
Doesn't he look like Naveed? It looks...
You can't, oh, yeah, you're right. Are
Is
you
it
sure?
twins?
Are you sure that wasn't Naveed?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
a long
sure.
way from us.
I'm sure that was not Naveed.
Apologies then.
Because
Another wide.
Yeah, that time thing. Yeah, Naveed's at a point.
I think either they just switched though.
No.
After the fumble.
They didn't switch.
They did.
Maybe. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to look at it again.
Well, Naveed, unless that fielder shaved his beard in the last minute, I think that was Naveed, and dispensed with the glasses. Here, these aren't working for me, so you have them.
Okay, single taken. So Surinder Singh, I mean, he should have gone on 1 when he was, well, you've got to call it a drop, even though Raza didn't get the gloves to it. But right, he's got to make the most of that opportunity.
I'm starting to worry that if someone put on a colourful suit and stood next to you, you'd just think it was me, even if it wasn't.
Well, look, I probably would, because most of the time I only seen you from the corner of my eye.
That's true.
It's normally your suits or your colourful shoes that are like deflecting into the corner of my eye. Look, I still would like to have a look at it again. I'm gonna go back and have a look at it. I don't think it was him.
Well.
Oh well, this is gonna go.
Tell you what, if you're ever one of those,
look. That is not. That is not. I'm right. Say it. I want to hear you say it.
Well fielded by Omais Rahman.
Thank you very
who
much.
Obviously is Naveed's identical twin.
Thank you. The world is my witness.
Well,
go on, say it. Say it. I was wrong. Say it.
I was all ready to lay into
Say
you.
it.
I said, if my life is ever on the line, and you're like one of those people that has to pick people out of a lineup. So who was the guy that robbed the bank? I felt like you're going to send somebody innocent to jail, but turns out that you're the best face picker, maybe in Spain. Anyway, end of the 8th over at 70 for 5. So I think that was a pretty good over from Sajjad. I can't believe that. We have to get them side by side. Have you ever seen them in the same place at the same time?
They're on 90 cores here again. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. My Saturday's got a lot better. I was right and Benny was wrong.
Time to go on the defensive.
Yeah.
That is about 100 metres away from us. So it could have been, maybe I need to get my eyes checked. But okay. Hey, it's 9th overtime. We say it all happens in the 9th. And here is the real Naveed, who's going to bowl. Starts with a no ball, which is always a good way to start an over. And they just get the 1.
Yeah, he's not going to be that difficult to get away. He doesn't. He's always tidy. I know that there could be a few extras from him as well.
But, so Wayne's actually got a good point that Omais throws right-handed and Naveed throws left-handed. But I mean, sometimes we see people that can do both. We've seen pretty much everything.
Okay, what's he got? He's got just over 3 minutes to try and complete this over.
Oh, yeah, don't bowl no balls. for the clock as well. I think he should be right. Well, this will eat up a bit of clock time.
Beautiful
it's going to
timing.
be worked away, and it's going to be 4. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot. Yeah, Gurpreet's kind of got off the boil a little bit in this innings, hasn't he? But that's a valuable boundary, and I think with this kind of a total, every single run counts.
And you know what? He played that so nicely, timed it beautifully. It was a slow one. They had to chase it, and slow is good. Because slow is good for Fateh. They can slow things down a bit here. Yeah, they could get 5 more runs.
Wayne in the chat saying, yeah, Ome's also slightly smaller than Naveed. All right, Wayne, what are you, like a private investigator? Spot the difference? Rubbing it in. Well, that's gone. And well, they'll get a minute back for this because it is a wicket, a pretty valuable one. Naveed Riaz, the real Naveed, which is on your screen. Was that Ome's Rahman? I don't know, that's Naveed. That gets it full, gets it straight. I haven't seen enough of these kind of deliveries this morning, particularly by Fateh, I think, that didn't bowl enough Yorkers. That's just a genuine Yorker, and it knocks over Gurpreet, who he battled out there and he got to 20 odd, but now he's going to have to go 75 for 6.
Yeah, now if I'm Fateh, I'm not racing to get the next batter in. I'm saying, right, we're going to take the full 90 seconds. He's not in a particular hurry. And that's fine because, you know, the clock is still ticking here. All right, they're going to get a minute added onto it, but still, I think...
the minute kind of cancels out the minute it takes the batter to get to the crease. Hey, I want to say congratulations.
He's listening. He's just saying, I know. Just do me pads here. I'm on my way.
Super smart. Hey, I was going to say congratulations to Keanu and Wayne and maybe a few others. Their crowns have turned from green to blue today. That means they've been members for 1 month. So big thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Looking good with your light blue crowns. Eventually they go gold, like proper gold. Oh, there, 2 in a row for Naveed. Well, he's loving it now. He's on a hat-trick. Could we finally see hat-trick number 40 of the season? Tell you what, if he produces another Yorker like that, it could be. As unfortunately, Amritpal Singh, he comes and he goes just as quickly. 75 for 7. And Yada Tigers, after kind of losing it for a little bit, they're coming home strong. And with 7 wickets down, Fateh scrambling to get any extra runs. And look, Naveed bowls it out, fields it off the stumps. Jeez, that guy's quick.
The perfect delivery from Naveed to a new batter, or Amritpal. He's going to go for 0. And a new batter, well, is somebody who can handle himself pretty well. Look, the other thing I like about this is another left-hander that's coming in. So Ranjit Singh will make it not so much easier for Naveed. But Naveed, don't forget, he did remove the other left-hander, Gurpreet. So a hat-trick alert. And if he gets that Yorker in, I think he's going to be...
Maybe.
He's going to be in with a chance.
Ranjot's better than your average number 9. I've seen him opening it at one point. All right, here's Naveed Riaz on a hat-trick. Oh, it's got to be gone, surely. It is. Hat-trick number 40 of the season. It was full, it was straight, it hit him in line. And Naveed Riaz from 0 to hero. Well, he seems like he's everywhere. What's more amazing, the hat-trick, or the fact he bowls 3 balls that aren't no balls in a row. But what a moment for him in the European Cricket Series. And Fateh lose 3 in a row, 75 for 8.
Absolutely fantastic. This is great bowling. Look, I mean, this is probably one of the purest hat-tricks that you'll see because it's all about getting the ball right up there, all clean. Well, 3 of them clean bowl, with this one was smashing them over as well. Perfect delivery, right on the pads, no bat involved at all. Absolutely gone. And that is a beaut. Absolute beaut. You know what? The only thing here is, I mean, the umpire, give him credit. He's made the right call. But difficult one because look where the bowler ends up as well. He's right in, look at this, right in front of him. So, I mean, the umpire's obviously seen enough of this to say, yeah, I saw it, I'm giving it. Otherwise, he's completely entitled to say, I can't see it, I can't give it. We have seen another hat-trick. Shaba. Board Badaya Naveed. Well, could it be a double hat-trick? In he comes.
Well, could be. Not this time. Yeah, but that's a really good spot by you, Rico, because Naveed was making the umpire guess.
Yeah.
And maybe, well, maybe my voice carries, but, I mean, certainly looking at down the line, he hit him on the boot in front of leg stump, and that was plumb. But very good umpiring. Naveed maybe learns a lesson because that almost cost him a hat-trick, to be honest.
Yeah.
And look, it's Yada Tigers who are the more impressive of the teams in the last couple of overs. 76 for 8, and I think those wickets just created enough time that they sneak in without the run penalty. I took my eyes off the clock because there was so much going on. But yeah, now we head into the last over. Ifraz is going to bowl the leg spinner. Nice to see Naveed getting some success. And speaking of success, there's got another wicket now. It's really falling away for Fateh towards the end of the innings. That's a 9th wicket gone now, 76 for 9, and maybe they won't even bat out the 10 overs.
Yeah, maybe. There's another wicket, and one man who said hasn't had everything go all his way here today is Ifraz Ahmed, and he's thinking, look, things can change quickly, and he does. He gets a wicket at the first ball of his second. Nice catch taken. Not the first time that man, we've seen him taking the ball cleanly. So, looks like, well, he's got something to smile about, the captain. I don't know what, as Randeep is making his way out the middle. It's not been a good day with the bat for Fateh. Looks like they're going to get less than what they got in the first match, which was 89. At one point, they were on course for around about the same. But, well, we saw a magical 9th over, magical for the Tigers, as Naveed Riaz took a hat-trick, the 3rd hat-trick of this series in Barcelona. Back to the action. Oh, this one is high, but has it dipped enough? Well, it's going to go all the way over the fence. It's 6 runs. It's a Gandhi ball. And, well, that's why Randeep Singh was laughing all the way in. He thought, I know I'm going to get a filthy full toss. Smashes this away. And I think that dips enough. And, well, valuable runs. The captain says, bang, shakka lag gaya. Thank you very much. So he'll take the score into the 80s.
Yeah,
well, he's after another.
He'll get another 6 here. And you know what? These could be valuable runs. They've fought it out, 88, Maximo time. So he goes bang, bang. And that's not too bad for a number 11 to come in and just cracks 2 sixes straight off the bat.
We know he's not a number 11, of course, Randeep Singh. 12 of 2 deliveries. And what did I just say? That his days got better, Ifraz, or maybe not?
It's super curious that he would be batting 11, but
okay.
Sometimes I think they just draw their batting order out of a hat. Who knows?
Well, maybe they're going to get past the score they posted in the first. Only one below it now. He'll go for another, and Shaba, Shaba, Balle, 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 Brashaka, Lagia. Captain Sensational, 6, no hay dos sin tres. It's Calypso Sal, Shaka, Shaka, Shaka.
Well, he certainly can't be accused of batting himself too high anyway as captain. And he's given everyone else a go, and he said, all right, now I'll show you how to do it.
They're not going to get 100, surely.
Well, they might get, what's 3 sixes? 112, 94, 2 balls to go. Oh, he misses this one. Would be running.
This is where you take a leaf out of Gurpreet Singh's book. You just step across, take the wide and say, come on, give me 2 more balls. Well, he's only going to get 1 more. 6 will take you to 100.
He gets a fair piece of this. It's actually well placed. It's going to be 4. So they won't get the 100. They'll get pretty close. 98 for 9 off 10. Oh, one of the better cameos from a number 11 you'll ever see. He finishes 22 off 5 Randeep. And like I said, not bad for a number 11. That ain't no number 11 batting. But I'll tell you what, Tigers, they'll be buoyed by the earlier successful chase. They've got a few more to get this time. And I think, once again, the scene is set for a really entertaining second half of this innings. As the Tigers, fresh on their first win in ECN cricket, they were bowling first. They won the toss, and that's what they wanted to do. Little feather edge. I know the batter didn't like that one, but he had to go. And yeah, once again, Fateh, it's just a kind of innings where they shoot themselves in the foot a couple of times, and Gurpreet was the main man. But then earlier on, you see Safqul Islam getting one out off his own pad to the bowler. And yeah, ultimately, they'd have their moments, but I think most of the big moments were won by the Tigers in this 10 overs.
Yeah, there certainly were. That last over game for 22, Ifraz. Well, I thought his day was getting better when he took a wicket off the very first ball of that 10th over. But then afterwards, the captain came out and smashed him all over the place. But one thing that the Tigers are doing better is they're taking their catches. The first 5 overs, 33 for 5, but then 65 coming off the second 5, and really it all happened in the last. It was a magical 9th for the bowling side when Naveed took the hat-trick, Naveed Riaz, but then Ifraz, he was taken to town by the captain Randeep, who fooled everybody by coming in at number 11 and smashing the ball big. Well, this one should have been taken. It wasn't. This was a big let-off, but Surinder Singh wasn't able to make too much of it. And this wasn't good either. That was 5. But in come the man. Well, we're not talking about Rahman. We are actually talking about Naveed Riaz. And after the boundary, he got Gurpreet. Gurpreet played a lovely shot, but this is a sort of hat-trick. And like I said, they don't come any better than this, because it was numero 1, Jaque de Fate, numero 2, Jaque de Fate, otra vez, and then it was the LBW plum in front when he did get it right to the left-hander, Ranjot Singh. Ranjot Singh came into the firing line, and boom, there you go, on the foot. Umpire puts the finger up, hat-trick, and bought Badania to Naveed Riaz, and the big smiles on his face. And at this moment of time, at the end of that over, it was 76 for 8, and we thought, well, they're not going to get anywhere close to the score before, but this wicket ended up being a blessing in disguise for Fateh, because the captain walked out and went, boom, número uno. Well, we talked about uno, dos, tres with the wicket. Boom, número dos. Y claro, no hay dos en tres, because there was a third as well out of the ground, and that helped the score to get to 98. It'd be disappointed he missed out on one. That was down the leg side. If he left that alone, he would have got a chance to get another, and maybe he could have bought the 100 up. So Fateh, I tell you something, this is definitely an innings of two halves. Just 33 of the first, 65 of the second, 27 from Gurpreet Singh. I think he batted really well. You can see that why it was so important to get rid of him early in that first match for the Tigers. And then the captain right towards the end, well, 22 of 5 deliveries. It's quite amazing. And that's what European cricket is all about. Well, there will not be more entertainment on a cricket field than we give you here as we have a look at the bowling figures. Naveed Riaz, 3 for 16. Those 3 were all one after another, so we did see a hat-trick. Also saw 2 wickets from Junaid Afzal, who bowled brilliantly. Don't forget, in that, there was also that 1 wicket maiden as well. Sensational stuff. And well, Imdad Khan also bowled, I think, beautifully. 2 for 18 for him as well. So good things happening there for the Tigers, but they'll be disappointed that they slightly let the Fateh off the hook towards the end. Those 5 balls, 22 runs, how huge could they be? So Fateh, the captain, has given themselves a lifeline. 99 will be required for the Indigo Tigers to get to victory this time round. Well, they did it easily last time round when they got to the target of 90, winning by 10 wickets with, well, I think it was at the end something like 16 balls to go. Can they do the same this time around? Only one way to find out. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximum, when we return in 10 minutes time to see whether the double could be done here by the Tigers, or will Fateh fight back? They've got to bowl a lot better, got to bowl a better line, got to be a little bit more smarter and intelligent in the field. It's going to be a humdinger of a finish. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. Join us then. Hello and welcome back as we get ready for what promises to be an exciting second half of this match. It's the second time we're going to see Fateh taking on the Yahida Tigers. Yahida Tigers, they were victorious in the first after keeping Fateh to 89 and knocking them off, winning by 10 wickets thanks to Ali Sajjad's 26 not out of 22, but also from a player of the match performance from Umar Mohammed, 62 of 22. Well, look, the two of them will want to and need to do it again, but this time around they're chasing a few more. And Fateh, thanks to their captain right at the end, hitting 22 of the last 5 balls of the innings, have got to a slightly better score this time. 98, so 99 will be required as the umpires, Asif Zia Mughal and umpire Safwan, make their way out and led by, well, leading the players back onto the field. And Fateh, one thing they will know is they have to bowl better. They bowled far too short last time. They were bowling into the arc of, particularly to Umar Mohammed. They were bowling round the wicket to him. It was always in his arc, and he was just smashing it. He was just smashing it out of the ground all the time. They've got to make a change. Maybe someone like Gangadeep Singh. Me, if I was a captain here, I'm giving the ball to Gangadeep Singh early on because he bowled a good line, bowling over the wicket, got the ball right up there. He's a key for me here. And also, you need something better from a man who's been pretty good all the way through here, Ranjot Singh. He bowled a very good first over. Only 2 came from the first over in the last match. In the second over wasn't that bad as well, went for 14, but the other bowlers just didn't bowl well. Surinder Singh was guilty of that. Bilal Hussain as well. And then also Sufiqul Islam. So you've got to bowl a better line. If they're able to do that and maybe get a couple of... Because we know one thing, the Yahida Tigers are the sort of team that when they lose a wicket, they lose plenty of wickets. So Fateh will need to bounce back, but their bowling has to be tidier. They are going to go with Ranjot Singh to bowl the first. Ranjot Singh, he'll be fired up because he was the hat-trick victim for Naveed Riaz. He was LBW right in front after we saw a splendid bit of bowling. But it just goes to show, doesn't it? You bowl a good full-length line, that sort of Yorker-length delivery, then you're going to get rewards. And Ranjot Singh, I'm sure he's looking to do the same here. As we wait for Frederica Constant from Geneva, official timekeeper, to give us the heads up to start. And the umpire say, let's play. So here we go. First ball of this innings of the Tigers. And they start with a single. A lot of noise. Better from Fateh. I think they were a little bit quiet in the last match. And they know they need to be pumped. As the dangerous Umar Mohammed gets off the mark straight away. Rika full here. And, well, Vinny Sandhu will be joining me shortly. And that's a fellow compatriot out there as well. More on that later when Vinny comes back. So, a slight change here in the battle order as well. Well, we know that Umar Mohammed is out there, but he's joined by Junaid Afzal. And interesting change as well. So here comes. This is down the wide leg side, so wide ball called early by the umpire. Better areas. They'll take the single. Yeah, so of course the absence of Ali Sajjad, who was absolutely superb in the last match. Don't forget, not only was he the one who put the 91 partnership together, he also took 3 for 9. So it would have been difficult for a player of the match, but it was given to Umar Mohammed for his 62. But he's not in this one, so that's another thing that Fateh will be looking to get the wickets early, because without him there as well, they know that they'll concentrate on Umar Mohammed. And in a way, in their mind, they would already be saying to themselves, look, we've already got Ali Sajjad out. And this one has been taken, and we're talking about getting a man out. Well, they have got the man, and they've got the key man out. This was struck really well by Umar Mohammed. Absolutely thumped. But what a good catch that is. And it is Sufiqul Islam who takes it. He's a key man to have in his side. Remember, he used to play for Bangalore. And this has been crushed hard, but a good catch. That is not an easy take, I'll tell you that now. That was absolutely walloped. So, Fateh, well, I said that mentally in your mind, you've already got the wicket of one of those good batters, Ali Sajjad, because he's not playing. So he wasn't there at the beginning. The man who was there, Umar Mohammed, he's no longer there either. He will go for one of two. Just like that, Fateh will believe they're in top here. And Mr. Maximo joins us at a crucial time. Whenever you come into this box, you're always responsible for getting a wicket.
Can happen, or bringing a hat-trick. Look, fresh blood, basically. Time to crown a new hero for the Tigers if they're going to get there. Because, yeah, everyone from here on, we haven't seen batting for them today. So, yeah, 99 target. Yeah, probably with the wicket of Umar Mohammed, you've got to say it's tilted towards Fateh. And this becomes a real must-win for them now. But, yeah, Ranjot gets a little bit of revenge. Last ball of his over. Edged away. Oh, almost carries or does carry to Amritpal Singh. He's going to have to chase it to over the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Interesting finish the over. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I think it just was fingertip high, but he couldn't locate it. And at the end of the over, it's a pretty good start with wicket-wise, but yeah, at the end of the over, it's 8 for 1. Oh, well, here we go, the hat-tricks. Time to add hat-trick number 40. Naveed Riaz, 3 for 16. And yeah, the best thing about that hat-trick, he does it all himself, doesn't he? Does it all himself. And it breaks a hat-trick drought of around about 3 weeks. So, well done to Naveed. I know we've given him a hard time for bowling a bunch of no balls, but I do think if he can sort that out, he's a very, very useful bowler and thoroughly deserves hat-trick number 40, a milestone hat-trick.
Yeah, we've said that all along. He's pure class. Let's go back to the action here. Good work there from the wicket-keeper. This one takes a bit of an inside edge.
I'm going to take a trick. Yeah, go on, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say there, that last one, I just think that the fielder's a little bit, he's stuck, isn't he? And if he's alert, he's taking that catch. So Ranjot, no wonder he was disappointed. Disappointed wasn't taken, disappointed, went for 4.
Give me no lack of intent. And Muhammad Abu's the guy who loves a pressure situation, so I'm happy to see him out there. He's got Junaid Afzal with him. I'm going to look at some milestone hat-tricks then. Hat-tricks number 10, 20, 30 and 40. Look on my list. Hat-trick number 10. Remember, we didn't have a hat-trick for ages in the season as well. In fact, we started in 30th of January. We didn't have a hat-trick till the 4th of March. The first one was Adil Diwan Ali in ECL Group D on finals day for Austin Exiles versus MSC Frankfurt. But hat-trick number 10 was Azif Khan for Botchirka versus their opponents in quarterfinal number 1. And yeah, that was way back on the 27th of May, so you were with me for that one. Let me see. No run this time. Yeah, so then hat-trick number 20 was Amritpal in Dresden, the opening match. Remember the opening match? Yeah. Amritpal for RC Dresden. And then hat-trick number 30 was Mohammad Asaduzaman, the leg spinner for Finland versus Hungary. ACEC Group B. So that was an international one. We had a few international ones, including 2 in an innings for the first time. 31-32 were Walter Bear and Asad Mohammed for Germany against Norway in the same game, same innings. And now hat-trick number 40, Naveed Riaz. And well, the way things are going, I doubt we'll get to 50. Will we see another one in the season? Maybe not. Anyway, oh, lucky he hits this. Otherwise, it was going to be trouble. But he'll get the payoff. I think this will run away for 4, and it does. So Afzal takes a chance and gets away with it. And once again, we see boundary to finish the over. 15 for 1 after 2.
Well, this is very risky. I'm liking it. It's a risky shot. So Kulip saying, I don't mind that at all from him. He'll be happy with that over. 7 come off it. So much better from Fateh in this respect because you've got bowlers bowling from the right side of the wicket. So they're not, for example, that one was all right arm over, not trying to do anything crazy. Pitching the ball up, getting the batters to take a chance. Fateh, it's important that they get some points here. They need to stay up with the teams above them. And I'm liking this as well, the game with Gagandeep. And let's hope he doesn't let me down. I was saying that they need to use him earlier. And he comes.
Yeah, he seems to have good control, Gagandeep, doesn't he? He rolls his fingers on a few. I think it just assists his control.
But I like this because you can see that Fateh, they're learning. They learned quickly from what they did wrong in the last game. They're changing it up. Ranjot, he bowled well, so they stuck with him. He got them the early wicket. Kuldeep Singh didn't use him at all. He was there. They didn't use him. They've used him. Now Gagandeep coming on. So they've holding back people like Surinder Singh, who were a little bit expensive. And Islam, I think he always tends to bowl better later on as well.
A bit of extra bounce there for the bowler, going deep. And a swing and a miss. Abu just struggling to get going here. Yeah, it's just looking at the table. If they lose this, they're in big trouble because they'll actually be essentially part of a clear bottom three then. The Gator Tigers will be 2 and 8, so will they, and you've got the Hawks 1 and 7. And yeah, bottom three, of course, they'll be out of the tournament on Friday night. So yeah, you don't want to be in one of those 3 spots. Saturday next week, so a week from today, is Group B finals day, and then there'll be 2 teams from Group B that will progress to the ultimate final day of the season next Sunday, the 11th of December. So we've still got that to look forward to. He's going deep. And this is skied, and it should be taken. He's got plenty of time to think about it, and he will take it. No problems at all. And so Gungan Deep was brought on a bit earlier, like you said, and I think it turns out to be a good call as Ranjod takes the catch. And the Gator Tigers lose another one at 16 for 2.
Yeah, good wicket again. Afzal will go. He'll go for 10 off the 5 deliveries that he's faced. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, Gagandeep, there's going to be times when he will go for a few, but they're going to have to be good shots and good batting. He doesn't tend to bowl too many bad balls. He's always asking questions of the batters, and he's getting it in the right line, and he's intelligent. You saw he short of length, bowls one a little bit shorter, pitches one up, and that one, he knows that the batter's going to want to go after this, so he just throws it in just a little bit wider. The batter, well, Junaid Afzal, he's trying to get plenty onto this. He's got lucky once. We've seen one that got through the slip and went through to the boundary, but this time, well, no mistakes there from Ranjod Singh. He gets his name in the book. Well, he's took the first wicket as the bowler, and now he takes the catch to remove Afzal. A new batter comes in, straight into the firing line. So this one, it's a good delivery. Doesn't catch anything at all. And I don't think it does. I mean, you see that Waqas Mirza, of course, he's going to want it. I reckon it must take something because he's not called a wide, so it must get a bit of the pad.
I actually thought they put him in a bad LBW at first. Because look at this. Grabs a bit of the pad down the leg side. Yeah, I'm pretty... For those ones, if you're umpiring, I think you've got to start with the fact that you assume it's hitting the pad, and unless you are absolutely certain it's hit the bat, then you give it not out. I think that's a better way than going the other way around.
Well, he needed to make sure he got bat onto this, because once again it was pitched up. It was destined to knock the stumps over. Gets bat onto it. But had his pads right in front. Now, this is an important partnership here for me. You've got the captain, Mohamed Abu, out there, and his vice-captain, Ifraz Ahmed. Both of them can bat. We know that. But it's all about batting smartly here as that third over. The power play comes to the end. It's 17 for 2.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I mean, the Tigers won their first game earlier on today, but it's not the first time that they've been in a winning position. You know, that's the thing. You know, I think about against Ripple Warriors, they were chasing 81 and just couldn't get it done, only scoring 60, for example. So, yeah, no, it's good for them to get that confidence boost. But, again, it was kind of one guy that did all the run scoring for them, Imam Mohammed, or the significant run scoring. And so, yeah, someone else has to step forward. There's Bilal Hassan in over number 4. And this is going to disappear, but how far? Well, far enough. Maximo. But once again, this round-the-wicket tactic, kind of angling into the wheelhouse of the right-hander. It's in the length, isn't it? It's a pick-up-able length. It's exactly what happened to 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Is it a bad ball? No. It's on the pegs, but the angle, so it's always going to be up against it. But Hassan, he went for 14 of when he bowled in the one over he did in the last match. Well, this one has gone for 7.
So the thing is,
one ball, that was a wide.
If you do want to bowl here, then for me, the tactics are you're trying to bowl wide of the off stump and you're setting a field to that. So you're maybe having a third man or a deep backward point in, and you're saying, look, I'm going to make it really hard for you to swing across the leg side. If you bowl straight from this angle, I think, you know, a lot of these guys are pretty comfortable. Yeah, and if they're down the leg side, it's even worse because you have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, he's got to bowl it again. He's bowling wides. He's not getting his body shape right at all. Also, he's running almost in front of the umpire. So the umpire, I'm pretty sure, will be onto him as well. So he's not helping his cause at all. But you can see you're absolutely right. He's looking to imitate what a left armer is doing here. But at the moment, he's just sending it down the leg side. So if you're bowling straight, come over the wicket.
And now he does go straight, and this is a really good shot. So Ifraz is breaking out now. Maximo! Now that's a proper cricket shot. It's a modern kind of a cricket shot. Watch the front foot go outside the leg stump, but it frees up his arms to really go at it straight. That's a remarkable shot.
Ifraz, remember, he was the unfortunate bowler who bowled the last over. Took a wicket off the first ball, and the next 5 went for 22. When it was Randeep Singh, the captain went after him. So he's looking to make amends. He's coming over the wicket now and almost sneaks one through.
Oh, he's lucky there. That was heading for the stumps if his pad didn't block that, I think. The inside edge, look at this. That certainly looked like that was the chop on waiting to happen. Ifraz gets a bit of luck, stays there. Again, they need someone to step up and make a 30, 40 here, ideally more. That was the key to chasing down that total earlier today. At the moment, Ifraz looks like the man that has the potential to do that. Hassan just having a bit of a look around his field. Everyone's having a bit of a look around. That's something the umpires have to keep track of every ball, making sure that the field isn't illegal. Oh, again, gets a bit lucky, doesn't he? And Abu thinks of a single, it's not there. I mean, this could have easily knocked him over, Rico.
Yeah, but can you see the difference? Now, folks, if you think that myself and Vinny, sometimes we're harping on not knowing what we're talking about. That's the difference between coming right arm over as opposed to right arm round. Coming right arm round, you're bowling into the swing of a batter who's batting the way that Ifraz is here. Coming over the wicket changes the angle, and you've got more control over the ball.
They're less likely to worry about LBW if you're coming around the wicket. This is swung away. Still be a catching opportunity and taken. Well,
thank you very much.
Looking
there you go.
straight into the sun as well. I tell you what, let's just say he won the short pants challenge, but Ali Haider has taken that. And he must have some of the coolest ankles going around Barcelona. But, yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Change of angle, change of luck. And so, yeah, Ifraz got lucky a couple of times, but third time unlucky for him. The bowler, yeah, change as good as a holiday. Hassan gets the wicket. It's 31 for 3.
Yeah, good wicket to get Ifraz after hitting 2 big sixes. Here you go for 13 of 7 delivery. But yeah, it's it's some of the basics, you know. It's the basics, and it's the sort of thing that really, you know, if you're team and you got a bit of coaching staff behind you, that you'll start saying this to the bowlers. It's one thing I remember with all the coaching I was doing with the juniors. The first thing that I always used to be saying to a lot of my bowlers, because here in Spain for some reason, all of the young right armers are bowling right under the wicket. I'm saying, why are you bowling around the wicket? And they haven't got an answer. So it's not like they're doing it because it's a plan. It's just they've seen somebody do it, so they do it. So you sort of you're educating them to, no, you've got to be bowling from over the wicket and giving them reasons why. And when they understand those reasons, they change.
It's a pretty good ball as well. Hassan, yeah, look a lot more dangerous.
Oh, don't need to be throwing this away. That's foolish, but doesn't end up being expensive.
Well, 32 for 3 after 4. They're going to get 8, so it's not terrible. But yeah, 2 fairly fresh batters. Put Abu in that category because he hasn't done too much yet. Yeah, but yeah, this is one thing I always think about when I'm wicket-keeping or whatever. I'm thinking, okay, what is this guy's plan? And if he doesn't have a plan, why not? And let's make one. So even with your field, I think sometimes you see everyone saying, all right, just spread out and let's hope for the best. But I think if you're trying to cover everything, you're covering nothing really. So, like I said, if you did want to go around the wicket, I'd be saying, look, don't bowl on the stumps. Bowl to the left of the stumps. Yeah. Make them reach, and we can set a field to that. But if you're going over the wicket, I think it's just a more attacking option. Yeah, because we'll wait for this, because I think he's going to hustle home. So if you go around the wicket, the right-handers pretty much know it's going to be very hard to be LBW to a ball that bounces on a decent length. Well, have a look at this one. Home easily. Yeah, so it allows them to swing across the line, which a lot of them want to do, and they're not too worried about being LBW or bowled because they can use their pads to cover the stumps. And that's coming. Saw Muhammad getting a lot of runs before. And this is sliced away, and I think it's got the legs. It does. Maximo. Abu has had to wait a while to get one out of the ground, but again, in a low-scoring-ish match, he's had the big moments, and the captain gets 6.
Yeah, look, once again, yeah, it's going for 6, Gangadeep, but if I were him, I'm not going to be too worried about it. You got the batter to do what you want to do. He gets this one out of here, but maybe one is going to miss time, so Gangadeep won't be too put off by that. He goes for a slightly shorter one, and he gets this away nicely. It's a good shot. And not going to catch up with that. It's Emmerich Pals, a back-to-back boundary, 6 and 4. He's hungry for more. And look, I know that we've seen, well, we haven't got the Ali Sajjad playing in this one. They've lost to Mohammed early, and we saw the wicket there of Afraz as well. But don't forget, the two batters that were doing things for the Yeeda Tigers are still there. I mean, we've seen Ashan Raza come out. They've also got Mohsin Raza still to come as well. So they're still in a good place here.
Yeah, they certainly have a bit more batting than the last time we saw them with 2 Razas coming in. Swing and a miss this time. Abu, the ultimate hit and miss inning so far from him. But yeah, you just don't want to fall too far behind the rate. They want to be around 10 and over. So 50 at the halfway point, which is coming up. They're certainly the sort of team that once they fall behind the rate, you don't really have a lot of faith that they can pull it back. So I think now's the time to be proactive. This is a reasonable strike. Fielder goes back, can't get there. Maximo! And Abu does it again. He moves to 20 and he breaks to life in the 5th over.
Yeah, this is a good shot. You know, it's he's not a wild swing where he's swinging and he's losing his stumps because he's missing it. It's destined for the stumps, but he waits for it. It's pitched up. Gunganit is probably thinking, well, I'll bowl 2 deliveries. Both have been dispatched for 6. So he'll feel he's a little bit undone there, but good batting from the skipper. Nice shots.
Last ball of the over. Again, a wicket could change this momentum shift. Smart batting from Abu. He's got a good head on his shoulders. I know he's had a bit of a slow start, but I think he's a guy that he's a pretty good problem solver when he's out with the bat. As we get to the end of the 5th over, the score 49 for 3 after 5. So you double 49, you get 98, and guess what? 98 would be a golden ball. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the new year. And our second tournament of the year will be ECL 23. Maybe I will, let's just highlight a group. And I'm going to go Group B. There's a bit of history there because VOC Rotterdam and Svanholm, they were in the same group at the first ever ECL. In fact, the 2 favourites during that series. Got Farmers from Jersey returning, into Bulgarian returning from Bulgaria. And Malta, well, they're the wild card at the moment. We don't know who will represent them. Might be Marsa that won the ECS, but I think there's a playoff coming up. And hopefully we can give you that info before the end of the season here. Yeah, Malta's a funny one because the weather's so good. They play 12 months around. It just happens that their domestic season finishes in February. And look, I know that speaking to Corey and obviously Pierce Fletcher, involved with VOC as well, will be playing for them. He is pretty bullish about their chances of getting the trophy back. Oh, nice effort from Ranjod, but this is going to find its way to the boundary. Mohammed Abu gets another one. Again, it was a bit of a risky one because it was upish. It just bit back towards him. It's a really good effort from the fielder, but unfortunately it's no avail. 4 runs.
Yeah, toying with the field, and well, it's a place to position. 4 runs for Abu, and he's certainly ticking along nicely here now. One thing that you got to say that both these teams could do with that's been missing, that spin. When you look at this innings, Gunganit bowled a really good 3rd over, 17 for 2. Then it's there, you can spread the field. That's when a good spinner comes on the ball because they've got to go after him. They went for Hassan, who was a little bit expensive. So both teams are missing the spin in their attack. So if batters get going like they did in the first one, like you see here now, Abu getting going, it's the same stuff. There's nothing different. And he's just finding his gap and putting this away. So there's going to have to be a field change here now from Fateh.
Yeah, I think you got to know your player. He really likes that shot. I mean, the other thing is, I suppose he has established he can hit down the ground as well. Sometimes you get these dabbers, I call them.
Yeah.
They just want to dab everything or cut everything, and they're not that strong down the ground. But he also can keep you honest by hitting down the ground like we saw last over. So it's a tough guy to set a field to. They do push the deep backward point back now, though. It's Kuldeep Singh. Yeah, but now, I mean, got the run rate under control a little bit more. Yeah, so they want to be about 60 after 6 overs. So it's not like they're racing ahead here by a significant amount, but yeah, you can see Abu like a fairly low-risk strategy to keep the score moving.
Yeah, he's batting sensibly. He's trying to play the captain's innings, and he'll be hoping that Shanraza can stay there with him. Gets one through. Yeah, Fateh, they need a breakthrough here. And this is where you got to, as a captain, you look around and see what are the alternatives, but there's no spin, and that's the issue here. Spin would certainly change it. The batters have to bat different. The wicketkeeper is breathing down the batter's neck. So at the moment, there's nothing there to try to keep the batters stay inside the crease.
You need variety. fairly decent shot from Raza. And he showed he's capable of that. Well, you can see that Abu was pretty keen for the strike by coming back for 2, but it's not worth throwing the wicket away for skipper, as Raza will be facing up in the next over after 6, 60 for 3, and they are bang on target in this chase.
Yeah, they're gaining along nicely, and I think after we saw some big hard hitting early on, he's now seeing the smart batting from the captain, who, well, he wants to lead his team to their second ever victory in the European Cricket Series and 2 consecutive victories, and do the double over Fateh. He's set on 29 of 16, and Ashton Raza is just really playing the perfect anchor role at the moment. This is a big moment.
Yeah.
They need something to happen, and they're going to Ranjot to see if he can break this partnership.
They are. And let's see if Ranjot can do that. Every over is a big over at the moment.
Gone.
Edged and gone, yeah. A bit of extra bounce, and does Raza. It was a good bit of bowling, and you said it, Rico. It's exactly why they brought back Ranjot Singh, and he comes to the party. It's not the captain, but it is a pretty valuable wicket of us on Raza, and the 8 target 60 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to get there, because you know that Ashton Raza is one guy that can complement the captain really well. You can see the captain's disappointed when he sees he gets an edge on this. But look, no foot movement as well. Gets done by the bounce. And Ranjot Singh, who bowled a brilliant first over, took 1 for 8. Now, when he takes his second wicket, so could he be the key in this one? But the dangerous captain, though, is still there. And I suspect the next batter probably maybe Mohsin Raza. So one Raza could be replacing another.
Actually, new bat.
It looks like our man, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
which one? Was it the
I've got
lookalike or the real one?
No, it is Naveed Riaz. Well, why not send out a guy that's taken a hat-trick in the game?
Yeah.
And he's a guy that certainly came up with a heart in the first innings with that hat-trick. Did it all himself, bowled in LBW. But now he's got to do something with the bat. His team they've gotten so far in this chase, but I still think Abu holds the key, and someone needs to be able to hold up an end. At least give him the strike. That's exactly what Riaz does. That's smart batting, really, to give the strike over to the captain.
Yeah, Riaz, when we saw him with the bat last time, came out and he made a good contribution in a low-scoring match. He got, I think he got the highest score. He came in about number 7 or 8, got 17 runs on the board. So we know he can bat, and he wasn't afraid to give it a thump as well. So it could be the useful partner to have out there for Abu. Well, the fielder gets lucky showing his footballing skills. Well, how about that? And now his throwing skills, but unfortunately for him, the direct hit is only going to result in the ball going away for overthrows. Well, it all happened in this one. First, let's have a look at the footballing skills first.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can be too skillful. I think that's the problem in cricket sometimes. This might just show the throw coming back. And as the keeper, I mean, you have to try and get in front of the stumps and try and block that.
It's got to try and smother it, hasn't it?
Yeah, because at least then you might know where it's going.
Yeah, good footballing skills as well from the fielder. He sort of took it 1 foot, did a little dribble as he got it past the other fielder and got the throw in. I think he got excited with the footballing skills. Yeah,
and I think you might have mentioned earlier, we went an Australian friend here that was just happened to be walking past, Lloyd. What a funny day to meet a random Australian wandering around the Montjuic Stadium when Australia are playing in the World Cup tonight against Argentina. So that's going to be a big one. This is a big one as well. It's short and it's hooked away, and I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo. And Abu, here, I think it was 4 off 8 at one stage. He was really struggling to get going. He has sprung to life, and really, he's put the Tigers in the box seat.
That's a top shot, He's picking this up from outside the off stump, and he swivels on it, MJ style. Oh, and he sends it all the way over. Well, he does literally send this one out the ground as well, because it's a big 6, and it bounces on this bouncy AstroTurf out of the ground.
Yeah, now he gets to his favourite little dab. It's his safe shot. So, Riaz, it's an interesting one for him, because he came in, he was very happy to just take a single, and I don't think they really want to lose a wicket here. I mean, we know their batting is not the deepest, so maybe just play it on its merits here. 30 off 20 required. 29 off 19 now. Well, he goes for it. It goes in the air. It's a catching opportunity for Ranjit, the captain, and he holds it. He fumbles it, then he holds it. So Riaz, I think he was caught in 2 minds there. He knew it was last ball of the over. And pretty happy for Abu to have the strike, so he goes for the big shot. But you can see he's pretty much sliced it straight up in the air. And well, despite the little fumble from Randeep, he does hold on in the end. A wicket to finish the 7th. Ranjot finishes with the excellent figures of 3 for 18 and 70 for 5. 29 required off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, he does what the captain wants him to do. He gets the wicket. In fact, he gets 2 wickets. And, well, the captain, he can't be greedy. I mean, he's the one who takes the catch in the end. Just needed a second attempt to, but it doesn't get the wicket of the captain, Mohamed Abu. He's the one who said he's the one that's keeping the Tigers in this match so far. 30 out of 19, he's there. So he's just wanting a partner to stay there with him. 10 still come off the over. So even though they lost 2 wickets, they're still going at the rate they need to be.
Let's have a look what's coming up this afternoon. Ravel Sporting undefeated, though they find themselves 8 points behind the ladder-leading Catalunya Tigers. They're taking on Ali Young Stars, and Ravel Sporting, they won the toss. They're going to bat first. Have a look at some of that batting. Got 4 Patels in the top 5. You've got Manish Manwani in there. He's on 1 good knee. Ali Youngsters bringing Jafar Iqbal, and Wakas as well comes in for them. And that match is starting in around about 35 minutes. Stay with us for the last afternoon of action in week 4. Anyway, game on here. Abu gets 1. And the question is, who can give him the kind of support he needs to get his team across the line?
Yeah, Sajid Ahmed is the man that joins him. I don't mind this from Fateh. I don't think Amritpal Singh bowled that badly. In fact, I was saying that in the last match, he probably could have and earned the right to get a second. He didn't. He may get 2 in this one, depending how this one goes. First ball played away for a single. They'll take getting Abu off the strike. But the thing is, will they be brave and bring the field up to the new batter? Well, probably not after this shot, because this will be 4 runs. And that is a classy shot. Well, what a way to get off the mark. Well, Sajid Ahmed just plays an absolute beautiful stroke here. And that's for any time, any day.
Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. And that takes a lot of pressure off Abu as well. It must feel like he's got the weight of his teammates on his shoulders. And that was a pressure relieving boundary. Again, they want to be at 80 to be on target after this over. Ideally more, the Gator Tigers. Now they get 1. Taking the field, I think it's smart not to throw.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if Abu goes now, for me, it probably still tilts it towards Fateh. Got runs on the board. It's one thing to say just keep on target and get 10 every over, but 10 off the last over will be a hairy finish for the Tigers. Well, Litan in the chat saying Argentina will lose today. Well, he's hoping. A bit of a minor miracle. Oh, a bit of luck. Good stop, though, from Wakas behind the stumps. That was just a reaction stop, and he does well. Prevents the boundary.
He's a tall man, is Wakas Mirza, so he does really well to get down to this. Look, smothers it. Good little stop. Well done, indeed. It'll be an interesting match. You know, I don't think these matches, you know, we're talking about that one, and also England playing Senegal, Spain, Morocco.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be easy match. It can go either way. This could go either way as well. Will it be out or no? It will be out. And the man who's got the hot hands at the moment, Ranjot Singh, makes no mistake. They get the big wicket. This is a huge moment. So Amritpal Singh, well, comes on and gets the scalp of Mohamed Abu. So the captain will go. A miscue in the air. And Ranjot, well, he's not missing this. Chuck the foot there, he says. And they get the captain. Game on.
Yeah, game on indeed. Puts it right back into the balance. I mean, the value of that 1 wicket, it's big. I mean, the fact that Sajid Ahmed comes out and hits a boundary certainly gives you a bit of confidence that they might be able to get there. But yeah, it's a very, very tight finish. New batter coming out now. Looks like Mohsen Raza. So, yeah, look, he's a guy, I think he adds a lot to their batting, even though he's coming in pretty low. But you don't really have that 1 or 2 balls to get in. I think it just adds pressure. So obviously want at least 1 off this, maybe more. Last ball the over. They won't get a run. Takes us to the end of 8. And so even just that over like that, I think maybe swings the balance in this game. As now, just like that, they need 23 off the last 2 overs. 76 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's the 1 boundary off it, but still he keeps it just to 6. And that's a good start for Amritpal. So he certainly looks like they probably will go to him to bowl the 10th. Now the question is, the discussion is who's going to bowl this one. And after a lot of talk, it looks like they are going to go with Bilal Hassan. I'm surprised there. I'm surprised they're not using Surinder Singh. Surinder, all right, he didn't have the best of overs in the last game, but up until now, he's been pretty good for his side. I think the captain is Well, he's going with Hassan rather than with somebody who's probably been pretty reliable and faithful to him in the past. So this one is the all-important ninth. This one could go badly.
Yeah, all on the ninth, really, for me. How important was that 10th over of the first innings now that went for 22?
Wow,
that last 22 from Randit. Because you take that off the score, pretty much the game's over. Anyway, here we go. Ninth over. Starts with a wide, and at the moment, the Ada Tigers will take all they can get.
Criminal. The only thing that Bilal Hassan is doing is he's coming over the wicket. Remember that first over went for 15, but the first 3 balls were not good. Then he changed to coming over the wicket, and things got better. There were singles, and there was a wicket. So at least he's sticking to that. It wasn't the best of starts. Let's see if he can get the radar right.
This is such a good game. Oh, little fine margins. That could have easily come back and hit the off stump. Did seem back a bit, just not enough, but still a valuable dot ball.
Yeah, makes amends for the wide. So 5 balls to get through. And this rate at 11. So I think they're looking for 2 boundaries here in this over. If they can get those 2 boundaries and a couple of singles as well, and half that score, they'll be happy going to the last over needing about 10.
Well, that'll help, or will it? He's picked out the fielder. Ranjot's everywhere at the moment. The ball's following him. He takes another catch. He's been so reliable, and he stepped forward when his team needed some moments of brilliance. I mean, for me, is that 3 wickets and 3 catches in this innings to Ranjot? He's been on fire, and now it's the slot machine, 77 for 7.
Yeah, Ranjot, absolutely brilliant. Well, there you go. I think if this match goes the way of Fateh, there's the player of the match just there for you, just for his efforts in the field. Yeah, 3 wickets, and I think you're right. I think it is 3 catches as well, and that one is not easy. It's a difficult zone. You can see him there now. I don't know if we can focus on him. He's standing there keeping the sun out of his eyes, so he does ever so well to take the catch. And, of course, he's taken Sargent, who came out, and he blasted his first ball for a lovely time, 4 runs. So that's a huge wicket to get.
Yeah, 3 wickets, 3 catches. That's 6 of the 7 wickets he's been involved in. And, yeah, once again, Randit in the first innings, so important. He got those 22 extra runs. Otherwise, this game would already be over. This is Mahmood coming out. You can just feel this slipping away in real time at the moment for the Ada Tigers. You know, if you take out that last game, it's just another case of them getting in a winning position but not being able to finish things off. Although, let's not count them out of it yet. They're running out of time. They're running out of batters. Well, this will help, or will it? Oh, maybe not. Guess who? He catches it again, a 4th catch. Well, I tell you what, he might be player of the match just for his fielding alone. He's taken 3 wickets. He's taken 4 catches. And, yeah, I mean, I like the intent. I like the batting to go for this, but he can't find the middle of the bat. And that's Mohsin Raza who's got to go now, 78 for 8.
Yeah, Raza will go for a... But it's a shaba, because that man there, Ranjot Singh, when I said when he took the last catch from me already, that's my player of the match, bowled beautifully. And now, well, not only does he take 4 catches, he also took 3 wickets in his spell. Another man who's in the wickets now is Bilal Hassan. And Bilal Hassan, remember who told you so? Rico Fool said, come over the wicket. And ever since he's come over the wicket, I think in the 6 balls or 7 balls that he's bowled coming over the wicket, he's taken 3 wickets. So, well, that's a learning point for him. And the evidence is all out there. So Bilal Hassan, well, I'm in the 9 whether I thought it was the correct decision or not. Well, it turned out to be a good one. He's picked up 2 wickets in the over. 2 balls to come.
You can thank Ranjot, though, for those 2 wickets. This is a big swing and a miss. Imdad Khan comes out. And that only leaves Omaze Rahman still yet to bat the doppelganger. Tell you what, a number 11 coming out to hit 20 off the last over to win the game and do pretty entertaining as well. But yeah, how about this 9th over? I said it was the most important over of the game. At the moment, it's gone wide dot, wicket, 1 wicket dot. Just the 2 off this over. Last ball of it coming up. They need a 6. Now they get a high ball. Now who's coming in? Ranjot, he wants it. He's going to get another one. He drops it. Now they're going to come for 2. They will. They throw to the keeper. Now, I don't know if he has this. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, you got to watch. First of all, the catch. Ranjot had the chance to equal a record of 5 catches. Puts the catch down. But look, does the keeper take the ball and then go on and break the stumps, or the stumps broken beforehand?
Yeah, for me, it's all about does he have the ball or not. For me, it's a no. See, look here, where's the ball? Can't really tell there.
I think he has it. I know the play's in the way, but seeing it when I saw it live. When have we got another angle? Here we go. Watch this angle. In comes the ball.
To get it slow as we can.
In the gloves, and yeah, he has it. And then it comes out after. I think it comes out when he knocks him over it. But anyway.
I know what you're saying.
What do you think?
My feeling is this. If there's doubt, as a keeper, it should go against the keeper.
Really? You're saying that as a keeper? Ooh, this is a change for Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, because if you're doing your job, you should hold the ball.
No,
maybe you're right. He just has it.
Yeah, he just has enough of it.
He just has it.
I think it's one of those that even if he's got contact with the ball and he's pushing it onto the stump, it's still out. Yeah.
I think once I saw that angle from front on, I could conclusively see that he had it. And he had it so in such a loose grip that when he hits the stumps, that's what knocks it out.
Well, you're going to get your wish. Number 11 will come out.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the over. It'll be 79 for 9. So they need 20 to win. It won't be the number 11 on strike, though. That's the thing. Because it's going to be Mahmood that'll be on strike. Yeah, the reason I say this is, look, if you're doing your job properly as a keeper, then you hold on to the ball after you break the stumps. This was a chance to equal 5 catches in an innings and maybe go for 6.
Yeah.
But, yeah, worked out okay. But, yeah, I think they do get this one right.
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm looking at that in real time, I'm giving it not out. If I'm looking at real time. With a replay, we can see technically you just had it. Because I'm saying, well, hey, I've got doubt there that you had the ball. But I think after getting that with some replays, great job, by the way, from our team at Spring Productions to get all the angles of that.
Yeah, superb.
And I think until that last one, then I was satisfied. I had a suspicion he may have had the ball in the other angles, but the last one shows it. Anyway, it will be Talon Mahmood who's on strike. Who wants to be a hero?
Yeah, they've got to get the batters right, so they have.
Safkul Islam, whose game started with him running himself out.
We've seen some amazing things in this match.
He's going to bowl the last over. Here we go. That's a pretty good shot. And look, deflects it towards the outfield, so I just get one.
This is what we want to see.
It's Omais Rahman, the man who I falsely accused of being Naveed Riaz in the first half of this game.
Okay, here we go. So Islam, he'll be looking just to get the Yorker length delivery again.
I mean, that was a pretty good shot from Talon Mahmood, to be honest. I had him listed at 5. He's coming about at 9. Now, Rahman's got to at least get one here. Doesn't want to eat a dot. Has to eat a dot.
He gobbles it up.
Now. Ooh.
Just gets the bat down in time.
You know what? Honestly, I think I would have run on that once the stumps were knocked over, if there was a non-striker. Because, look, that means at least it forces you to go to the bowler's end. But I suppose if you run out the other guy, the game's over. So maybe I wouldn't have. But, I mean, the game's...
Yeah, don't forget the wicketkeeper would have had to run there, pick the stumps up, and
so then probably they would have had to go bowler's end. But the thing is, you only got 1 wicket in hand. If you had more wickets in hand, I definitely would have run on that.
Hey, listen, we've seen a hat trick, right?
Seen a batter run himself out.
We've seen a batter run himself out.
Yeah.
We've seen a bowler take 3 wickets and also 4 catches in a match.
Yep.
Easy in cricket.
I love it. Oh, this is a dipper. They'll get 1.
Yeah, we are.
Actually, I'm trying to think of... I don't know if I've ever seen someone involved in so many different dismissals in an innings. He's involved directly in 7 dismissals. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 7, right? 3 wickets and 4 catches.
Yeah.
And they're not a caught and bowled. I'm talking about
and you could say he did the assist for the run out.
Not in the last 2 people, not counted. 7 and a quarter. Anyway, should have caught it.
Yeah, he should have.
Record holder.
He still could. He could still get one going his way. He's waiting for it. I'll tell you what, if it comes his way, he's going to snap it up. But look, yeah, we are, the European Cricket Network, serving the world with the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. How can you argue against that?
Medupa Fernando in Italy, in Milan, from Bogliasco, 5 catches as an outfielder.
Right.
Have seen 5 dismissals from a keeper a few times, most recently by Sahil Grover, I think. Anyway, this will be 1 and, yeah.
Take 2. What are they doing here? Take another. Take another. Well, the back flick from Islam goes completely wrong. There's nobody there, nobody looking. He fools everybody.
Yeah, Rahman, I would have been calling myself through for a second because he wouldn't score that many runs out number 11. You want every run you can get. But time for the party tricks, eh?
Yeah, just a little back flick. We'll just see it in time when we go back to the live action. Nobody was there.
Last ball of the match, and the Tigers swing and miss. So another frustrating one for them. But look, let's just try and be positive. Both teams get 2 points out of the Saturday morning here. It's an historic morning for the Ada Tigers, having their first win in ECN cricket. Fateh, well, I'll be disappointed they dropped some points to the Tigers, because these are two teams battling for survival. In the end, they kind of both cut their nose off to spite their face, and they find themselves still locked in that bottom three.
Yeah, but look, the margin is what, 15 runs, right? Randeep Singh, the captain, comes out 22 of the last 5 balls in the last over. So it was a little bit of junk there, Fateh, in the end. So Fateh, I know Fateh have a big following around the globe. They do get a victory. And well, this one was one that probably could have been taken. And then they thought, you know what? We're going to put Ranjit Singh in that area from now on. And he showed you how to do it. But look, the start wasn't bad. It was a good start. I mean, once again, they did lose a couple of the earlier batters earlier. Well, there he is. He said, well, give me that position. Give me the position where the ball's going to come to, because I'm going to catch it. And watch the way he moved around. It was quite amazing where he took these catches. They just seemed to be, well, maybe it was a golden butker that the Kookaburra was tuned into, because he was everywhere. And what a moment he had. But that was a big moment, because that was the wicket they really needed to get. That was a dangerous player, and he was well caught there. And then we saw the captain. Well, he was playing around with the field, wasn't he? Mohamed Abu, but he played a really good innings. And there was Ranjit. Well, he, for me, is the player of this match. And I'll be very surprised if it goes to anybody else. With the ball, he was on the money. And he was a guy that they went to when they needed things to happen. When the captain went to him and said, I need you to get me some wickets. At that point, well, he did provide. He got the wickets. But this was the big one. This was, see, there he is again. That was the one that they needed. And that was the wicket of the captain, Mohamed Abu, of the Ada Tigers. And when he went, you thought that was going to be the end of it. But it's not the end of the show that Ranjit Singh was giving us. He takes another catch there. You see, he's everywhere. And he was here again. And this one, he did one. He doesn't get, but look, the fielder picks up the ball, fires it in, and that was Ali Haider. And they did get the run out here. Had to look at it a few times, but Waqar Mirza did enough to get the run out. And after that, really, there was no coming back for the Ada Tigers. They needed their own version of Randeep Singh to come out there in the last over and smash the ball all over the place. This was a very exciting, interesting game. Went all the way down to the wire. When you look at the scores like for like for the two teams, it was always around about the same. You knew it was going to be an exciting finish. But they held on and come back strong. Mohamed Abu, the main contributor with the bat. The only one really, nobody else was able to give him some support. That's going to be disappointing for the Tigers, because they did have more alternative this time. They did have some more batters, but they weren't able to click at the right time. Once again, poor shot selection, but Ranjit Singh, take a bow, shaba. Kinni अच्छी गेम खेली है रंजोत सिंह ने. जबरदस्ती bowling, जबरदस्ती fielding as well. Chuck the Fateh style, chuck the Fateh, mentioned Fateh were victorious in that one. Yeah, he bowled beautifully. 3 for 18. 3 also for Bilal Hassan. Bilal Hassan, there you go. The proof is in the pudding. Right arm over the wicket is more fruitful, and as soon as he changed his tactics, he was rewarded with 3 wickets as well. And Amripal Singh, I think when he came on to bowl that all-important 8th over, I think that was important as well, only conceding just 6 runs and picked up a wicket as well. So well done to Fateh, well done to both these teams, Fateh and the Ada Tigers. They provided us with an entertaining start to this Saturday. 2 more matches though coming up. Raval Sporting against the LA Young Stars. Will they also replicate what we saw here in the morning? Not just 2 exciting matches, but also both teams picking up a point. So even Stevens it is between Fateh and the Ada Tigers, and that leads us into the afternoon matches. Match number 95 coming up in just over 15 minutes time, between Raval Sporting, the unbeaten side, against another team that are making their debut, the LA Young Stars. Though the Young Stars do have a few players that do have a European Cricket Series experience behind them. Time for you to get the kettle on, make yourself a brew, and maybe get yourself a few bickies or a few cakes. You can, it's the weekend, so don't worry about it. Be naughty but be nice, and join me, Rico Folo, Mr. Maximo, in just over 50 minutes time when we come back for the start of match number 95.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Well, we started out with a pretty chilly morning. Now we're almost into double digits as we get ready for the afternoon session. And what's coming up is match 95. So just 2 matches left in the week. We have an off day tomorrow. We will be back on Monday, of course, to start the final week of the season. That will go all the way through to next Sunday. So match 95 is coming up. We are going to see Raval Sporting. They are here to take on the Ali Young Stars. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Your call. Okay. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We're going batting first.
Ishan Patel wins the toss and he elects to bat. No surprises there. I think they have liked to do it that way. They've been defending very well, of course. They've got some good spinners, including Ishan Patel himself and the little maestro, Goreng Mayavanshi. But I think it starts with the bat. I think Raval Sporting, they have had a bit of time off. Let's see if they can continue in the kind of rhythm that they left us with. They're 6-0, but they are now 4 matches behind the Catalunya Tigers, who are 10-0. And I feel like that does put a little bit more pressure on Raval Sporting to be perfect if they want to get that automatic qualification spot for next Sunday. But then also I think they've still got these big games against the Tigers ahead. They could have a big bearing on things. Other Young Stars, well, they certainly had a good start to their tournament, but they have fallen away a little bit. They're kind of mid-table now, and this will be a really good test about where they're at. Can they take on Raval Sporting? I think their captain, Mohamed Tanzir, and he won't mind the fact that he has to chase, but I suppose it all starts with the ball. They can't bowl badly. They can't let Raval Sporting get away because we know Raval Sporting are very, very good at defending. Let's go over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of the next game. And I can tell you the news from the toss is that it is Raval Sporting. They have won the toss. Their captain, Ishan Patel, wants to have a hit on a beautiful sunny afternoon in Barcelona. So over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the start of the next game.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Certainly enjoying being out in the sunshine. A complete contrast to the way the day started when it was absolutely freezing. When the temperature, well, it felt like it was about 1 degree. It was actually 4, but it was very chilly. But now the sun is out. There's hardly a cloud to be seen, and it's absolutely glorious out there. And Raval Sporting and the Ali Young Stars are hoping to be out there and show us all what they can do. Raval Sporting, well, they've been doing a lot of good work. 6-0 for them, where the Ali Young Stars are 3-2, 1 no result as well. The old 3-2-1. Remember that old 3-2-1? I can still do that with my fingers. 3-2-1. Yeah, something like that anyway. But yeah, this is going to be a good one. The Ali Young Stars, they had interesting matches against the Catalunya Tigers. Raval Sporting, though, they destroyed the Hawks. Bat versus ball, Waller saying 115 to 101 in favour of Raval Sporting. The umpires, Umar Aftab and Asif Zia Mugala, out there. And the teams are ready to, well, let's see how this battle of bat versus ball goes. Just waiting for our official timekeeper, a very proud partner of the European Cricket Network, Frederica Constant, to give the umpires the go-ahead. It will be the action coming from the end of Umar Aftab, the bowler's end. And bowling the first will be Haroon Saliq. So we don't normally see Haroon opening up the bowling, but he is a very good bowler. He's been very successful, and he's not going to go for 4 runs the first delivery, as keeping the pace off and going for the spin is the tactic. And Chayat Patel goes big straight away. He hasn't quite lived up to his expectations. I think he has scored 1 good contribution when he got into the 30s. But is this a day on these perfect conditions for batting, I think, right now, where he can go on and score big runs? Raval winning the toss and wanting to have a bat. Bit of width, and this one's a chance, and it's a really good catch. That is a sensational catch from Isra Ahmed, where Chayat Patel going for back-to-back boundaries. What a good catch this is. One thing we know about, well, look, is that good? He said, Aja, main fatte nahi chakne, tenu chakne. Well, that's what Subhani says. He said, forget about picking up the blanks. I'm going to pick you up. It is a really good catch. And Chayat Patel, well, he'll say, well, Rico, yeah, I haven't really got to my stride because they keep taking these great catches, and that is a really good catch. One thing that the Ali Young Stars have done is they have bowled well and fielded well. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge. The last time we saw them, I think they had their matches against the Catalunya Tigers. First time round, the Tigers really were too powerful for them, 130 to 68. And they were a win there by 62 runs for the Catalunya Tigers. Second time round, it was interesting because there was more runs on the board. The LA Young Stars made 140. Catalunya Tigers has still got them. So we know they are more than capable. There's a new batter. He makes his way out. So good start, I suppose. Bravo thought they had a perfect start with the first ball going to the boundary. So Salik doing the job. And then he bowls a baddie. It's not a good ball to a new batter. It's a very good catch there. And it was actually Wakas Tahir that took the catch. Stunning catch it was indeed. And it's another loose delivery, but Kurandata just relying on just flicking this away. You know, he is one guy who genuinely hasn't got going in this series so far. And Data, he's a guy that has scored a European Cricket Series 100, but just seems at sorts at the moment. And he's, you see, he's got two bad deliveries to try and get off the mark with, hasn't been able to do so, both on the leg side. And then he gets beaten outside the off. So Harun Salik, the options to start off with him proving fruitful. And this one's played out on the off. Nice attacking close field from the Young Stars. No single again for Data. Just get the feeling here, 3 dots now. He's going for this. He does. It's slight miscue. Watch the bounce. Does really well at the fielder. Well, that's kind of Jetsubani, the man who was lifting up the catcher. Wakas Tahir. This time he has to lift himself up to stop this one from bouncing over him. Good start from the Young Stars. It will be 6 off the first and 1 wicket down. Mr. Maximo coming in. Maxi, some of those stats are pretty interesting, especially if you look at the Ravel batting.
Pretty interesting, yeah. The Ravel batting, Manwani on one leg has been dominating it. I'll look at the bowling though. Guru Mayavanshi having a very good series once again. I mean, he took plenty of wickets last year in the ECS, leading wicket taker, player of the tournament. Not often see an out-and-out bowler win that award, and he already has 11 through their first 6 games. So we'll see him in the second half of this game. Right now, this looks like Sabani, who's going to continue for Ali Young Stars.
Comes Subani. Nice run up. Smooth. Hesitation. And he's, oh, this is going to be so close. It's going to be so close. And, well, they're pretty sure with Subani reckon they've got their man. And Karan Dutta, is his bad form going to continue here?
I saw the chalk fly after the stumps were gone. Let's have a look. Sometimes it takes a while to explode. Let's have a look. Oh, he might have just got back.
I think he probably just
I
think.
It's super close. Back of frame. I mean, there. Oh, to be honest, I think he's just. Depends what you see, what you want to see there. That's the shot. That's the shot you need to leave up. Because what can you do?
I can't see the line past the bat.
Yeah, look at this. This is brilliant work. To me, I think he's just. Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to guess. I think that's.
I can't see the line after the bat. So
I can see a little bit of white under the bat, and he's gone. Yeah, so the umpire's happy. The umpire's happy it's just out. It's brilliant work. I got to say, I didn't see any bat over the line. If I had to choose one way or the other, I think I would say out, like 55%. But you know, you can't take anything away from the field. I mean, that was a brilliant throw. And I suppose there, the other thing, we've got the wickets broken an instant after their first broken. So, I mean, it's a borderline call, but it's the Ali Young Stars have it go their way. And Ravel Sporting, they lose a second wicket. It's now 6 for 2.
Yeah, what a great bit of fielding. It was. They were hesitant, weren't they? That's the thing. I mean, there were opportunities for Karan Datta to take singles earlier. He didn't. He played one out earlier outside the off. They didn't. And so they weren't running hard anyway. So there was hesitation with that run. And it's the hesitation when he started, when he wasn't sure he was looking around, that got them into problems.
So here's my theory on, I feel like the on-field call might have been out there. And the thing is, you see the chalk fly. The chalk definitely flew after the stumps were hit. And that was because it takes a moment for the chalk to fly. The chalk flies when he slides his bat into it. So that's why I think I would have been tempted to give it on the field as well. And there was nothing in the evidence to contradict an out call from on the field. So I think that's probably how that one played out. Good fielding, though.
Yeah, this one isn't well hit either. So, yeah, so the man who gets run out was Ishan Patel. And that's a huge wicket. He goes for a diamond duck.
Cannot take a trick, Ishan, in this series with the bat. can he? Hey, I want to say a quick hello while we're here to Saruchi Yadav. He's saying good afternoon to us. Well, good afternoon to you, Saruchi, and all of our viewers. If you'd like to drop us a message, you're always welcome in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube.
Yeah, Usman Mushtaq was the man who had his radar tuned in. So Karan Datta, he's struggling at the moment. And you see here, nothing going his way. This one says, well, how about a little bit of chin music? Have a sniff of this. And when he tries to do something funky with it, it just doesn't look comfortable at all, does it? Whatever comes his way. Subhani, no runs so far. We've seen a maiden already today. And this one, it won't be, because finally Karan Datta sends one out of here, and it's a good hit. It's a good shot. That will give him the confidence that he needs. And it gets pitched up. The bowler going for the stumps, going for the middle stick, and Karan Datta says, oh, no, you don't. And plays it beautifully down the ground. So finally, it's the second boundary of the innings. Shai Patel, the first ball went for a 4 from him. Then he was out, second ball.
Yeah, Karan Datta, he did this last year. There's one innings where he just absolutely came and couldn't do anything wrong. This time he's going to get 4 that he probably doesn't deserve. A little outside edge off a full toss. Evades the keeper. Back-to-back boundaries for Karan Datta.
He couldn't play this again if he tried. I think this is right off the toe end of the bat. The wicket keeper, Mubashir Ali, diving, face down in the dirt. Can't stop it. Well, he's going to get up with lots of black things stuck to his face. That is the end of the over. The score 16 for 2.
Let's have a look at where these two teams are on the ladder. You see the Young Stars. 5 points behind Ravel Sporting. Both these teams are playing a bit of catch-up as far as games played, so they'll have 8 matches down after today. You can see the Young Stars have been on the slide a little bit, and if they're not careful, and if they don't win games, then it's potentially spelling trouble for them qualifying for the next stage. One thing that probably was interesting in this morning's games with the team splitting the points, it does seem there's a bit of a gap starting to appear between the bottom 3 and the top 5, which is where the split is made at the end of the round robin stage, which is next Friday.
Manish Mawani on strike. He's been the difference for Raval whenever they've been in a spot of bother like this. He's come out and he's scored valuable runs. I think he's been good as the young left-hander. Let's see if he can continue in his good form. Yet to open his account. And, oh, he's very lucky. Very, very lucky as he just helps this to the fielder and just drops short.
I know what he's trying. He's trying to nudge it away a bit finer. It'll go for 4. But imagine if he gets out that way, he would be kicking himself. And this is the Tigers. Mixed bag for them this morning. What's the collective noun for Tigers? Is it a pride? That's just Lions, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to look that up. But I want to say hello to Mandrake and hello to Keanu as well. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. Yeah, Manwani, who's a genuine hitter, if he gets out dabbing, then he won't be very happy with himself at all. This is a bye.
I just think with Manwani here, because those 2 wickets have gone down pretty early and there's not too many runs on the board, he's trying to be a little bit too careful. Normally he'd come out and he's swinging from the hips and he's clearing the boundary rope and the wall easy. So he's just been a bit cautious, and I think Karan Datta probably just needs to say to him, hey son, play your normal game. Datta, can he keep going? The last 2 deliveries he faced were boundaries. And this time, he looks like he's getting into position to play the pull shot.
And this
just drops the bat on it.
This is crazy. I looked it up. What's the collective noun for a bunch of tigers? And it's a streak of tigers. A streak of tigers.
Really?
I never have heard that in my entire life.
So
you can also say a hide of tigers or an ambush of tigers. Ambush sounds a bit violent.
This is a chance, and it's taken. No hassles at all. So Karan Datta will have to go. And one man who's been superb out there, Nawaz Sharif. We've seen him take loads of catches. He'll take another one.
This is actually hilarious from Nawaz Sharif. He was a bit worried about the rope. So just have a look at his head turn around. He touches this, and he has a quick look behind and say, uh-oh, am I right? And then look, he says, don't worry about it. It's fine. He's got heaps of room here. He had no idea where he was. But the main plan was to take the catch. And Datta, again, good player, goes before his time. He goes for 11 at 17 for 3. The impressive start continues for the Young Stars.
Yeah. Well, Raval Sporting, well, we know that they're a team that can pull off some amazing defences. I mean, that's what saw them do so well. And last time round, and of course, this time it looks like they're going to have to show that that side of their game again, because unless somebody really gets going here, they're going to struggle. We did see them do it against the Ripple Warriors in match number 71. They only posted 82, and Ripple Warriors were 66 for 8. But they still have got Patel out there, and Kishit Patel, he's somebody that certainly can get going here. So they need something from the left, with the two left-handers now, to get a decent partnership together. Another bowler comes on and gets a wicket, and no runs off this over so far. We've already seen one wicket maiden earlier today, and that came from, well, the great bowling of Junaid Afzal. Well, can we see another one here?
Yeah, we got a hat-trick as well today. Every hat-trick we see now might be our last, you know, only a week to go.
Plays it away, and they don't take the single. And there was, well, a bit of a misfield. The batters were at all sorts. No communication from them at all. But the fielder, well, I think he saw the batters were getting stuck in the middle. He knew, he just wanted it. He saw it, but unfortunately, seeing that meant he didn't look at the ball, and the ball gets through him. He'll get 4 runs for that.
Yeah, you're right. They weren't going to take one. They're going to get 4. There's not too many excuses for bad bounces on this. Maybe the one that goes over your head is the exception. 21 for 3. Not power play Ravel Sporting. We're after they lose a wicket in each of the 3 overs.
Yeah, but lucky boundary there. Also, I think the fielder who was involved with the misfield also sort of does a dummy for the man on the boundary. You thought, well, yeah, he's got it. So there was no backing up either. So valuable 4 runs. Kish Patel, the wicket-keeper batter, gets off the mark. Manish Mawani hasn't yet, and I think, well, I was saying before with 2 wickets going down, he was being a bit cagey. Well, now 3 have gone down, and he can't be cagey. He's got to play his own game. He's having a good look around, looking at that leg side boundary. That's where he scores a lot of his runs. Here comes the bowler, and it will be Subhani to bowl his second, and he bowls it at his legs. Not a good delivery. Keeper chases after it because he doesn't quite get out the middle of the bat. Do they go for 2? Well, probably not, because don't forget Manwani is carrying that injury.
Yeah. Let's see what sort of Manwani we get today. Only 2 balls he's had so far. He's been there a while, but hasn't really had the strike. He's just tried to dab away. But he does his best work when he kind of tries to open up that leg side. He won't be facing this ball because it's back to Patel as we go back to dog watch. Back to that in a second. Well, that's a great stop. He saved 4 runs there. The keeper, Mubashir Ali. I think he does a great job behind the stumps. This is certainly a boundary saver.
This is a superb stop. We've mentioned and talked about Mubashir Ali's keeping before. I think he's very, very good behind the stumps. This is a tremendous stop.
Yeah, that's very, very valuable. It won't get noticed, maybe in the wash-up, but that genuinely saves a boundary. I think most keepers wouldn't have stopped.
He'll take the single. Yeah, Subhani, not for the first time in a match, is having issues bowling to the left-hander.
So have you seen Hot Dogs around this morning, or we just had a few other dogs? I think Hot Dogs was around.
Hot Dog normally comes this sort of time to soak up the rays. Hot Dog loves the sunshine, and even then he likes to wrap up in the jacket or the coat of the owner. And that was a proper mutt. It was the National Day of the Mutts yesterday, and that was a nice mutt. In the shot earlier, Subhani gone. And Manish Mawani, for some reason today, just wanted. He said, "Camera, idhar." Well, he does find us eventually, the bowler. But yeah, Manish Mawani, for some reason today, wants to be a dabber. He's not a dabber. He could have gone earlier dabbing, and this time he does go straight into the hands of Mubashir Ali, who is not going to drop these.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good bit of bowling as well, to be fair, by Karamat Subhani. His points, maybe that was part of a plan or something like that. I mean, on another day, Manish is feeling more confident. He steps across and still tries to hit that to the leg side. I think it's in a zone that was causing the batter to be uncertain with his decision-making. I think that was the key. And when in doubt, Manish was kind of defaulting a little dab. He got away with it once or twice, but not this time. Well held by Mubashir Ali. We'll get a simple catch there. But yeah, you deserve the simple stats as a keeper when you pull off some stops like you pulled off earlier in the over. Anyway, it'll be Patel attack now as Unat Patel comes out at number 6.
Yeah, Manwani, a rare failure for him. He doesn't get off the mark in the 4 deliveries that he faces. So he'll go back It's another duck, 2 ducks in the camp.
Kish Patel at the other end, of course. Subani.
Goes for the body of the new batter. And Unat Kumar Patel to manage this to negotiate this away. Is there a bit of bad on this? I think they're worse. I think he gets pretty tucked up, but gets probably the top part of the bat or handle onto that. The keeper, Mubashir Ali, has a go. So where are the runs going to come from here from Raval Sporting? See, they've got Amit Das in their side as well here today. So, and also the likes of Ranveer Singh. So there are batters there, but struggling.
He's just really good at tying up the batter, isn't he, with this line, Sabani?
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you're going to have 14 matches in the group stage, you can't expect it to be smooth sailing every time. I suppose the thing for Raval Sporting is that they are forced to be perfect just to keep up with Catalunya Tigers. And looking at where they go from here, okay, we see them playing other young stars today. They play the Ada Tigers, and then they play Gracia. They play Catalunya Tigers later on, but West Wat right now, they got some issues, and it's going to go from bad to worse. Sabani, he does it again. He removes Kish Patel, 25 for 5 after 4.
Yeah, great work here. Caught and bowled. Well, he hit it pretty well, Kish Patel. And unlike in the action when the catch is taken, look at the batter and the bowler eye to eye. Look, here's the catch. He turns around, they're looking at each other. And, well, I don't know if there was a little gesture there from the batter as well, but I don't think there was anything too bad in this. The smile from the bowler says it all. Look, here he goes. There's the eyes. There's the eyeball to eyeball action. And then as he turns around, he's got a massive smile on his face. Raval lose number 5, 25 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the follow through into the middle of the pitch. If he just followed through normally, he probably would have had to catch it in his other hand. But as it is, 5 wickets in the first 4 overs. Don't count them out yet, though. Raval Sporting, even if they could get 65, 70 on the board, I think they've got the kind of bowling that could defend that. Right now, though, you're going to have to call on some other players to get them out of a hole. Amit Das mentioned he's in the lineup. He's at the crease now. He won't be facing because it's the end of the over. Now Nawaz Sharif comes on to bowl to Unat Patel, and he starts with a big filthy wide. Once again, Mubashir Ali, brilliant keeping, moving to his right. Make sure there's no extras.
Yeah, and also once again, this man, Sharif, always seems to start off with a nasty wide like that. But then, I tell you what, be warned, he's very quick to get it right. So Sharif bowls his traditional trademark wide and then gets the ball right up there. Good work in the field once again from the man who took the catch earlier. That started things going. And that's Wakas Tahir. And how important that catch was, because started with 4 runs of the very first ball, tried Patel, and then the very next ball took a tremendous catch from Tahir to remove him. And since then, they just haven't got going. Karan Datta got a little bit of luck, I suppose. Played 1 good shot, then got an edge that went for 4. But it's all about the young stars at the moment. Gets this one past Das. Raval at the moment not looking like the side that have been 6-0, and the young side, look, credit to them playing their first European Cricket Series, and they've been outstanding. Some of the work they've done in the field particularly has been great.
Yeah, for sure. They've got, I think, 4 players that have ECN experience, but still, they've given a good account of themselves.
So another wide delivery, so just this time straying a little bit down the leg side.
Das into the side is kind of an extra batter, I suppose. The youngster Zain Aberdeen not in the 11. So I suppose it gives them a bit more cover in this kind of a situation. But yeah, the thing is, it's not just the fact that they've lost 5 wickets. It's also the fact that the run rate at the moment is barely above run a ball.
It's nicely played down the ground, but it will just be a single as Tahir does the tidying up. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the negative would be, especially when you saw the likes of Manwani going out there, not really prepared to play his natural game. Ishan Patel, that run out, I mean, that would really hurt him. He's been in good form. The captain of Raval. This one's down the leg side, being hit back just past the batter. Well, remember that. We saw that earlier today as well. The ball hitting the non-striker and ricocheting back to the bowler. He said, thank you very much, and runs him out.
You can expect to see that in our social media as well. It's like run out, self-inflicted. See it all here on ECN. Couple to come for Sharif.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it, and this is going to be a great effort. I think he just keeps his in. We're going to have to look at his feet. I think his feet stay inside, don't you?
I think he actually touches the rope just before he hits the ball. It's going to be a really interesting one if we can see his feet.
It's a great effort. Let's have a look if we can see his feet. I thought he was okay. I thought he's okay.
That's when so he does touch the rope after the ball's gone.
That's fine.
Yeah, so the rope went, but that turns out to be a good stop.
Fantastic stop, that is. So, yeah, young stars, like I said, they've done some great stuff in the field, and that, again, demonstrates it. And that man, well, I tell you what, Wakasta here, he has been sensational. I think they may want to look at this one more time, but he's actually not touching the ball when the foot actually hits the rope. Look, here's the contact. Here he's fine.
And he doesn't touch it again.
The ball is not touching now when the foot comes down. That is great work. And great work from our production partners as well. Spring Productions, Elvira and Chris Taps and Valentine doing an outstanding job, guys. And, well, you deserve a day off. I tell you what, you're doing so good, you can have tomorrow off. I have it official.
That sounds fair.
From the bosses. You can have tomorrow off.
That sounds fair. Yeah,
right?
So you can see that, no doubt, it's not a 6. I think he was a bit annoyed. I thought he was annoyed because he thought he jumped from the rope, but I think he was just annoyed he didn't catch it.
Yeah.
But if he did catch it, well, then he had another issue, because what was he going to do next?
But I'm not sure why they're taking so long to look at this. I think you look at it once, you know that's... Oh, hang on. What are they doing here? I thought the umpire was about to signal something there for a moment. So I'm not sure what this is. I mean, for me, it's clear cut.
Yeah. I think eventually decisions come through and it's the right one.
Right, so no signal. Good save, good fielding. Sharif looking to bowl the last delivery. And this is played down. We'll take the single. Single taken. So end of the over. So once again, outstanding fielding from the Eddie Young Stars, which are just starving Raval Sporting of any runs. So at the halfway point here now, really are struggling. 32 on the board. It looks like you're going for a ski.
I'm just going to get my blood pumping here because...
Oh, it's nice now. Come on, it's lovely now.
I feel like getting active. You know, it's Saturday. Yeah, come on, it's Saturday.
Get rid of this, yeah.
On Saturday, I actually get a bit jealous because...
Why?
Everyone's playing sport around here, and I feel like I want to get out there. I'm getting the bug again. I want to get out there and do something. But I'm so happy that we get so many cricketers able to show what they're doing.
I tell you what, why don't you? I'll cover for you for a minute. Why don't you go for a run round, and I'll get the guys to follow you, and I'll time you. Go on, go for it.
I'm puffed out now.
Oh yeah, you see, I give you an opportunity. I'll cover for you. Look, people on the chat, do you think Vinny should go for a run around the boundary? I reckon we should. He wants to do a bit of sport. And look, while he's out there, you never know. The ball follows you around. You might get a few to stop. You might even get an opportunity to take a catch.
How many balls do you think it would take me to run around the whole field?
Ah, good question. I'm going to say, I reckon it'll take you probably a couple of overs.
3 balls?
3 balls?
3 balls.
There's no way.
Okay, so what we'll do...
Okay, you reckon 3...
Okay, in the 7th over, this is the 6th, right? 7th over, as soon as the first ball's bowled, so I won't go behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah.
So we'll move it off here. This is in the air, and, well, it's not stopped by Mohamed Tanzir, the captain, and he just didn't attack that, nor did he kind of back off. He couldn't back off. He was running out of room. And so, yeah, just finds himself with an awkward hop, and that'll be 4. Okay, so as soon as that first ball is done, then I will run around the whole field.
Okay, so...
And I reckon I'll be back within...
You said 3 balls?
I'll be back before the end of the over easily.
Okay.
That's
all right.
Agree?
What do you reckon on the chat? You reckon you can do it?
50-metre boundary times pi for the circumference is about 160 metres. Oh, easily.
Andrew Smith is saying, have you had too many Red Bulls?
You've
been good.
Metres.
You've been off the Red Bull lately.
In the suit, I'm not so sure it's a good idea, but 160 metres, well, I should run 115, it's no problem. So I really should be... I should do it in under a minute.
Yeah, you should do it under a minute.
And it won't be in the bowler's way. It's my point. All right.
Okay. All right. Challenge is set.
Deal.
I tell you what, if you do it, you can have your lunch. If you don't do it, no lunch for you.
And this is inspiration to everyone to be active. All right? Be active.
Keanu reckons you could do it.
What do you think?
I suppose it also
Wayne say
depends.
not a chance.
It also depends on the over. I mean,
right.
if they're all dots.
I'm off.
Okay, here we go.
As soon as the first ball's bowled and I'm not getting anyone's way, I'm going.
So he's got to wait for. So here's Mr. Maximo. So he's getting into position. He's got to happen after the first ball is bowled, and he reckons he's going to come back before the over's done. Let's just have a look at the bowling figures. Pretty impressive. Salik finishes his second, 42. 6 down. So Das, 4 not out. Patel. Vinny's in the starting position. There he is. He looks like a little frog, doesn't he? He's like a frog on the pitch. Okay. So he'll go after this ball. Okay, off he goes. And it's a dot. And it's not out. Come on, quickly get back to your mark. And there he goes. Well, there he goes. Where's the green hornet? And Maximo coming. Chase up with him. He's doing pretty well so far. Well, we haven't seen. Oh, come on. These guys, they knew what was happening. They're not giving the ball back to the bowler quick enough. Ah, come on. This ain't fair. I reckon oh, look, he's puffing. He's huffing and puffing. And this is played out to the covers. Well, Vinny, that's 2 balls in. Oh, he's slowing down dramatically now. Okay, can we have the guy with the defibrillator coming out now, please? And here he go. Come on, deep breaths, deep breaths. Come on, Vinny, deep breaths. I like that. I reckon we should make him do it again. What do you reckon in the chat? We'll be getting tight now, yeah. And this is played down. Well, he's going to do it, do it quite easily. I reckon the bowler, as Israel Ahmed, knew what was going on here. All right, he's back. And I want him straight on the mic, straight on. Come on, put him. Look, first of all, well done. Come on, talk to me, talk. No, it's not an 800 number that we just dialed. What's the matter, buddy? I thought you were fit. How's the hammies?
Not that far either.
Oh, dear. Oxygen, please. And I would love it if the ball was hit for a boundary now, and I'd want you to say Maximo.
It's pretty close, though.
To what?
It's got to be 2 or 3 balls.
Yeah, but they took an age to bowl the second. You were already halfway through with it. They were in on this.
It felt like
they were in on this. Anyway, you did very well. Move the microphone closer. We want to hear that. No. There you go. Heavy breathing properly.
With me.
This is stop in the air. You're regretting doing that challenge now, aren't you?
If you're a man of heavy breathing, and enjoy. How long is this over?
I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
How long will it take Rico? 8th over.
I'm not silly enough to do it.
8th over's coming up.
You know what? I will do it. I'll have a chat with Roberto to get the buggy out.
How was my form?
I have to say, the first part, the first sort of semicircle was very impressive. You were comfortable. You were smiling.
Around, I realized
the second half, you
made a big mistake.
Look, here you were good. Here you were flying.
That's first half.
And the trousers, well, they have been stitched well. That's all I would say. Here, you were struggling.
I was just kind of biting my tongue. There's a bit of theatre there. Did it easily.
Anyway.
Well, Rico, talk us through whatever's going to come on screen now.
Oh, dear.
Who are we going to see?
The God.
Sunday the 11th, Madeline Shaheen and Harris Sabadell, joined by the leader of Group B at the end of.
There's a lot of people tuning in now thinking, what are we tuned into? Because it looks like Maximo's up to no good.
I bet you a lot of commentators wouldn't do that.
You're absolutely right. Maybe that's a first. Is that a first? You see the first on ECN here?
Might also be last.
46 for 5, 7 gone, 18 balls left, and they need a bit of luck. Somebody to spark some runs on the board. We're talking about running. Well, Maximo, you did a bit of running. But you would have done well to go up with this one. It's a slice of luck. It's 4 runs.
It shows my estimation skills were pretty close. You thought I'd take a whole over.
I thought you'd take yep. It was the. I'm not going there. The bowlers. I think the next ball after the one you took, probably took a minute to bowl the ball. Anyway, back to the action here. It is the captain, Tanzir. And, well, this is a nice deflection away from the keeper.
Everyone was all the boundary fielders were pretty supportive, if not a little bit confused.
Yeah, they were wondering what you were after.
Give me high fives. Wayne's donated 10 Australian dollars. I'm going to pass it on to Heart Attacks Anonymous, I think.
Thank you, Wayne. And, well, this is bowled beautifully. The slower delivery that outfoxes the batter for Mohamed Tanzir, the captain. Gets another one, and it will be Das that has to go. And maybe he was dazzled by your running in the green. You were like the Green Hornet. That's what I can say, the Green Hornet running around the ground. You started off a bit like Kermit the Frog because you were camouflaged into the ground pretty well. And when you looked at it from the screen from a distance, it looked like there was a frog on the ground.
It looked like the Flash.
Yeah. And why didn't you even take your jacket off? Was there a reason?
Live by the jacket, die by the jacket. So 51 for 6. Unfortunately, bit of time to reflect, but that batter. Mohammed Rizwan comes in at number 8. Yeah, thanks, Wayne. That's very generous of you.
Look, the air ambulance is here. He's over here. He's over here.
Is that the helicopter?
Where's the air ambulance? Okay, clear the pitch. The ambulance is coming down.
Yeah. Everyone thinking that's come for me. It's all right. Oh, I'll go for a ride in it. There you go. So be active, people. Be active. Even if you go for a run, you can always catch up on ECN.
Yeah, and
when you come back.
You don't have to run like a headless chicken. You can just walk.
No, exactly. Don't even have to do that.
Yeah, go for it. Well, there you go. Make sure that
escalated very quickly from a maybe.
Look at you now.
From like
You're in severe trouble here.
From like an idea.
I'm not giving you. There you go.
Look at that there. Sitting down.
No, that looked like your golden ball there. Have you still got it in your bag? Is that your golden ball? It's been nicked by the.
No, we still got golden ball. It's in my bag. Yeah, I like to throw it around sometimes.
Yeah, well, I hope that Vinny Sandhu here has sparked you all into being a little bit more active. Maybe even just this weekend. There you go. Go for a long walk tomorrow. Well, that's a grunted slow ball. And watch the bounce. The fielder watches it pretty well. It'll be a single.
It's a weird bounce. Thought it was going to bounce the other way. Tanzir's bowled pretty good over there and goes for 6 and picks up a wicket. So 53 for 6. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's a similar style.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, I wish I was as lovable as those little characters outside the ground. 53 for 6. Here's Rico Full. He'll take you through the rest of the day.
Yeah, you just have a little lie down there, okay? Have a lie down. Get your breath back. Lunch will be here soon.
This is game 996. So 1,996 for me. So I'm just trying to shape up.
So Monday is 2,000. So I think you should do 2 on Monday. In fact, do 1 every innings. What about that?
You're doing a lot of chirping, but not a lot of running from that position, Santa.
I don't have to. Listen, I'm well over your age, so I should be the one doing the coaching. I'm coaching you. That's what I'm doing here.
You're more of an attempted motivator. I use the term attempted. All right. Tell you what, though, yeah. I will do.
What?
I will do 1 every innings. If you can leave after the first ball of the 10th and you're back by the end, before the last ball's bowled, I'll give you 1 a game.
If I do what? Sorry?
So 10th over's coming up.
Yeah.
Do what I did and just be back by the end of the over. I'm giving you 2 balls. Come on, crew, get behind Rico.
I'm not crazy. I'm not doing that.
You can be the Buzz Aldrin to my Neil Armstrong.
No.
You can be the second to
I
do
got
it.
dodgy knees. So
dodgy knees.
Dodgy knees.
All right.
Okay, so you
it was your shoulder that was dodgy.
Reckon I can't go do it?
You don't have to sprint. You just have to be back within 4 or 5 balls. That's the I'm thinking about it but not thinking about it. I remember that from when I was growing up.
Get out, and it will just be a single.
I think it's always a reminder of where my fitness is at, but I think that something needed to jumpstart this innings. It's just gone nowhere, hasn't it? Ruffle Sporting. Back to the bad old days a little bit. This will help.
Yeah, all extras will help. White has been signalled.
At least I'm not putting on the heavy jacket again now. In fact, I might have to get rid of this one.
I still can't believe you did it wearing the jacket. I can't.
What over was that? Was that 1 over ago? It was 2 overs ago and I'm still puffing.
Yeah, and you want me to do it? Ain't happening.
You got the innings rate to recover.
Oh, well, this one cuts in viciously. The batter can't quite believe it.
This is what he's trying to do, though. If you watch his fingers, he's rolling it down the right-hand side of the ball, so it's like a fast off spinner, and it does break.
So when the last time you went for a run?
Run.
He's playing some paddle tennis, but that's more short, sharp bursts. I'm more of a short, sharp burst person.
Okay, opportunity, fielder.
Uh-oh.
Now watch the bounce, and you knew that was coming. You knew that was coming. And, well, he doesn't. He overcommits to try and get to the catch, can't, and then he knows. You just know the spin is going to take this away from you. Oh, no, he's done. He says, what can I do about that? 4 runs.
Well, you know what? Hindsight's 20/20. If he had his time over, then he's staying way back in front of the boundary, making sure he's more prepared for anything. As it is, it's 62 for 6 after 9.
62 for 6. Mr. Maximo just going to take a bit of a breather. Look, fair play to Vinny Sandhu there. It was just a little talk, and he says, you know what, I'll do it. That's good. Well, that's the first for you. The commentator takes up the challenge, runs around the pitch, and he does it before the over is completed as well. This is up in the air, and it's a straightforward catch from Sharif. He takes catches for fun, doesn't he, that man? There's another wicket goes, so Mohammad Rizwan will make his way back. That's the 5th delivery. And this has sort of been the story here, really, for Raval. They haven't had too many to go after, and when they have, it's gone straight to the fielder. So another wicket goes down. That's the 7th. So the captain starts with a good one in his second over, the final one of the day as well. And just looking at the height on this one. And, I think it will be, I think it will be okay. So yes, being given his marching orders. I don't think there was any issues with that. I think it's one that was dipping. He's got a very clever slower delivery as Tanzania. He's bowled it a few times and helps him get the wicket straight away in this one as well.
Yeah, nicely taken. And Young Stars, new to the ECN, although did have a couple of wins to the start of the 8 of Tigers. Haven't found it so easy since. And this will bring Gaurang Mayavanshi, the little maestro, to the crease.
It's not often that Gaurang gets an opportunity with the bats. I'm looking forward to see how he does. How often has he? Has he got an average?
Yeah, he's batted a little bit. He's not the worst batter. It's just probably he's not a real out-and-out stroke player. He has 10 runs in ECN cricket in 42 matches coming up.
Okay. Well,
highest score of 3.
All right. I'm backing him to get more than well, how many balls he got here? He's got about 4 deliveries.
That means he's never hit a 4.
5 balls to come. Let's see. Oh, he's out. The plum LB, he stepped right across. Well, before I could even get my words in to say, I was going to say I'd back him to get past the 3. He's not going to. He's going to go first ball.
I think his pitch is on leg. It's the only question about it is where it pitches.
You think? I think it might be okay.
Yeah, and I think it's fine. My only question is where it pitches. It's the only thing that's questionable. The rest are obvious.
El Capitan is a happy chappy, but Gaurang Mayavanshi is not. The little maestro goes a long way across. Yeah, he's right on front there. He puts his foot right down in between middle and leg, and as that hits him, that's gain on the hit middle stump. Adios to the little maestro. Well, he's not known for his batting, and this is why. Tries to make room for himself, but he goes.
Yep, good decision. Like I said, it's the only thing I would have been looking at. I think definitely would have given that out. And so, little maestro will have to do his talking with the ball.
Yeah, that's 2 in 2. You know what that means?
Hat-trick opportunity.
Up in the air, shouts a catch. The fielder, he's not anywhere near it. And now he's not able to pick it up. The batters, what did it take? Just the 1?
Yeah, 2 there. I think they hustled it out for a couple.
Goppy's the man who gives it a big whack. Shouts and screams of catch it. And, he was in the air long enough, but the fielder, he was sort of was gesturing to the man at mid-wicket saying, hey, that's yours. Mid-wicket saying, it's not mine, it's yours. Nice to hit by Goppy. So can they get into the 70s here? That takes them, what, to 65? A couple of balls to go, so a boundary would get them there.
70 would be interesting. I mean, if there's one team I think are more likely than another to defend 70, it'd probably Raval Sporting with their mix of bowling options they've got. So Young Stars haven't always been convincing with the bat in their series.
But everything has to go their way, the same way you feel that it has here for the early Young Stars. I mean, everything has. But credit to them, they made some good fielding, good stops. This one, another opportunity, and well, right on cue when I said good fielding, good stops, they drop a catch. There hasn't been too many of that. It's not easy because this is in the sun. This is where it gets complicated, and it's pretty low down. And I think it totally, I don't even think he gets too much hand on that. That's Subani. Maybe disappointed, but Subani, he's a big, strong man. At least he gets something behind it that stops the game to the boundary. Up in the air, and this one will go all the way, so they will get into the 70s. So big hit from Gop, well, that was a Goppy because he got a single. That is Patel.
Yeah.
And, yeah, okay, fine. If they don't get to the 80s, it's going to be in the 70s. But still, they did well to get there. And that Maximo at the end of the innings, that could be crucial.
Yeah, they'll get into the 70s. Interesting chase, I think. I mean, you would favour the other young stars just looking at the score. But I think this is a bit closer than you think because the Ravel Sporting team, they know they need to win to keep pace with the Tigers if they want to get that top spot back. And, well, it was just a kind of innings. It was a dream for the other young stars. Despite that one going to the boundary, they have plenty of highlights. And as these early wickets really set the tone for a good 10 overs from Ali.
That was a superb catch. And, yeah, they were lifting up Ruckus to here because that was an amazing take. And when that wicket went down, then this happened. It's a direct hit. And what a throw that was to run out. It was Usman with the throw. Ishan Patel, the informer captain, he had to depart. And you see the umpire there going upstairs, and he was adjudged not to be back in his crease. And, well, there was 1 or 2. That was Cameron Datta. He hit 10 of 2 balls, a 6 and a 4, got lucky with, but he didn't get lucky with this. When it was Sharif who took the catch and said, I had loads of space behind me. Manish Mawani just didn't get going here today. Well, that was a bit of luck for the batter that came. Well, that was Chris Patel getting off the mark. Mawani, well, he was a little bit too focused on trying to play that sort of stroke into the third man area. And Subani, he was on fire as he got the wicket of Chris Patel as well. That was superb. And, you know, if you want to keep the score down, well, this is what Maximo thought. You know, he wanted to play some sport. I gave him a challenge, and off he went. Well, that was probably more exciting than some of the batting from Raval Sporting. Well, he wasn't so sprightly when he was coming to the end, but he got there. And eventually, he did get his breath back as well and was able to talk to us. But fair play, Maxi. Well, you're not as fit as the dogs around the ground, but you've got the same sort of energy that they have. And the Green Hornet was seen running around the Mount Dewey Olympic Stadium. And maybe we should give him a medal. It is the Olympic Stadium after all. What kind of medal should we give him? Anyway, I'll let you decide that. As we did see some valuable runs at the end. First, that drop catch, which meant the batter was able to go and hit this one, a big 6 out of the ground. So it did get them 6 to the end. It gets them into the 70s, 73 for 8. Raval Sporting are a team. I will say this. They are a team that can defend this for sure. And they will definitely be going out to do it. And Unat Kumar Patel, he's 31 of 18, ends up being valuable. It sort of holds this innings together and gets them to a score that, once again, as you heard Maximo say as well, Raval Sporting is sort of team that can make it count. But you just get the feeling the early young stars, well, they're on a high, they're on an up. They're a team that can perform well. I know their batting hasn't always clicked. I mean, against the Tigers, they couldn't chase 130, ended up on a low par 68. So if Raval Sporting can put that sort of performance in with the ball, it will restrict them. But then, on another hand, on the very next match, they went along and cracked 140. So they're a team that can be hit and miss as well. It's going to be very interesting. Interesting for me if Raval will deploy their spin bowlers, the likes of Ishan and Gurang, early and feel that that is where their success is going to come from, or they go with the seamers. Well, it gives you time to reflect, gives Mr. Maximo time to get his breath back. Well, we're going to give him 10 minutes because we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 95. And it is, well, the new boys, Ali Young Stars, that need 74 for victory. Join us back in 10 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back to the Barcelona Olympic ground here at Montjuic, and it's great to have your company for the second half of what should be a pretty interesting match between Raval Sporting, undefeated in 6 matches leading into this. Ali Youngstars, they had a good start to the series as well. These two locking horns for the first time in this FanCode European Cricket Series. In the first half of this game, Raval Sporting, their captain, Ishan Patel, won the toss and elected to bat. It didn't really go their way for the most part, but they have managed 73 runs off their 10 overs. 74 the target for the Youngstars, and he's managed to get us going. Pretty good drive first up. That's actually a really good shot. And so it is Wakas Tahir, who certainly looked good with that first shot. It's another powerful drive, but fielded. It was a Mushtaq, in fact. He was out there. A couple of good shots to get him going. So, still no score. Now, Manish beats Mushtaq with the third ball. If you want to defend a score like 73, then you better have a good start. Get that rate up to 8, 9, 10 and over sooner rather than later. Man, different ball game. I mean, Bashar Ali's the man who's out there with Mushtaq. He's lost his timing a little bit. Now they're going to take on a run. It's a bit of a dicey one, but they'll get there. So yeah, fielder's taking a long time to get there. I still think if this hits, I think he's out. Look at this. It hits the edge of the pitch. That's why Manish misses it. He's just sitting on his bat, not too worried, but he would have had to have been worried if that throw was better, because he would have been gone. Still just the one run so far. Mubasher takes strike for the first time. Boundary and over. Just keeps you on the rate. Set the field now. Slip in place. It's down leg side though. A little bit off with the bat in his brief innings. He's carrying a slight knee injury, but still a workhorse. Still opening the bowling for Raval. Hasn't missed a minute, in fact, so far in this series. Yeah, it's going to be safe. That will be handled, just one run. Bashar Ali off the mark now. I'm not sure it's quite above the shoulder. Close. And hard to see Raval doing this without taking a fair few wickets as well. Completely loses his run there, Manish. So it gives us a chance to welcome you into the chat if you're watching the ECN European Cricket Network. Hey, what about our challenge to Rico Full? Do we try to get him to do a lap? I know I did one in the first half of this game. Slight field adjustment. Third man up in the circle. Set to go. This is a dot to finish the over. Good one from Manwani. The score at the end of 1-3 without loss. He did have a golden ball in Barcelona just a couple of weeks ago. That was in week 2 of this series, but now it's 31 matches without a golden ball. We're still waiting for another one. Who knows? Could be this one. I think for that to happen, Raval Sporting, they need to win the battle of the middle overs. Their spin will come into the game, and I'm sure the youngsters will take it on. I do have some good options in the middle with Ishan Patel, the captain, as well as Gurung Mayavanshi, little maestro. Time for over number 2. It's going to be Ranveer to bowl it. Man with the big Sam on his back to bowl the second. That's a low full toss. Gets a fair bit of wood on this. May or may not go. I think it's a good stop in the end. It's just booted back into play by Chet Patel. Probably worth a second look, but I think this is a clean stop. Have a look at this foot. Is it ever in contact with the rope? Nope. I think that's fine. Two runs though. This is wide half volley, cracked to point. So they've hit a few good shots straight to infielders at the moment, haven't they? This is a handy start. The required rate start at 7.4 already. I think it's heading to about 8 after that ball. Up and over though, this will help. It's going, and it's gone. Maximal. It's the uppercut back foot drive from Mubashir Ali. The first 6 of the innings, and Ali Young Stars finished the over in star 11 without loss. In fact, no, not even close to the end of the over, pardon me. I'm still recovering from my run, to be honest. But yeah, that certainly helps get them back on target. Bowled him, and Sam does the trick. Ranveer Singh gets it full, gets it straight at 6 and out from Mubashir Ali. And Ali Youngsters lose their first wicket 11 for 1. I often say, if you get in trouble, then just stick to full and straight. I think it asks the most questions of the batter. We're just trying to make something out of this, really. It was one he could have afforded to have been a little bit more careful. So Mubashir goes for 9. Can't quite crack the double digits as he departs as 11 for 1. Excellent bowling by Ranveer Singh. He's been a really reliable performer opening up for Raval Sporting in this series. Raval Sporting, they're 6-0. I don't think that's enough to put them top of the table, but the thing is, Catalunya Tigers, they are 10-0, just on the fact that they've played 4 more matches. And so forces Raval to be perfect if they want to stay, I suppose, on track to get top spot and that potential wild card, or the potential fast track, if you like, into the Final 4 next Sunday. Hello to Tim Reedman. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you. Hello to Mandrake. Hello to Wayne. Anyone else I missed? Hello to Kazi. Anyone else? Don't forget to say hi in the chat. It turned out to be quite a nice day. 13 degrees now, plenty of sunshine. It was really cold at the start of the day. Nazir, the new batter. Wow, he hits one. It's going to go straight past the bowler and pretty much straight past everyone else as well. Cuatro carreras. That one's cube bound. Went past the bowler on the full, but pretty good pace. Rico just takes a break from lunch to throw that back. He's looking in pretty good shape. And I still think we need to challenge him to get around the oval. See if he can be back within the over. Anyway, end of the second. It's 19. Well, it's not yet. It's 15 for 1. Let's keep trying to finish this over. Ranveer won't be able to finish it here. Takes the score. Up to 16. Well, sorry I deeked everyone in the graphics department. Hello to Bajendra Yadav. Sorry I missed you. Nice to have you with us as well, Bajendra. You get a special shout out then. Played away with the back foot. Gets them back on target though, with a couple of boundaries that over. Goes for 13. Score is 16 for 1 after 2 overs. Now we can probably have a look at the standings, and you'll see that there are 2 undefeated teams left in this group. One of them, the Tigers, Catalunya Tigers that is. And Raval Sporting as well, although they're 8 points behind just because of the vagaries of the fixtures. They're playing a bit of catch-up, so Raval Sporting becomes quite an important game for them, I think. 4-point swing if they win it versus losing it. Bajendra's asking where's Rico. No, Rico will be back in a second. Just had some lunch delivered, so he's taking the opportunity to pop out for a couple of minutes. He thoroughly deserves his break. Ishan Patel. So they're going to spin in the third. Take it on straight away. Oh, and mishandled down there. And Wani, I know he's on that side of the field, but this is a real opportunity. He has to jump a bit, but he'd been hoping he held on to that. Yeah, Patel does like to bowl third over. Would have liked that catch to be held. And you're trying to defend, score in the low 70s. Don't make too many mess ups. This one's a little bit short and absolutely pounded to the leg side. Well, that's a fantastic bit of catching by his teammate. That's a... Let's see who that was down there, to be honest, so far away, but that was a fantastic bit of crowd fielding from the batting side. Maximo. And Nazir goes large. Patel gets it wrong. He's a man that rarely gets it wrong. Rico Full back in the commentary box. And Rico, a slow start. Seems like Ali Youngsters getting back on track.
Yeah, and the guy who's into bowls, the captain, Patel, wasn't able to get any runs today. He was run out brilliantly by Usman. Now he's trying to do something with the ball here. Always gets a bit of success. That's Patel, even though sometimes he can be a little bit expensive. It's a good bit of fielding.
Nice fielding there.
Thanks to the guys here for a lovely spot of lunch. Nice bit of lamb curry today. It was absolutely beautiful with some chapatis. Yeah, enjoyed that. And a bit of spice to it as well. It just helps to warm the inner body up. So it's been hit hard. Fielder's got work to do. Does really well patrolling the boundary there. Gets the throw in. So Raval, they're not going to make it easy. So if the only young stars are to be the first team to inflict defeat to them, they're going to have to see it all the way through. Changing the field here. So Ishan is bringing up Long on into the ring, keeping Long off back because he wants the mid-wicket Manwani to go on the boundary. Just floated up there, no run. And good end to the over. There was a boundary front. It was an opportunity as well to take a chance. Manish Manwani, well, not like him, puts it down, but it's not so far, not having the best of days as he wasn't able to get off the mark with the bat, puts the catch down. So end of the over, power play complete, 24 for 1.
Yeah, you can see they were able to make something out of the last couple of overs, I suppose. Raval Sporting, they were struggling along for most of that innings, just losing wickets. You see they lose 5 in the first 4 overs. A bit of a mini partnership. But yeah, they're able to get a bit of a kick along, 20 in the last 2 overs. Got them from 53 to 73. Anyway, now you're back. Now, you told me to do a lap and be back in a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
I'm putting the challenge down to you. I'll give you the whole over even. Make it easy for you.
But
I'm encouraging people to be active, Rico. So
I have to get around in a whole over. I'll think
just,
about it.
You can leave after the first ball and just have to be back before the end of the over. Anyway, here's a little maestro.
I have to worry about my knees, you know, and I'm not as young as you are.
Never heard about the knees till now. You can just go at a steady pace for a gentleman your age. It's fine. We're not expecting you to be as, you know, it's quick. Although, I must admit I had a few regrets about going out of the blocks so hard.
It took you a while to recover, you know. It took you a while
Still
to
recovering.
recover.
I thought the second over finished like 3 times before it did. Anyway, here's one of our favourites, Gurang Mayavanshi, left arm spinner.
I'll tell you what then.
Okay.
What's it, first of all, so if I get round in an over, what's it worth? Do we go back to the dinner?
I'll buy you whiskey.
And dinner.
And dinner. Because we won dinner apiece, right?
What do you reckon, people in the chat? Should I go for this challenge?
That was Roberto. So, Mayavanshi has a good way of just kind of getting the ball dropping. This is punched away into the offside. And this will just be a single. So, was up. Seems like he's having a lamb curry. Maybe you are as well, Rico. He enjoyed his. But I think we need to turn up the heat on Rico.
So what do people think? Should I do it? Should I take? Well, this is going to be a wicket, and well, the little maestro just floats it up there, and they get the dangerous man. We know that Shahid Nazir, well, when he's on form, he can certainly make things happen, and he was a man that went big. 60 of 24 when the young stars put 140 on the board against the Catalonia Tigers. But he's going to have to go, and it's the little maestro. Well, he does a little bit of his magic, beats him in the flight, and gets a caught and bowled.
Because the ball doesn't arrive, he's early on the shot. That's why it's just the leading edge. You couldn't get an easier caught and bowled than that, really. So Nazir already pounded a 6 and a 4. He's going to have to go for a dozen. The score is 27 for 2. Okay. All right, come on. So time to stump up.
Dave Smith is saying, yes, I've got to go. It's saying it's my turn. All right. So if I do it, so I go round the pitch.
Yeah.
In and out. So, all right.
Yeah, like this. You probably won't go that fast.
So you did it. Right, it's my turn. All right. Hang on. I'm going to be warming up.
All right. Are you really going to do this?
Well, I'm going to start warming up. So I'm going to go over here for a bit, start warming up.
Slightly quicker one from my Avanchi. It's the end of the 4th over. The score 27 for 2. Well, here's Rico. Why are you spraying on top of your sunglasses? Are you nervous? All right. So you better go. As soon as he bowls the first ball, you can take off. Yep. All right. Good luck. Go take your blocks. Take your blocks. I find it hard to believe. Well, you might do it. Maybe not 3 balls. So I guess you're stuck with me for another over. Yeah. Everyone's saying, come on, Rico. Is that David Smith? Yeah, a Mandrake doppelganger in there. All right, I just don't see him getting round as quickly as me. But anyway, here's Ishan Patel. Oh, that's really close. And he's gone. Yeah, it was plumb, to be honest. And Ishan Patel gets another wicket. Mushtaq, he hit a couple of good shots when he first came out. They didn't get a lot for it, but he will be the 3rd man to fall. And it's 27 for 3. Easy decision, really. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now, that is not part of the deal. And he's going the wrong way. Rico full. Just look up greatest cheating scandals in history. Now he thinks he's doing a ticker tape parade around the ground. Well, you've got to be joking me. Also, I'm pretty sure Sam's speeding. Well, it's like when somebody's retired and they get the little motorcade. Well, Rico has taken exactly 0 balls, 1 ball to get back. Well, nobody likes a cheater. But anyway, welcome back, Rico Full. You don't seem too puffed out there, Rico.
Listen, fitness is everything. I did it in a ball. I did it in my
actually
ball.
Technically 0 balls, so don't
0,
count the 1.
Yeah, so how about that? That's a world record.
You reckon my over was slow? That was a wicket. That was a plum LEW, by the way.
I probably could have done it, actually. But hey, there you go. You see, you got to be smart. Remember the hare and the tortoise? I said I'll get around. I didn't say how.
Yeah, well, I've never seen a tortoise grab a ride. Also, I'm pretty sure you got a speeding ticket over there. How fast was Sam going in that thing?
Yeah, thank you, Tids.
They do say Formula 1 drivers have to be very fit.
Yeah, thank you to Sam. Listen, we should say adios to Sam Williams. I mean, not now, but after today, Sam will be he'll be departing, he'll be leaving, and fair play to him as well. It's a hard worker, and it's well, we'll go and go back to his missus and complete his honeymoon.
Yeah, that's it. He goes on his honeymoon on Monday. First, let's have a look at this. It's a great take from Kish because it's between the body and the stump. Just slight fumble before he grabbed it in his hands. But, yeah, you should be driving Sam and he should be waving to the crowd like a ticker tape parade for his last day of the year.
I was actually running. I was running in the buggy. This is up in the air and it's going to go in between the 2 fielders. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
This game's getting tight, though, because, I mean, that'll help. But before that, it was up to about 8.6 and over. And we know that Ravel Sporting is so good at kind of choking these middle overs with the spin with Ishan Patel and Gaurang Mayavanshi. It's the biggest 4 overs of the game, I think. Overs 3, 4, 5, 6, I think will be all spin. So what do we think about Rico? Legitimate or not? I'm going to put it to the jury
It's legit.
Jury of our peers.
How can it not be legit?
You went the wrong way. You went backwards.
It still went round, didn't I?
Yeah.
I still went round. You didn't say I had to run. You just said I had to get round. And I was quite clear that I'd get round there. That's a world record. I want to see anyone else do it at the world record. It's a world record. What? What's the matter? What's the matter? What's this look about? Come on, give me a hug. Don't be like that.
Hate it when we fight. We've had a pretty good year too.
Look, that was legit. Come on, folks. Give me the thumbs up if that was legit. I'm sure it's legit. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Look, I'm running.
Okay.
I'll give the batter a clap.
I'll give you that. You know, you worked smart, not hard. You saved your knees. I was a bit worried, actually. I thought you might be vibrating. Hey, do you want to hear some great cheating marathon scandals? Because you just remind me of some really interesting ones. Here's Gaurang, though. Oh, wow, what a shot this is. He takes the chance and he pumps it out of here. That's over everything. Maximo, 6 runs. The young stars want a few more of those. Could be game over.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, isn't it? Uses his feet beautifully to get to the bit. We often say, Gaurang, he does pick up a lot of wickets, but that's mainly because batters don't want to use their feet to him. This is the way to do it. Well, that's one of the Poochie's balls out there.
That's a great shot. I mean, it really took it on. It's a risky shot, but the risk pays off.
Clever, clever. I know it's a wide, but it's worth taking the gamble here because I think Mavanchi is expecting Tanzir to come for this, miss it, get the stumping in. So, okay, I'm liking that. I'm liking the little battle between these two. The captain versus the maestro.
Takes on again. There's a few marathon cheating ones. I mean, most of them involve people hiding near the finish line and then just running and powering across the line, especially in the days before a lot of technology.
Yeah.
Right? Or they'd get a ride on like a car or a bicycle to near the finish line. So they'd start the race and then basically like drop out and no one would notice. I think these days it's a bit more difficult. But yeah. Oh, this is a good one. In the 1999 Comrades 55-mile ultramarathon South Africa, 2 brothers claimed 9th position after running the race in relay, swapping clothes in toilets along the way. Anyway, this is in the air, gone. So Mayavanchi does get Tanzir in the end. And I still think this is game on here. They need about what they started with, about 7.4 and over, I think, after that wicket. So Tanzir goes 42 for 4. Little Maestro does it again.
Always finds a way, doesn't he? I mean, even though Tanzir smashed him for a big 6, using his feet well this time when he's trying to use his power to go over the off. He's not able to. The fielder perfectly positioned, takes the catch, and that's Gopi. So Gopi gobbles up another. The captain will go for 12 of 7 deliveries.
Anyway, let us know if there's any interesting ones. But, yeah. And I know I've seen something about if you ever think about you've like made a mess of something, then the organisers of the 1904 Summer Olympics, all right, so we're going right back. It was in St. Louis in the United States. There was this thing where they didn't have any drink stations for anyone in the marathon, and then they were all dehydrated. One of the competitors, they accidentally gave him rat poison as part of the drink that someone made for him. And he ended up still winning.
Never.
Yeah, it's actually true.
No way.
Yeah, it was mixed in with brandy in an egg white. So he won. It's one of my favourite bits of trivia. And yeah, he continued to battle, hallucinating, barely able to walk for most of the race. When he reached the stadium, he got carried over the finish line and he was shuffling his feet as if still running. But then he got told that he'd won because most of the other runners had collapsed of exhaustion.
Oh, that's
You think that I mean, they were pretty tough in those days.
crazy.
You know, rat poison kicking in.
Mayavanchi looking to finish the over well, floats it up there. He's in the air. How much of this has he got? Ishan doesn't normally drop him, and he's not going to drop this one. And Gaurang Mayavanchi says, I am not a batter, so never mind about the first bowler. I'm a bowler. And I tell you what, he certainly is, and a pretty classy one. The little maestro picks up his 3rd wicket, and he keeps Raval in this match. The score now is 43 for 5.
Yeah, does it again and again and again. Well, Marta's saying that Mayavanchi needs to get in touch with Corey Rutgers. Well, Corey knows about Gaurang. He was part of the T20 international squad in Desert Springs earlier this year.
Yep.
I know he was part of the ECC campaign as well. Okay, didn't get on the park too much, but certainly a young player to watch and someone that always continues to impress us. So 43 for 5. Look, they only really need, what is it, 7 and over, 7.5 still. But yeah, running out of batters and 3 for 13, Maivanchi, very important. So you put together the 4 overs of Ishan Patel and Maivanchi, the spinners. They take 4 for 27. Hey, it's even better. So I knew that one. I didn't know this one. Cuban postman Andarin Carvajal had also joined the marathon, arriving at the last minute after losing all his money gambling in New Orleans, Louisiana. He hitchhiked and had to run in street clothes that he cut around the legs to make them into shorts. Having not eaten in over 40 hours, he saw a spectator eating 2 peaches. He asked if he could have the peaches. The spectator declined. He then stole both peaches and ran away. Oh, God, this is good. Oh, I want to keep going with this.
And listen, why are you talking all this
later
cheating
he stopped
talk?
off.
I didn't
He's
cheat.
in the marathon. Later, he stopped in an orchard en route to eat some apples, which also turned out to be rotten. The rotten apples caused him to have strong stomach cramps, had to lie down and take a nap. Despite falling ill and taking a nap, he still finished in 4th place.
You know,
What a story. What a story.
you know when you say you've had a bad day, you need to listen to a
love it
story
he
like
asked
that.
the spectator, he's running the Olympic marathon, we're going to have the peaches, and the spectator said no, and then he stole them anyway and ran away. Oh, what a great story. Anyway, right here, we've got to have a good story being written. That's going to be even better for Manwani. He points them homeward, and wow, unbelievable work, really. It's 43 for 6 now, and Raval, the master defenders, could they defend this score in the 70s?
Oh, what a beautiful delivery this is. You know, we've talked a lot about the length of bowling today. This is the perfect length. What a Yorker this is. And you know what's nice about this is Smart. He goes a little bit wider and angles it in. And, well, Wakata here, he has to depart. Such a good delivery. Beautifully bowled. Well, there's nothing going right at the moment. Another batter has to take leave. So Subhani is the man who only just went out there himself. He's at a non-striker's end. 7 down here now. Raval Sporting, well, they just seem to know when to turn on the style. And we said at the time, didn't we, when it was a low score, that if there's one team that can defend it, looking back at the history and how they normally perform, most of their good work is done in the field. Wow, what a turnaround this could be.
Never doubted them. Having said that, what if I told you that they're 5 Maximos away from tying the match? Because they are.
Yeah.
So it just takes, we saw it earlier with Randit batting at 11. You can change things pretty quickly.
Arun Salik, he is the new batter who comes out to face Mamani. Mamani will want to get this York again straight away. In he comes. And it's a little bit short, but gets played away.
Hey, look who it is, Harun Salik. I mean, he's not the worst with the bat. And like I say, the run rate required isn't out of control. I mean, the issue is, number one, they haven't dealt with the spin that well. Now they're struggling with Manwani. And then the other issue is, they're running out of batters. But yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. The overs are spin. We talked about it. It depends how well they handle that. They haven't handled it that well. A couple of bright spots, but lots more dark spots for the other young stars.
The thing is, though, Gurung is bowled out. Ishan Patel bowled out. Now Manwani, he's coming here, particularly to take wickets. He's going to be bowled out here as well. So,
yeah,
you know, some of the main strike bowlers are going to be gone here. So, this is off the bat, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know if I thought he gets an inside edge. See what the umpire says. Umpire says, yeah, we would have batted that. So, look, this was an important over because it's when you're going back to pace. So I think they didn't want to mess that up and let them back in the game. So I don't mind the fact they've gone back to Manwani. But now, yeah, obviously, you're probably going back to
2 new bowlers,
and they haven't used a 5th bowler yet. So I think someone else is going to have to bowl 8 and 10. Maybe Gopi. Got a few options.
The bowl gets this one to go the other way. A very, very good over. A very good spell. You can't argue with that, can you? Manish Manwani gets his 2 overs in and only gives away 5. So the youngsters, Manwani and Gurung, though between them, they were able to get 0 with the bat. When it comes to the ball, they're producing some magic and they're keeping Raval Sporting in this match. And you'd have to say with that right now, just under 10, Raval here probably have to be favourites. Bearing in mind that they picked up 6 wickets as well.
Just a reminder that maybe if you're new to ECN, you want to know what we're up to. Well, we don't often take breaks. That's not really what we're about. But we do have our end of season break coming up in around a week's time, just after a week's time. Our last day of the season, 11th of December. We'll be back on the 30th of January to start a brand new season. At least 45 weeks of cricket coming your way on ECN. And it starts right back here in Barcelona. It's because of good weather. That's why we can start, we can finish here. It's a beautiful facility. Let's have a look at what's going to happen in this game. Because, yeah, now it's just crept up now to around the 10 and over. And you're going to go for Mohammad Rizwan then. Okay, in number 8. Biggest over, really, of the game so far for me as far as deciding who will actually walk away with the points. Here's Rizwan.
And this is out of here. Well, that's a good shot. That's the way to do it. Well, we knew that these bowlers, or one of these bowlers, will have to be targeted once the main strike bowlers have been swept out of the way. Well, between them, they've taken 6 wickets, but they haven't got them all out yet. And any youngsters, so that's a perfect start. A good hit there from Subhani. Subhani, could he be the key? He bowled brilliantly.
Yeah.
He's a big, strong man. He's looking to take their team to victory here.
Perfect start.
Up in the air, chance. Big moment. Will they get there? No, they won't. Drop short. Well, how lucky was that?
Very lucky, because I thought it was a dead 6 and out. Just a reminder, these two teams will go head-to-head again in the last game of the day. It's the last game of the week, actually, starting in about 35 minutes right here on the ECN. And the youngsters have won the toss and elected to bat first in match 96. And again, still to see what's going to happen here. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing the rematch. You can see there's not too much between these teams at the moment. Yeah, Rizwan, worst possible start for him to the over. Almost comes back with a wicket.
Yeah, but they changed strikers. It's elite. Well, he wants to go the same way as well, and he will. Well, how about that? Both the batters out there at the moment have hit 2 maximos, and that changes the concept of this game straight away. Incredible stuff. What a match this is.
Yeah, fantastic hitting. And this was maybe a concern. 5th bowler. Rizwan. It's not bad bowling, but it's just the slot. And it's credit to the batters. They've taken on the drive, and they've got it in the middle. Again, a wicket here could change everything. Can Rizwan come back?
And, well, does this carry? Does it not? That will be the question. There's definitely a snick on it.
I've got a feeling it doesn't carry just by his reactions. A big nick, no doubt.
Let's have a look. Does this carry? I mean, the snick is definitely there. Now, all eyes now on the keeper's gloves. Been good to see this from the side on angle as well. We've got it. Does he get his gloves underneath this? No.
No, not quite. To be honest, it kind of lodges in his finger.
Yeah, just bounces before. Yeah, side on won't give us the answer.
So
but I think looking at it from the way we just did.
He almost catches it. It kind of lodges. He almost yorks himself, I think. It gets the ground. And we'll have a look at this again.
Yeah, one more time. Have a look.
See, he does kind of lodge in his hands. But for me, it grabs a bit of the ground. That's why it's great camera work by the guys as well. Swing production. You see here, that ball grabs some of the turf as he's catching it. It's almost a dead heat, but yeah, definitely doesn't get it clean under the ball. And that's why I think, to be fair, Kish Patel never really claims it. He says, look, I may have caught it, but I've got some serious doubts. Because remember, he's got the big gloves on. He probably can't feel that well.
Yeah, he hasn't got too much of a clue. That's so close. And, well, they're going with the out decision.
Wow, this is a curious one, because I just don't think that you can give that out. Even if you had a soft signal of out, I think that's conclusive enough for me.
Hang on, wait. The umpire's now turned around this way and said no.
I think it might have been a communication breakdown. Because, see, for me, let's have another look. Yeah, I mean, that's not out. You can actually see the ball touch the ground here. There's one frame which is pretty conclusive, and probably in about 2 frames' time.
Well, it's being given now not out, which I think
Yeah.
is a correct decision. Whether there was a bit of a communication failure between the information coming through from the third umpire, Sufyan, and the umpires on the field of play. But the key thing is the right decision, because you didn't want that to be the talking point.
No, of course not. Yeah, but it's annoying for the Rabbah Sporting supporters because they were close.
Though. Still a dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball.
It's just gold dust in itself.
The wicket has value though, doesn't it? With both these two hitting sixes already. Here's Rizwan. And now it's completely wrong. And they think about an extra. They'll just settle for the one wide. At least, look, they get that right eventually. That's the main thing. I mean, you got to realise also, I suppose, that something people don't realise. Also, you've got some language barrier issues in Spain as we go from place to place, and sometimes they might not Might not get the off-field message relayed correctly at the beginning, but anyway, good thing is we get it right in the end. Anyway, here we go.
He's going to be safe, you know. Chase is on the Eva, but not going to get there. And, well, I suppose it's a risk that you take with the third man, whether you have him up or in. And he's up in the circle. It's a perfect lob that goes over Ranveer Singh. And I'm pretty sure that Ranveer is going to be in the action pretty soon as well with the ball. And I think you made a fair shout. You know, one guy who's bowled pretty well for them is Gopi. And I would have thought Gopi would have got the call before Rizwan here.
I would have thought so. But anyway, look, last ball for Rizwan. Probably last ball we'll get. It won't be. Good keeping. Look, to be fair to Kish Patel as well, I don't think he does anything wrong in kind of semi-claiming the catch. He's not really claiming it. He's basically saying, look, I'm not sure. You can tell from his body language and the fact he's saying, yeah, look, I'm not saying that I definitely caught it or I definitely didn't catch it. The fact the keeper himself wasn't sure. So I don't think you can really criticise him. They have the technology. They have a look at it. Yeah, ultimately, they get the decision right. And the robot saying, great decision. Long live the limited review system. Hello, robot. Been quiet this week, the robot. Almost like it's pretty busy in the ECN office. This will be one to finish the over. 65 for 6 after 8. You know, 9 off 12. And you say, okay, that's easy. But you know what? Not so much if you take a wicket or two here.
Yeah.
So Rebel Sporting still have a chance. And I think we're probably going to see Ranveer bowling the 9th over.
Yeah, tough that one because 20 come off it. It goes magical just when they needed it. And that is, I suppose that's the... I mean, you can't say that Rebel made any mistakes. I think to stay in this match, they had to use the key bowlers. So that's why they all got bowled out. There was no other option. So then the only problem with that is that you're then using some of your other bowlers, not your key bowlers, to try and bring the match home. That's always going to be the risk. They went with Rizwan. It didn't quite work. So, like you say, though, this match is still not done. You still need to try and get these 9 runs from somewhere.
Look, don't get me wrong. These two, they actually hold the bat pretty well. But they'll be feeling the pressure. I think with the field back, they're just happy to take one a ball here. But they may go for glory. They might get that rush of blood. Let's go.
Gets a throw in and needed the direct hit, really, I think.
Look, the thing is here, the smart play is if the field's back, you just keep taking risk-free ones. You don't need to go for a big shot, risk a wicket that could just set a chain of events that basically loses the match for you. But it's only natural. If you see one that's in your zone, you're going to want to go for it. And of course, just 1.5 hits away from glory. He's smart batting, really smart.
Yeah, it is smart. And I think the other thing, of course, the batters know here that the fielding side are going to be reluctant to throw the ball away. You know, if it's a 50-50, do you have a go? Do you hold on to it? You have a go, you're giving them a double.
Current data comes in a bit tighter at cover now to try and prevent that single. I think that's smart. So Leak on strike. You take this to the last, even if you need 5 or more. I think then the fielding team's forced to bring in all the infielders to try and prevent those easy singles. So right now they're just trying to hang in the game. They can handle even a couple of singles here. I think they're more concerned about preventing the boundary that will pretty much kill the contest. So I can understand that. I do like the cover coming in a little bit to try and stop that single.
Chance. Oh, hits the hard's hand of Ishan Patel. The batters also get around. This is a big moment. Big moment.
Ishan Patel doesn't drop too many catches. He just hits that at pace, and that's why it bounces out of the palms. He just wasn't really in control of the slide either.
Captain putting one down, so the batter's changed. Savani.
What a game.
Yeah, clever. Takes a single, doesn't want to go for the big hit. So there's ball to go. And 6, they can do it with one hit. Will he be? I think you go for this one. Last ball of the over. Yeah, last ball of the over. Go for it. Why not?
13 golden balls this year. Could this be 14? I'm not so sure. I just think you take one here. That's like 20% of the runs you need. Hits it. Probably gets the one. So don't get a fumble. Yeah, so Patel. I mean, obviously cost them a run. I'm not talking about that Patel. I'm talking about Ishan Patel. But yeah, it's a chance to break this partnership. This partnership, it's like a mini partnership. It certainly has made a difference. Now, I think we might see Gopi here. I don't know if they'll go back to...
Yeah, we are.
Back to Rizwan.
Good
who
shot
went for
for
20.
me.
But again, you're asking a bowler who hasn't bowled yet to defend 4. But having said that, the batters haven't seen him either. So, yeah, big finish coming out. Now I think you got to gamble with a mid-wicket in and a cover in at a minimum to try and prevent the little tap and run. Because I think, again, if I'm batting here, I'm thinking if I score for every ball, can't lose. Again, yeah, sure, if you see one in your zone, you want to go for it. But don't go looking for trouble. 4 to win for the Youngstars.
Tries to do it with one shot and will do it with one shot. Shaba, manos arriba, arbitro, porque es una 6. So the 100% record of Raval Sporting comes to an end. They battled bravely in the field. You can't take anything away from the bowlers and the fielders. They did a great job. Is the batting that didn't click, didn't get enough runs on the board. 73 was not enough. I mean, look, they do extremely well to take it into the last, but a good partnership towards the end. I always say it's all about partnerships, no matter where they happen. That partnership was crucial, and Harun Salik, when he's the man that pumped the ball for a boundary to give his team the victory.
And Raval Sporting fall to their first loss after 6 consecutive wins. And ultimately, they didn't have the runs on the board they needed, but they did put up a big fight. I think Ranveer was handy. I think the Manish Manwani bowled well. To be honest, they had 4 bowlers that all held their own and then some. And Maya Vanchi and Isham Patel spun a web through overs 3, 4, 5 and 6. But yeah, that 5th bowler just coming back to bite them a little bit. And Gopi couldn't survive more than one ball. Well, Rico, he was off. And Z said, okay, I'm ready to go. Sprays his sunglasses, which I thought was a foolish move. He was way ahead of me. But yeah, big hello to Sam as well, who's having his last day of the year before he heads off on his honeymoon on Monday. That's good pace from you. I wasn't particularly plussed about that. But look, Raval Sporting, and they'll rue the fact that no one clicked with the bat really for them. And yeah, it was that 5th bowler. They introduced them late. They held on as long as they could. I think strategically they played it pretty well. I mean, you can go back to Rizwan not working, but I mean, it was worth a try. Yeah, it's either Rizwan or Warrak. But when it came down to it, it's the Ali Youngstars with a pretty good victory over a team that were previously undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, to win a match like that when you haven't got many runs on the board, you have to go with all your strike bowlers first to give you a chance. That's what they did. I don't think you could have held any of those bowlers back. And then you just know that you're hoping that the tail doesn't click for the Ali Youngstars, but it did. I mean, they clicked really well. There was that opportunity, wasn't there, with Isham Patel could have taken the catch. This one, I think we have to look at it again and again and again, and eventually you got it right. Key moment.
Yeah, it was. And the robot having a bit of fun, asking in the poll, is the limited review system A, the perfect gift for loved ones, or B, means no howlers, no cry? Yeah, I think ultimately it was one that was kind of puzzling everyone on the field, but I think they get it right in the end. And yeah, it has a lot to do with the result, I think. I mean, that would have been a wicket. So would the catch for Isham Patel down the ground. Salik ended up hitting the winning runs, but he was dropped on 13. So Salik and Subani get them home in the end after a pair of 12s for Shahid Nazir and Mohammad Tanzir. But they do it, but just. And I think that the Youngstars, they'll be confident that they can maybe do it again. Maya Vanchi with 3 for 13 bowled really well. But have a look at the first 4 bowlers and compare that to bowlers 5 and a bit. See 7 balls going for 26 out of the 5th bowler. And apart from that, it was 6 for 50 or something like that, everyone else. So, look, it's a shame for Raval Sporting that their unblemished record is now no longer so. But they will have the chance to reply when we return in 20 minutes. The last game of week 4. And it'll be the Youngstars. They're batting first after winning the toss in match 96. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. I might get Rico to give me a spin on that little motor buggy, but we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into that last match of the day. Till then, hopefully you're staying safe, staying happy. We'll see you soon for more cricket right here on ECM. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Time for the last game of the day. In fact, it's the last game of the week. Week 4 of 5 here in this wonderful city. And it's great to be here in the Montjuic Olympic ground once again. Of course, we'll start the season here in 2023 as well. So the toss for match 96 is on the way. Once again, we will see Raval Sporting. They are taking on the LA Young Stars in this one. Let's go over to Rob Kemmies with the two captains for that coin toss.
Good call.
Yeah.
Heads is called. It is heads. Good.
So the coin toss is won by the LA Young Stars, and they've decided they want to bat first. Well, interesting for me because they did have some success bowling first last time, but maybe I think they just want to get the runs on the board and see if they can catch Raval Sporting on the hop again. I mean, the main issue last game for Raval Sporting was their batting. They weren't certainly looking like a team that had been undefeated previous to that. So look, looking forward to seeing what happens between these two teams. Not too much between them, and yeah, I think it'll be a very interesting one. Different change of order as far as the batting first team, because it is the LA Young Stars. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. So over to Rico Forwards, get ready for the last game of the week, match number 96.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Another terrific week. What a workhorse Maximo is as he completes another complete week. And, well, he's certainly fit enough, isn't he? As we saw him running around the pitch as well, doing his laps in. And, well, looking after himself as well. Well, we're going to be here for the last time this week. And then one more week to go. And, we'll be back there to the magnificent Mount Dewey ground. Those magnificent views on Monday. Raval Sporting and looking to bounce back. They suffered defeat for the very first time at the hands off their opponents once more, the LA Young Stars. LA Young Stars making their European Cricket Series debut. And you know what? They've caused a few upsets and a few surprises. And this time round, although Raval Sporting, once again, the bat versus ball wall pips them 114 to 101 to continue to win. Of course, Raval now have to add a red dot to their history. I think it's going to be closer than that. I'm wondering whether the LA Young Stars, they want to have a bat first here this time. So they're obviously believing that not only can they chase whatever Raval managed to get, that they can put big runs on the board and put the pressure of the chase on Raval. I quite like that because Raval, we do know that they win the toss. They like to bat first. I think there's a little bit of mind games here from the LA Young Stars. They're probably thinking, well, we're not going to let you do what you want to. We're going to dictate things here a little bit. So let's see how this goes. Manish Mamwani, who was in top form in the last one. He bowled very well, didn't he? And picked up just the one wicket, but Ogilvy gave away 5 runs. He'll be key as we get ready to start. And see that it will be Nazir. Jahid Nazir to open up. He's a talented player, hard hitter of the ball. Let's see if he can get going in this one. And maybe he's one that fancies being out there without that a target in his mind. He can bat freely, looking to put a target on the board. And it's the captain who's out there with him as well, Tanzir. So it will be Manwani bowling to Nazir to start off with. Welcome back to everybody. And welcome to the final innings of the week. And thank you for all your support and all your conversation, not just during today, but during this week, as Mamwani starts with a beautiful away swinger. He's got the knack, hasn't he, to drift the ball in and then gets it moving away. Nice start. Turned out to be a very nice afternoon as well. After a very cold start, just 4 degrees on the temperature scale, but with the wind chill factor, it was pretty spicy. And speaking of spicy, this is spicy as well, as it's been blasted back to Manwani, and he's felt the brunt of this. This has been absolutely laser beamed back to him, and the young man, he gets a hand to it, but well, now he's examining the hands. This was hit like a rocket. I mean, if he was to take this catch, it would have been one of the all-time best cordon balls you'll ever see. It was absolutely lasered. And Mamwani, well, he's going to feel that, isn't he? It's a brave effort, really brave effort. And no runs taken there by the batters as well. Just have a look at this, how hard this was hit. Ow, wow, that was smashed. He does well. I'm so happy that he does get his hands to that as well. We know he's a brave young man. He's been battling through an injury with his knee. Now he's got a hand injury to contend with. Nice work in the field there. And the fielder, no Ishan on the boundary, which is a bit of a surprise. I suppose he's decided after a couple of mishaps in that area that he's going to give up that position. And so Chait Patel is going to be there. The umpires, let's have a little look at each other. Everything's fine. And one in out to the captain, who takes him on, hits this really well. This is such a good shot. I mean, it's a risky shot, but it's not the first time we've seen Tanzania play this. He backs himself to play it. He's LBW candidate here, but he gets himself in a position where he's able to strike the ball into the area which is vacant. Such a good shot. Dangerous, but good. And Momwani, no, he won't be deterred. He knows that every time he gets the captain of the other young stars to play this shot, he's always giving him a chance. And this time he keeps it out of his reach, but well within the guideline for a wide. Would be a dot ball. Momwani walks back to his mark, plenty of his mark. I think the hand that took the brunt of that caught and bowled opportunity was the right hand, so that's why I think it's... Oh, that's the slower one. I thought we were going to see this, but it comes out a bit wrong. The umpires will have a look at the height here as well, maybe. And that one's been crunched away. You can see why he's bowled it. He's wanting him to go across the line again, get it wrong. But, yeah, I mean, it's dipped really well, so no issues with the height. But that's been smashed away. So, big hit. And the first over comes to an end. And 9 on the board. And it was Tanzania who's taking the charge on. And remember, you can stay in touch with us. I'm Rico Fall, and next to me, this is Mr. Maximo.
Happy last game of the week, Rico. And big hello to all of our viewers. Yeah, get in touch with us. Hey, great opportunity as well to ask us some random questions. Ask us some random questions. If they're not about cricket, even better. Anyway, here we go with Ranveer. He's going to start with a wide. Who can ask the most random question? That's my question. That's very meta.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who can ask the most random question in the chat. I'll decide.
Well, there you go.
Right? The challenge has been set.
There's a challenge for you all.
Right? Not just like, who do you think will win the next World Cup? Okay. I'm looking for something out of the ordinary. Ooh, swings back a long way. Maybe too much?
I'd have a shout here. I mean, it is doing a bit.
Yeah,
And,
doing more than a bit. Let's have a look at it, because it really bends left to right. So the question is it hitting him in line and then going on to hit? Oh, have to be right side off.
yeah,
I
doing
think
too
it's
much.
missing. Yeah.
Doing too much.
I mean, it hits him in line with the stumps, but yeah, it's going past the leg stump.
Slip in play. So they're trusting maybe an edge or so here. But this could be a chance, and wow!
Oh, boy.
How unlucky is this from Chait Patel? He actually catches it. He actually catches an amazing catch, but then on the way down, he just hasn't got the mobility to keep it in play. Look at this. It's a sensational catch. But look, he's trying to get
How unlucky. The flick back's actually, he's over-flicked it, and he's flicked it back to himself.
Yeah.
He's in the X formation on the other side of the ground.
Incredible.
Oh, wow.
It just sticks to he can't release it. It doesn't want to. The ball says, I love you, stay with me, stay with me. He said, no, get away, get away. He couldn't release it, and it ends up 6 runs. That's an amazing catch.
Oh, it's so unlucky, isn't it? Did so well. And the idea was right as well, but he just wrapped too much of his hand around it.
Yeah, Emily Elizabeth, hello. Good morning to you from the Windy City. Oh, okay.
Yeah, from Chicago, I think. From Chicago, Illinois. Tell me if I'm right. It's a bit of the Windy City about where we are right now, actually. This one's carved away, almost carries, doesn't. And then thrown back in aggressively. All right, so I'm liking some of these random questions. One of them is from Bajendra. What is the naughtiest thing you've ever done? Well, I don't think I'll be sharing that, but appreciate
No, don't.
That's more just, not the kind of random that I thought.
Okay, I'll change it slightly. What's the naughtiest thing you've done on the cricket field? You get time to think about it.
Okay, this is up and this is over. This is pounded, actually, into the fence. Maximo. What a shot by Tanzania.
I would say this.
Go on.
All of a sudden, before the start of this match, the wind has really picked up It has picked up a lot. Our cube is playing around. We've had to open one side so the wind goes through. These balls that are being hit from that side now are going to be sailing. The wind is catching these, and they're just sailing.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, it's a bit of left to right. On a cricket field, I mean, naughty. I mean, I suppose sometimes I was pretty good at getting under the batter's skin, but that just became a bit normal. Not really out abusive, just like kind of smart Alec. Can you imagine me being a smart Alec? Hard to believe, isn't it?
Were you one of these wicket keepers that made little clicky noise?
I
The bowler's coming in to try and trick the umpire that it's hit the edge.
I especially loved, obviously playing one level below first class cricket, if someone had been dropped from the Western Australia team to have to play with us. And that was one that I kind of enjoyed. End of the second over at 24 for no loss. Because it would normally say, oh, what are you doing here? I thought you would have been playing. Don't WA have? Oh.
So you like rubbing it in,
and then they would either turn it up to the stumps, little like starts as like faux friendly chat.
Yeah.
And, oh, really? Oh, yeah, I guess you haven't been making many. Oh, geez, I hate for you to fail here because you might not get another look in. And your replacement's been batting well. I played against him last week. And no wonder he's making, these are the kind of things. I know it's a bit sociopathic, but this is as a keeper.
And
this is what
there's a poll you'll be interested in on the chat from the ECN computer as we look at the table. So Rubber Sporting, they put a smile on the faces of the Catalonian Tigers because the Tigers, they'll know that Raval, even if they win all their games in hand, will always be behind them at the moment. So, on that note, it's going to be right on cue. Third over means it's time for Ishan Patel.
So that's the naughtiest. I don't think I've ever, I wasn't naughty, like appeal for something that wasn't out or anything like that. I don't think I wouldn't do that. Maybe when
Chance.
Gone. And he gets him. So Kish Patel, all he had to do is sum up the situation, picked it up with that without the glove. And, yeah, it's going to be a run out. I think that's the captain that's going to have to go.
This is crazy cricket, Vinny.
Yeah, just there wasn't a run there, was there?
It's crazy. You're 24 of 2 overs, and then you do this. It's crazy.
They both kind of agreed to it. I think they're both in the wrong here. I suppose forces the keeper to hit the stumps, but it wasn't a long throw, put it that way. And, yeah, you see straight away, Tanzania knows he's a goner. That is the first wicket. It's 24 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's probably going to say, I'm 14 off 6, better than you. Nazir, you're 8 of 6, I want to get back and strike. But, I mean, that's not the way to do it. You always know that a wicketkeeper, Kishit Patel, is going to get there first. And Patel, unlike some of the wicketkeepers we've seen today, he doesn't miss.
Yeah, that's true. I remember Muhammad had a hilarious one earlier. Okay, Shreyan's Anil saying that he will probably come up with the most random question. We'll fire away, Shreyan's. I'm waiting for it. And if I missed it, let me know. So the other thing is, if I wasn't in a walking mood, I told you I wouldn't turn around if I edged the ball.
Yeah.
Because that makes me look guilty. But then I told you, I think I said this before, a couple of times I was caught at like third slip and I'm just still waiting for the umpire to put his finger up because they hadn't turned around. I didn't know how much I'd edged it. Oh, gone. No edge here. Patel, he's going to make 2 and 2 for his team. He's coming in the third over as he likes to do. And the question was always, can the young stars handle the spin at overs 3 to 6? And so far, not really. It's 24 for 2.
Well, it's Jafar Iqbal, who is a new batter that comes out. Well, he's going to come and go. There's a big swing here. And, he's not going to do too much. Only got 2 in the first one. So he's obviously doesn't like the spin. And Ishan Patel gets it right on the money. Jagadev Fatte star knocks him over. Well, Manish Mawani, he's doing the old Jagadev Fatte dance as he does the old Bangla dance. He puts the 2 hands up in the air. And, they are dancing a little bit here because... And you know what? This is what happens. They're in no trouble at all. 24 for 2, no wickets down. The first ball from Ishan Patel is played away defensively. They decide to run and lose a wicket. And when you lose 1 wicket, well, you know what happens. You can get in trouble. Well, I tell you what, that's
out the way.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what you like to see,
that
right?
Looks like one of the dogs that comes with batteries, doesn't it? That's a very happy little chappy. Or actually, it could be a girl, actually, judging by the collar. Anyway, here we go with Ishan. And this one's full toss, turned away. Should just be 1.
Judging by the colour.
The pink collar.
Say that?
The pink collar.
Oh, the collar.
The collar.
Okay. I was thinking, what's going on here? Okay, right.
And P-Star saying Ravel's a bit bowling heavy. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they had 1 bad game with the bat, so ease them off. And so some of their batters haven't fired yet. We know that they've made runs before. like Karandata, who's kind of waiting to fire. You got Ishan Patel. I don't think they're a weak batting team. Let me just be really clear about that. I think that they're better than average, but not outstanding with the bat. But I do think they're much better than average with the ball, and particularly the spin options.
And they're just sometimes they just haven't clicked, and I think that last innings was one of them. Let's see if they come back better in this one.
I keep going about the spin options of Raval, but it really also, you got to hand it to Manish Manwani, who's bowling really well. So the first ball of this game was an absolute peach. And also Ranveer, I think, has bowled pretty well in this series.
But it just goes to show how important I think the spin is, especially on a pitch like this that has got turn, because I said it at the time, Fateh and the Tigers, no spin, and it showed.
This pitch a week ago was breaking up. Do you remember that? When Raval were playing the River Warriors. Well, this is out as well. I think this has bowled him. I'm just judging this. I think it flicks the stump. And it ends up in the gloves of Kish Patel. But I think this is bold. Let's have a check out on it in the replay.
This sums up my point perfectly when I just said that we know this pitch, the spin works. That has moved. When we watch it from the other side, you'll see just how much this is spun. Watch how much this. Look where this ball is here.
Yep.
Look how much is coming.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, isn't it? That's perfect off-spinner's dismissal. And I've said this about Ishan Patel as well. I think the batter's going, hey, what are you talking about? I never left my crease. But I think when he looks back, he'll see what's happened, that the ball's actually flicked the stumps. And he's out bowled. So Patel really moving it off the straight, and a great finish to the power play for Raval Sporting. 26 for 3 after 3. Okay, come on. I'm waiting for more random questions. The more random, the better. ECN, European Cricket Network, Robot, is asking about... that's a very random question. It's a wind-related question, but I'm not going to... probably won't go there. But, yeah, Shriyans, I can't tell you what Shory's doing on his social media. But, anyway... Let's get on.
Where are you not going? I'm trying to look it up myself now. What's going on here?
You can look it up. Maybe you'll understand. But anyway, ask a random question. That was the most naughty thing I did on a cricket field. Did you ever do something naughty?
Yeah, I did. I'm liking that here. It's lunchtime. Give the little look at it. He's so happy. He's wagging that. Oh no! He said, "Don't you come near me. You may be bigger, but I've got a bigger bite." Well, there could be a wrestling match happening there in the outskirts of this Mount Dewey cricket ground. Well, I tell you what, there's a little bit of food around, and what a lovely dog. That was the husky. Where's the husky gone?
Got the reward and off.
Well, Rambo scared him away. There's Rambo for you. Is don't you come near me? Get out of here. Loving that. It's a lovely moment between the owner and the beloved man's best friend. Back to the action. Gurang floats it up, and watch the bounce on this. Well dealt with by Jayat Patel. Jayat Patel earlier took the best catch you'll ever see, but unfortunately, as he was trying to release the ball back into play, it just stuck to his fingers, jalebi style. Wasn't able to release it. Gurang, the spin attack once more. This is being played out.
Gives you nothing to work with, does he? Gurang.
Yeah, bowling from very wide of the crease.
Remember, the back foot just needs to land anywhere. Any part of the back foot needs to be touching the pitch on this slightly narrower pitch than regulation. So, yeah, have a look if he goes wide of the crease again here. Not so much. He's using the crease differently. Delivery to delivery. Now, this is going to be 4. It's a pretty good shot. Yes, Mushtaq came out and actually cracked a few earlier, but didn't have much to show for it. But he gets a good result there. Boundaries have been hard to come by for the youngsters through these middle overs of spin, and that's a useful one.
Yeah, Mushtaq gets the boundary away. Yeah. Gurung Mavanchi, what he does is he swings that back leg all the way around. So that's perfectly fine. No issues with that at all. Okay, what does he do here? Slightly quicker one?
Nah, I think it goes the other way.
Firmly hit.
Yeah, going back and just a one bouncer. So I've got a question from Pista as well. This is another random question. South Indian food or North Indian food? For me, probably North Indian, because that's probably where I'm from. But, I mean, I like all food, Indian or not. But I did love going to India. And I particularly spent a bit of time in Delhi and rolling the dice on a few food markets there. Luckily, my iron stomach held up all right. Into the over for my Avanchi. I won't get a run here. So, yeah, it goes for a boundary, but only goes for 8. So, no, not too bad from Gorang, little maestro. And 4 overs down to 34 for 3. Well, the Robot's put a bit of a funny poll in the chat right now. But thank you, Robot, calling me Mr. Marathon Maximo. But that goes for you as well, Rico. But actually, people don't see behind the scenes. There's a lot of people from European Cricket Network that are putting in a lot of hours. They're doing a lot of games. I know I've got my 2000th coming up on Monday, but there's people that have done that many behind the scenes as well.
going back to even 2020 when the ECS started. So a big thank you to everybody. So yeah, I know that probably people see me a lot more, but I hope that I can also shine a light on how hard everyone's working, putting in long hours. I think people, maybe I'll go into this a little bit, because maybe some people wouldn't realise what it's like being on the tour. And yeah, we're very fortunate firstly. Oh, let's get an overthrow here. Yeah, not a great throw for the keeper. We'll try this one. That wasn't much better either. Well, it's like tennis at the moment. I'm at Wimbledon.
What was that? 15 love, I think.
Unfortunately, Kish Patel's the net. But anyway, what I was going to say is that we're very fortunate that we're able to travel and go to all these places, meet all these people, and try interesting foods. And it is a real adventure. It's Patel, a slightly quicker one. This is just a single. But, you know, a typical day on the tour, we're waking up kind of 6 o'clock in the morning, even on a Saturday. So, 6 days a week. We leave the hotel at 7 in the morning. We get here, it's still pitch black. We're getting here, and the sun is not even close to coming up. He gets a bit of length to work with, and he gets this one out of the screws. Maximo! I just got a feeling about Mushtaq. I think saw him before opening up, hitting the ball crisply, hitting the ball at fielders. But he's very capable. And if you didn't believe me, just have a look at that shot.
Yeah, he's prepared to take on the spin, and it was Mushtaq was prepared to come down the track to Gurung as well. And I think he just made up his mind, and he's basically saying, I'm not going to let the spin bowlers dictate me. And at the moment, he's coming up top trumps, but I'm pretty sure Patel will have an answer. Maybe this will be the quicker one, or one that will be slightly outside the off stump. Let's see.
Yeah, well, this one's mishandled, but no real issue because there's no run. Yeah, so, you know, we'd leave at 7 a.m., 7:15 we get here. It's completely pitch black at this time of year. We got the sun come up. It's pretty cold. I think it was 4 degrees when we arrived this morning. Everyone's setting things up, setting up the cube, for example, every day. Making sure that everything's in order for the first game. This one was almost fielded by the stumps. And Chet Patel, already seen how good a fielder he is. Zunat Patel pretty close to him, but keeps that to 1. Yeah, so, and then by the time we get home, probably at about 5 o'clock, hopefully they don't get stuck in peak hour traffic. Today's a Saturday, so no real issue. So it's a good 10 hours every day. And if there's a 5-game day, which I know we have a few of those in the ECC and some other times, then it becomes about a 12-hour day. But everyone is understanding of what we need to do, trying to grow cricket in Europe and make it bigger and better and shinier. So yeah, something that everyone's committed to that works as part of the Blue Crew. Anyway, I want to say a quick hello to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. When you sound to here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Big thank you to the robot. And look, I haven't mentioned yet another group of people that do spend a lot of time building ECN, and that are the fantastic chatters, and again, all the moderators, and I know that Mandrake's in there mentioning it, and that's true as well. We couldn't do what we do without the viewers, and the viewers really make it, and you guys being invested in it makes it. And it took a little bit of time, especially with the European Cricket Series, for people to kind of wrap their heads around it, because there'd never been production of cricket at this level for this level of cricket, which is essentially amateur cricket, but it is so entertaining, and the format is, it's just kind of addictive.
Yeah.
You know, and I look, don't get me wrong, I love really all forms of the game. I've been enjoying watching the highlights of some of the test cricket going around, and obviously that's the highest form of the game. As we see a step and hit and banged shot, Maximo. Well, that one's gone miles, went over the nets. That one's all the way up the hill and down the hill like Jack and Jill. And that brings up the 50 for Ali Youngstars.
Yeah, well, we know all about this man, Shahid Nazir. He scored a brilliant 60 the other day, and now he's been joined out there by Usman Mushtaq as well. Both of them prepared to go after the spin. What will help is the wind. I mentioned this before, that even if they don't get the cleanest of hits, the wind is going to take this over the boundary. So looking to make the most of this.
Now wide. And the cube, you might have noticed when we're on the camera, the cube's actually moved a little bit because of the wind. But anyway, I think it'll hold up. Yeah, so at the end of the day, obviously, the cube will have to go down, and obviously the ground gets dismantled when you're here. So it's a lot of work, not just from the Blue Crew though, also the local federation and everyone helping out from the local organising committee are also really important. So it's a proper team effort. It's a proper collaborative effort to make this happen. And also, after this ball from Gurung, he tosses up, goes for it. It's a good miss hit though, because it won't carry it to Chet Patel. He isn't dropping anything today, except that. But that was on the bounce. Also want to mention all of our corporate staff and the people in the office in ECN, and I know that
that they're working really hard behind the scenes, the social media team, the graphics team, and operations team behind the scenes. It's in the air, and here's Chet. I said he doesn't drop him, and he's not going to drop that one. Didn't let me down, and Nazir gets to 20, but he'll go no further. Little Maestro, not often he goes wicketless. That is his first. Still has a couple of liveries to spend. Ali Youngsters lose a big hit on Nazir. Shahid Nazir goes for 20. It's 53 for 4.
Yeah, Nazir will go going for the big hit, so he'll depart for 20. He'll be disappointed there. Both the batters, though, what they've shown there is that because of the flight and the variations that you get from Gurang, he is able to get the miscues, and the miscue there, the 70th ball from Shahid Nazir, means that he'll go for 20. Yeah, look, you know what the beauty of this is, Vinny, is that all of those people that you've mentioned are all people that are passionate about the game. They love the game. You know, all of us, we love the game. All the scorers that are here, I mean, the federation. And it's about people that love the game, that are passionate about the game, getting together and making it bigger. And I like our logo says, making it stronger. We're making it stronger together, and that's the key. That's the beauty. And, you know, big shout out to all the federations, and, of course, to all the partners that are behind us as well.
To me, I love anything that's different and a bit out of the box. You probably know that about me by now. So the fact that I think something like 7,000 cricketers have had the opportunity to show what they can do on ECN. Yeah. That, to me, is an amazing number in around about 3 years. Here's Gorang. And, just a little outside edge. There's no run here. Sabani, the new batter. I think he might be careful with this one. Then he knows that's the end of the spin, and he can really kind of pin his ears back at the last 4 overs, or try to when the pace comes back. Yeah, but it's a crazy number, really. 7,000 cricketers. He thinks about it. Oh, Kish likes it.
How slow was the foot getting back? It's not that. I think the foot is all about whether he's got the foot down or in the air. Let's have a look. It's up here now, and he just gets it back. So
worth a shout. Kish is getting carried away, though, but it will be the end of Gorang. He takes 1 for 17, 53 for 4 after 6 overs. So, again, big thank you to everyone in the chat. And another funny poll. Yeah, I like these random polls. Actually, nice to have the robot. Obviously on a Saturday, I think the robot isn't as, what's the word, under the pump as on a weekday. So it's nice to have the robot in there. Yeah, but you're exactly right. It's built by people that really love the game, and that's why people put in the hours, put in the hard work to try and keep improving what we're doing. And then if you look at, for example, even if you go back to this series, which was the start of last year, I mean, we've come a long way.
Yeah.
If you go back even further, in the mid-2020, just post-lockdown, we've come a long way.
Yeah. It's also...
We want to keep improving.
It's also a different breed, isn't it? I mean, we say this all along. I know we mentioned this format, the T10 format. It's a different breed of the game. And I think you got us, you know, and let's see if our viewers tell us, but this type of cricket, it's so entertaining, it's enjoyable. You've seen the skills and the talents of the cricketers out there as well, but there's the entertainment as well.
100%. Yeah. And I love it that non-cricket watchers find this entertaining. This is whacked away. Fielder there. Should handle it. Does. Yeah, but I mean, the thing I really love is introducing people to the game in a way that essentially it's about fun. It's about fun. Okay, so technically you won't see the same kind of skill level that you would in a test match or in one-day international, that kind of thing. You know, across the board you wouldn't. But, I mean, as far as a contest, it's such a great form of the game. Kish knocks this one down to the fine leg. And the other thing is, something like 7,000 cricketers have played cricket on TV on the European Cricket Network. You're going to get some really good ones. You're going to get some really, I don't want to say not good ones, but you're going to see the whole spectrum of cricketers, ages, experience levels, backgrounds, ethnicities, stories. You know, it's like a big science experiment, actually, and I absolutely love it. And when people tell me that they have gotten into the game or that they've been interested in cricket for a while and they've had friends try to explain it, or they've tried to watch it, they haven't really been able to get into it. The fact that so many people message me or talk to me and come up to me and say, you know, European Cricket Network just did that for me. Finally, it clicked and I understood it. I think that gives me a lot of satisfaction. I'm sure it does to you as well.
Yeah, big time. Kish Patel, I think you're right. He's getting a little bit carried away. That was a bit unnecessary. The umpire, square leg says, "Yaar, tu tori tu babas."
This is why I retired from throwing back at the stumps on those occasions in around 2002.
Oh, that could be out, you
He's
know.
just outside the line. I like the way he actually puts his foot way outside the line. But I got a feeling this is going to hit the stumps, but let's just see where it hits the pad. Oh, it's going to be close. See? It hits him low, like kind of ankle. And so I think it's a very good decision. Got a shout out to the umpires. I think they've been brilliant, you know.
Yeah.
56 for 4 after 7. Let's see what's coming up on Monday. Oh, we won't do that just yet. We'll tell you what's coming up.
Yeah, well,
after
Newman
the end of
Ali
season
there.
break.
As you have a look at we're coming up to the end of our break. That end of this series here in Spain. The 11th of December will be finals day. Day before that, of course, the 10th will be Group B finals day. But I think Rubber Sporting will be happy to have Newman Ali because I think they missed that extra bowler. And Newman Ali just goes to show how much they missed him. Only 2 runs of that one. So 56 with the leg bye. That was in there as well. 4 wickets down. And it will be Ranveer Singh to bowl this one. And he sort of slices this just wide of Ranveer and get a single. This is where Raval last time sort of lost the game. We saw that unfortunate over that went magical. 21s came off it from Rizwan.
That's true.
Newman Ali has certainly helped to strengthen him. And, well, Ranveer, he bowled very well. Makes a good start.
Good swing. Good
Yeah.
bat speed.
Would you-
Subani can whack him. Hey, okay.
Yeah.
Let's get into what we're going to see on Monday because we have tomorrow off. It's going to be a milestone day because match 99 is actually my 2000th match on ECN. But then we've got match 100. We're going to raise the bat. 100 matches in this series. A while since we've had
Quite
an
exceptional.
ECS go 100 matches. I think it was probably here. Anyway, this time, Kish just cannot stop
Can't help it.
knocking the
I bet you
Dales
when he
off.
has to, he misses. No, what I was going to ask you is, at this point, with the pace back on, would you not put your third man back? Nobody behind at the moment. Even the man that's there, he's not really getting anything that's good. And this is where valuable runs have come against Ravo at times.
I suppose Sabani's not hitting him at all, so it doesn't really matter where you put your field. And that is hit. And where's it going? Yeah, I mean, this is where he's aiming. But, I mean, if batters are aiming there consistently, then sometimes having the third man back's good. Maybe you bring up the square leg.
Yeah.
And if you're getting it outside the off stump, you probably don't need him
Square
as much.
leg, or you put your move the long off inside to mid off, so have him up in the circle. I just think you need the protection behind the stumps.
This one will be one. Does that square leg I talked about? I mean, that's kind of a shot probably going to be stopped in the circle because it wasn't too powerful. But yeah, big thank you to everyone. You see Keanu's right up there being highlighted right now. His crown has changed colour. He's been a member of the Golden Paw Club. That's the highest level of fandom. Thank you so much, Keanu. And we're hoping to really improve the experience for all of our members as well next year. Now, this is an improvement as well for the batter. Sabani finally is able to get one out in the middle of the bat or something close to. And with the win, that's Sales Maximo to finish the over. It's his first. And at the end of 8, it's 65 for 4.
A good hit, Sabani. Sabani was the man that was out there with Salik. Salik was the highest run scorer in the last match. So I do find it quite strange that he still hasn't been asked to go out there and have a knock. I mean, there's only 12 balls left here now. And sometimes I think this is something that, we know that the early young stars are pretty new to this. But when you've got Salik, who's actually on song, you'd send him up the order, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're not wrong. But yeah, he was on a heater before.
65 for 4.
All happens in the 9th. And Newman Ali, good to see him out there. And first ball is probably just going to be a single. Yeah, Newman Ali's a guy that he's had some really good moments in the series. And yeah, Zain Aberdeen once again 12th man in this contest for Raval. So yeah, it's the 5th ball that kind of went awry last time for Raval Sporting. This is hit. We have one bouncer for Jet Patel. He's fielded very well in this innings.
Here's another one that's just been sliced as opposed to middled. Yeah, Newman Ali, we like the work that he's done. Remember the other day he was on fire, wasn't he? Taking wickets, taking run-outs. A very passionate player. Yorker length. But,
you know what? He wants him to take 2 so we can
two,
gut him out
go
here.
for it. Here comes the throw, and they'll... Well, it's going to be a photo finish. The umpire on the field of play shakes his head.
I think he's all right. It's almost like Chet was... Oh, here we go.
Well,
Where
this
is
one
this
probably
gonna be
will
run
be
out?
out. This probably will be. And, well, they're probably going to be looking at both ends here, maybe.
I thought
I don't often see
the
that.
play was almost gone here, but you have a look here. The throw comes in. I thought it was a pretty good throw. And see, to me, I mean, is this...
I mean, is this dead or not? For me, I think he's actually out.
He's gone. I don't think the ball is dead. Just because he spikes it doesn't mean he's dead.
I
You
don't
can
know.
still run.
Like, it's a tough one because the batters, they're not going anywhere. He's not going anymore. This is the question. I think he might be given here. See, this isn't really an issue. It's how he acts. So it's not so much the slow-mo. It's how he acts here.
Yeah.
So then he has the ball.
No, I like it. We like the spike.
And then
here's the spike.
Everyone's like done.
And then the batter say,
And then he's
hey.
saying, all right. I guess if in doubt, I think the ball's alive.
Yeah.
But it's a really strange one because that ball is not advancing the play.
I like it. This is like both sets. How often do you see both sets of stumps down on the floor?
Yeah.
Well, that's at both end options. And I think I don't think you could call this dead.
It's like, is everyone acting
I'll
like
ask
the
you a question. If he spikes it and it goes to the boundary, what is it?
Then I think here's the question. I can only give an opinion, right?
Yeah.
The
We're
ball's
under
there when
attack.
everyone considers it dead, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I think in the end, personally, for me, everyone on the field thinks this ball is dead. And that's why, in my opinion, it's dead. But I can understand might not think so. Because the two batters have stopped running. The keeper stopped. The fielders have stopped. And then he's just deciding to yell and say, what about throw? And then now it's back. But if there's an instant where everyone thinks it's dead, then it's dead. But that's debatable. So it's whatever their interpretation
The thing is that you say the two batters, one batter's clearly running. What I like about...
But he's not running until he realises the guy throws it away, right? So look, number 4 is the key here. He's just stopped running.
I love it.
And then it's a very interesting one. But I normally also say that if...
I like that
Yeah.
shot because the batter at the top of your screen is probably the next batter who's saying, yeah, I want to come in. Let me in. I'm ready to come in. And then you see him walking back and it is out. So they're giving it out. I'm loving this action. I can see this over and over again. This is the European cricket, baby. This is why you love it so much. And it is the best form and most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. Action at both ends. Both sets of stumps destroyed. The bowler throws it. Look at this. He spikes it.
Yeah.
And then they say, you threw it. You go and get... Look, he's giving a mouthful to somebody. I think it's the guy who threw it. Look, he's giving him a mouthful. Blah, 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 beep, 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 beep. And then they said, oh, get the ball. He said, what? They're running.
But I'll tell you what, Numan Ali's going to end up with half a run out for his trouble. So I guess it's good fielding. But anyway, let's get on with the game. That's a weird one. There was 3 things there. It was almost a run at the bowler's end. Then, because, I don't want to harp on this because it's a debatable one. But if the batter was like waiting for him to do that, like kind of hinging on it, and then goes, okay, now I'm going to run. But it's like he'd stopped and then he realized the ball had gone away and then he decided to run. So it's an interesting one. But I think that if you're in doubt, the ball's probably alive.
Yeah, Numan Ali, he's a fiery young chap, isn't he? I like him. I do like him.
I'm going to throw something at you that I think would be a great rule, and I don't think it'll ever happen. I'll tell you after this ball from Numan Ali, it's the last ball of the 9th, and this is going to be no run. And at the end of 9, it is 71 for 5. I would love for the ball to always be alive during an over. So I'd love from the moment the over starts that the ball's always alive. It's only dead for a wicket or a 4 or a 6.
Okay.
So this is kind of, because it comes from indoor cricket now. I played indoor cricket for Australia. That's my thing. But then the fielders always have to pay attention between balls. So someone has to, so if the fielders are mucking around, not paying attention, the guys can sneak a run in between balls. And that's so you'd have someone basically just minding the batter the whole time, and then you can catch them napping, and then you wouldn't have that situation where like, is the ball dead or not? Because the ball's always alive. Anyway, it'll be dead after a wicket, and this will be a wicket. Manwani is going to take it, and so 10th over does start with a wicket. Barney will be the man that has to go, 71 for 6. But I just think that would be a real interesting one for our cricket, because, imagine that. Because in indoor cricket, it rarely actually happens, especially at high levels. But then, because no one expects it, I've been in like national finals where the bowler's turning around, going back to his mark, holding the ball, which normally you don't do. You kind of walk backwards to make sure they're not going to try and run. And because it's so noisy, the batters are running, and everyone's like, they're running. Yeah. Almost like stealing a base. That's just a random one for me. But anyway, give us your thoughts.
Another wicket does go down. Manwani is the man who gets it, bowling last over. He's had a good day, hasn't he, with the ball? He'd be hoping to capitalise this time with the bat. I don't know what Kish Patel is doing there in the background. He's having some fun about something. They're doing his own little Mr. Bean type of dance there at the moment, waiting for the new batter to come in. Anyway, here we go. Back to the action. Manwani gets it right into slot, gets worked away down the leg side.
We got some Cube news. It's been a while since we've had some controversial Cube news.
It's gone.
The Cube is done for week 4.
Yeah.
Too windy. Oh, you know, I don't mind this. There we go. Hello. This is us. Yep. Cube news.
Adios to the Cube.
Cube is down. But
back to the action.
it'll be back in week 5. They need runs. They get some runs here. This is travelled all the way for 4. So Salik, I mean, it seems a bit of a waste he hasn't faced more balls because he hit him so well before.
Yeah.
This one just seems into him and he whacks
Well,
away.
this is what we were talking about. Why have somebody like Salik, who was the main contributor in the last match? He came in late, didn't he? But he scored a quick fire 21 to win them the match, 21 on at 11, and now he's coming in so low. He's only really facing the last over, and this is what he can do. But this time, well, Ishan Patel does take the catch. You can't criticise Salik here. There's only, well, at that point, 3 more balls to go in the innings. He's got to go for the big shots. So it looked like they're going to end up with the sort of score that that they were trying to chase last time. Well, this is what they're going to have to defend. It's just slightly more, 3 runs more than the 73 at the moment from the young stars. So teams batting first, not quite getting their own way, and that's what brings me back to the point where I was a little bit surprised that they did win the toss and decided to bat first. But I really think that was not more. It was more to do with not what they wanted to do, but what they didn't want Ravel to do what they wanted to do, which is Ravel would have wanted to bat first.
Yeah, I want you to do what you don't want to do more than what I want to do. Gotta love that kind of pettiness from the skippers. Manwani's got 2 to play here, and it gets a good one in. This will just be a single, 77 for 7. The slot machine, as I like to call it. Hello to JJB. Nice to have you with us. Saying he thinks that the Cube is melted because of the heat coming off of Rico. Man, that beard has him looking smoking. Well, the player of the tournament might be Rico's beard. Since it entered in week 3, it's been a revelation. I think he might be gone here.
Out. Finally gets one. Well, he was going to get one sooner or later, wasn't he, the wicketkeeper, Kish Patel? He kept trying. He kept hitting him. And I was saying, well, maybe when it matters, he won't. Well, he does. Look, this is quite cheeky. It's sort of a take and release all in one. Nicely done. Look, the batter, he just missed it. Thought, it's over. And then he watches the ball hit the stumps.
I think that's run out because he kind of actually tries for the world's slowest run. So I don't know if it'll be a wicket to Manwani, but it will be the end of the inning, 77 for 8 off 10. So 78 will be the target. Look, Ravel Sporting, I mean, they didn't make that many before, but they will be in the Hall of Mirrors if they don't chase this down, especially considering they were undefeated through the first 6 games of their tournament. Manwani, it was a hanging curveball. That disappeared. And really, young stars, they had their moments, but really severely under par total on the board in match 96.
Yeah, that would have been sensational. That was just amazing bit of action and reflexes from Jeff Patel. He actually takes the catch. That's what makes it so outstanding. This was foolish. This was ridiculous. I mean, why they were trying to take the single there, I will never know. But that's what started the rot.
Well, if you're a fan of crazy running, don't wait. Don't wait. There's more. There more coming up. But I mean, the spin spun a web again, didn't they? And Ishan Patel and Gaurav Mayavansh have been brilliant. Well, Manwani loved that one. He was looking to the heavens saying thank you. But have a look at this. Spinning a long way off the surface. That one just kissing the stumps. And that was the end of Mubashir Ali, who's a very good hitter. Yeah, but really, we saw occasional moments and bursts, didn't we? But just no real consistency as they were able to hit 6 sixes in the innings. They were able to hit 3 fours. But then when it came down to it, they just weren't really able to get enough going for long enough. But, you know, late hitting, Sabani, I mean, took a while to get himself in. He was able to hit that one. Even he couldn't really go on with it. This is the funny one where the bowler throws the ball away in frustration. And then, meanwhile, behind his back, they're trying to sneak a run. He's saying, well, hold on a second. I'll show you how to throw. And then Kish actually almost misses the stumps the first time, but does take the bails off in the end. And after 16 or 17 minutes, we had that decision that it was out. And ultimately, Manwani bowled the 10th, did go for a boundary, but did more good than bad. The youngsters grounded on 77. And Isha Patel back in form with the hands. And just an unlikely run on the last ball. So 77 for 8. 78 will be the target for Raval Sporting. And they'll be disappointed that they dropped some points earlier today, but they'll feel they can end their week on a high if they can chase down this target.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking to do exactly the same thing that the Yellow Young Stars did against them when they put a small total together. They'll be looking to knock these runs off with a couple of overs to go, I'm pretty sure. And it's an opportunity for the likes of somebody like Kanandata perhaps to finish the week on good form, and also maybe Chet Patel. They're two guys that we know when they're on song can be very effective, and they can be brutal really. And I think their captain here, Ishan Patel, will be saying to both those guys, look, you two need to find form. Look, go out there and bat like you're chasing 120. Just play your shots, be brave, and it will come good. He needs them to come good because like we and one or two of the viewers have been saying that Raval Sporting, maybe they're a bit light on batting. We know they're not. It's just that some of their batters are not clicking. So it's a good opportunity for them to bounce back.
They're not a weak batting side by any means. I mean, they want to be contenders in this tournament, Raval Sporting, and contenders here, they are making light work of this, and they're making a real statement, especially after going down unexpectedly in the first match between these two teams. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes, take you into the last innings of the week. Keep the random questions coming in. I'm enjoying them, and we are cubeless, but we still have more cricket to come. 10 overs to go in week 4. See you after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full and Rico's Beard. We'll all be back after the break for more cricket here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. It's the last innings of week 4. Well, Saturday night's all right for fighting. It's a famous Elton John song, and there's a bit of a fight on in the middle right now between Ravel Sporting and Ali Youngstars. Youngstars handing Ravel Sporting their first loss of their ECS campaign here in 2022. Ravel trying to square the ledger on this Saturday late afternoon, I suppose, match as we get ready with Subani, who's going to open the bowling. That was a good one. He follows it right in front of the umpire, but it's Ishan Patel who's out there. Current data opening the batting for Ravel Sporting as well. I mean, 2 players for me that are very, very capable and destructive, but they haven't quite had the success in this series that I might have expected. But I mean, they could click at any moment.
Yeah, I like this. This is what I was talking about. I think it's a good move from the captain. A batter that he needs to see more of, giving him an opportunity.
Bowling, don't bother asking because he couldn't see a thing. He had a good view of the back of Subani, but still well bowled. Again, this is something, I don't want to get on a rant because the last thing is the week, but I'd like to see no ball given for that. If you run off the wrong side of the pitch and it's, unless you're fielding the ball, automatic no ball free hit, and I think we'll see it stop. I think it's just the right amount of
I agree with you.
And you know who had that idea? Not me. I don't mind sharing the credit, giving the credit. It was Keanu's idea. Yeah. I was thinking all sorts of things like warnings, penalty. That's just more admin. Who's warned how many, you know.
The other thing is, I will say here, and I think it also depends on the firmness, to be fair, on the umpire. I think if an umpire takes the ball to one side and calls the captain over and say, look, this is what he's doing. If he keeps doing it, this is what I'm going to do. It stops. Yeah. But if an umpire doesn't get involved, it doesn't stop.
The thing I like about the idea of just no balling it, no ball free hit, is your basic actions are louder than words sometimes, right? So why was that no ball? It's like you ran off the wrong side of the pitch. And you're like, oh, you know, it's not having to like stop the game, call the captain over. And it's just like, well, that's why it's no ball. You know, it's not, you don't warn people for having like 6 outfielders. You don't warn them for like 3 behind square and then have a whole meeting about it. Yeah, but I mean, communication's important about why.
You can't be doing what he's doing there. You can't be doing that. And, you know, I don't like to say it because obviously it's spent many years being an umpire as well. Me, that's the straightforward.
The thing is, it's like when you've like yelled at a teenager to do things a million times and you've just given up. You've accepted it now. You know, otherwise you'd be yelling yourself hoarse. Again, I think that's okay. I mean, even I couldn't see that one. I think, no, he just says, here's your hat. That's what he was saying. Yeah, it's fine, it seems. And ends up going a long way wider, but past the crease, I think it was all right. Into the first over. Pretty good one from Subani. Even though he might have been going the wrong way, the ball was going the right way. And Ravel Sporting 1 for no loss after 1. 32 matches without a golden ball. Would look like, barring circumstances here, that we will have another week without a golden ball. Yeah, started at 8 or 9 this week, something like that.
And that score of 70 now is a score of around about 80, but still, no wickets lost. I think they're happy to write that one off, knowing that that's one less that Subani will have to bowl. He's been good.
I think this is actually his last ball. It's called a wide. It's definitely wide. I think the reason it's wide, not a no ball off the pitch, is that it bounces after the stumps. You probably see it here. You can see, it definitely went past the stumps on the full. So it's a wide, not a no ball. The difference is that it won't be a free hit. So it's not the end of the first over yet. It still isn't.
Well, is he going to get lucky with that wide being called so he has a chance to pick up a wicket, or is he going to be unlucky and the ball go to the boundary? Shall wait and see.
Mandrake's got a pretty good suggestion as well. This is pushed away. Going to run off the bat. So Data's off the mark, and I make that 3 without loss at the end of the first. So Mandrake said, you know, what about if you had a couple of warnings, then it becomes a no ball. But I tell you why I wouldn't bother with warnings, right? Because number 1, you have to keep track of them. Number 2, if you call it a no ball, well, sorry, if you only warn a bowler, then you suddenly still have to make a decision on that ball. For example, if it's a wide or not, if it's a wicket or not. Okay, wicket, fine, because he doesn't deserve it because he was in front of you. But wides and stuff, I've seen so many wides not called because the bowler's in the way and actually it advantages the bowler. And you might say, oh yeah, but if you're not sure, just call it a wide. But then you look silly in front of everyone because you might call something a wide that's like a foot inside, right? And no one knows necessarily that's why you've made such a horrendous call. So I think the umpires are on show. I would just go. I'd be really curious to maybe bring it in for a series, maybe the Barcelona series next year as an experiment to see if it stamps it out. And then we've got the ECL, which you wouldn't expect too much of it there. Oh, this is a slight misfield, and that might run away to the boundary. It does. So Data gets a bit of luck, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, it's not a good one, is it? I think that Isra Ahmed makes a mistake here. Commits himself, not able to stop it. And Salik, he was very close to getting the wicket of Data with the very first ball. It was a beauty. Data now, well, he gets valuable runs. Did this in the first one, managed to get a boundary, and I thought, well, maybe that's going to give him the confidence. Didn't work there. Will it work here now?
Goes leg side, gets enough, but no outfielder back there. And I think that's gone for 4. It has. Just one bounce. And so Data back-to-back boundaries. Is this the innings where he can get going and stay going?
Yeah, good shot. Backs himself to play it. I think it was always going down the leg slightly, so he wasn't too worried with the LBW. So back-to-back boundaries. Going Data. Will he get a performance in at the end of the week?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that should apply. Maybe if you bring that in, I think ultimately I envision it for even if they run straight down the middle of the pitch as well. But I think running off the wrong side is such a clear one. So it's not really a judgment call. It's just you've gone the wrong way off the pitch. And that could be a good starting point. Anyway, something to think about over the Christmas break. 'Cause you know I won't stop thinking about cricket.
Up in the air. Should go to hand, will it? And no, it doesn't.
Well, it did go to hand. It didn't
should
stay
be
in the
taken,
hand.
yeah.
Mohammed Tanzir, the captain, ran a long way because he wasn't sure whether the outfielder had a play on this because it was kind of blowing towards the outfield. Probably a slightly easier catch for the outfielder if he could have gotten there, but yeah, Usman Mushtaq couldn't quite make the ground. So Tanzir makes a late effort but doesn't stick. He's worked away for 1. Now, what do you think about that, Robot? If you're still in the chase, in the chat, I should say. Hello to Tarek, who's watching. I think he's watching from Australia. And asking, would I rather have a hot Christmas or a cold one? I've got to say, I'm a hot Christmas person. But yeah, cold ones still don't really add up for me. That's a strange thing to say for most of the world.
I think I would say this, hot Christmas or cold. If it's cold, i.e. snowy, winter postcard sort of scene, yeah, I'll have that.
Looks good.
But if
Feels
it's cold, rainy, cloudy, that sort of cold, windy, no. I think if it's a cold Christmas, yes, but you've got to have the snow so you can have the log fire and you can have the proper setting, nice, cozy indoors, cold outside, you know, the old build a snowman theme happening, getting on a sleigh. Yeah, I love that, but normally it's always cold, wet, windy. I wouldn't want that. So if it's a choice, well, first, number 1 will be snow and cold. Number 2, the sun anytime. And then if there had to be, well, it's got to be the cold snow and cold, wet and windy weather last.
Makes sense, makes sense. 15 for no loss after 2. You saw the table there. First loss handed out to Runnels Sporting. But that's a really good one for the young stars, hey? Because they just lost a bit of momentum after a strong start. Yeah, it could still be in the balance. 7.5 and over at the moment. But you've got to keep taking wickets. If you can do that, get through the top 4 or 5, then maybe we'll have game on. Third over, it's number 3, and that's Isra Ahmed. He almost starts with a wicket. It was one the fielder had to get up and try and climb the ladder. Sheet Nazir, I think, is the man that gets hands to it, but can't hold on. Another chance goes begging.
Yeah, is that again? Well, he's had no luck at all in this series so far. Well, he's had 2 bits of luck in this one. He was dropped, of course, by Tanzir moments ago on 8, and now he's dropped on 11 as well. So maybe finally it's going to be his day.
A little bit short. This one ties him up. So, hey, Robot, what do you think about experimenting with maybe in the Barcelona series where if bowlers run the wrong way off the pitch after bowling right in front of the umpire off the other side of the pitch, it becomes a no ball? What do you think? Do you think that might work? Give me your thoughts, Robot. I know that you are basically a supercomputer.
I think I like what you're thinking. Me personally, after this ball, it's played away nicely, and the fielder does well to get a hand to it. Keep it to 1. I think, yeah, but I would still say the same way you would with a bowler who bowls a high full toss, you'd give at least 2 warnings.
Two's a lot.
2 warnings.
They're only bowling 2 overs.
Nah, 2 warnings.
But if someone
because I'll tell you why 2 warnings.
Go on.
Once you give the first, it won't happen again anyway.
Okay, I hope not.
That's what I reckon.
Okay, that's all right.
2 warnings, and then after
One
that,
warning
but not only. But
bowler.
I will say this, but it applies to the whole innings.
Okay.
It's not just to that bowler.
Okay.
It applies
I'm
to
on
the
board
whole
with
innings.
that. One warning. Okay, that way people can't complain. They've been told
First and final.
you have to get off the side of the pitch that you bowl it from. Yeah, okay, I can get it.
Then first
I'm not
and final.
anti-warning. I'm just I'm worried about that's a big LBW appeal or something on that ball. Oh, it's a good one from Isra Ahmed. Yeah, I can get around that. Yeah, I just think sometimes talk is cheap. You know, because I just feel frustrated for the umpires because they're on show in front of millions of people every day, and sometimes they don't get to see and they're judged on their decisions. And you know, we can highlight it, but some people might not even understand what we're saying. They're just thinking that they're bad umpires for making bad decisions, but it's not that. It's actually not their fault at all. Not that's happened too often, I should say. The bad decisions bit. Anyway, this will be Data. He's having a golden time at the moment out there. He moves to 16. And a few people asking us, Rico, and this kind of leads into food chat for me, but what are our plans tomorrow on the day off? Do you have any specific plans that you're looking at tomorrow?
I think a nice late breakfast, so a bit of a line in the morning, and got a few chores to do. I think I might have to chug along to the laundry place, do a bit of laundry, and yeah. But so an easy day to watch a bit of footy as well. It'd be nice to actually watch a couple of matches of the football. A nice, probably big breakfast, skip on lunch, and then a nice meal somewhere. Once again, I'll probably go down to my favourite tapas place, which I found last week, to have a good tapas, a few glasses of Spanish Rioja. I think that sounds pretty nice, and an early night.
So, now we're getting into food chat. Well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. And James says, can't get the image of Rico dashing through the snow on a sleigh. Probably a one-horse open sleigh, I'm guessing, with your beard. So, yeah, I'm loving it. But actually, the robot has made a very good, kind of clear point that, you know, what I'm talking about off this side of the pitch is if they follow through, if they cross the middle stump, then that should constitute, you know, if we can do a warning once for the whole innings, or if that's the rule. So then we've got a real clear point that if you cross the middle stump and you're not fielding the ball or attempting to field the ball, then that's what we're talking about. Off the pitch is, you know, maybe they could go across the middle stump and go up the other side of the pitch, which is not okay either. Anyway, this is hanging. It should be gone, and it's taken. So Data finally runs out of lives on 16, and Tanzir's the man. He gets the wicket. Well, he was the first guy that dropped Curran Data, if my mind serves me correctly.
Yep.
But now, Rabbah Sporting have lost their first wicket. It's 23 for 1 in the 4th over.
Well, it's once again unlucky 13 for Grandata. That was his 13th delivery. And he hoiks this one out to the fielder. It takes a very good catch, makes it look comfortable. But look, I don't mind that from Grandata. He knows that he's not having the rub of the green. So he goes out there positive. He throws his bat at everything. And he gets his team 16 valuable runs. So 23 for 1 inside this 4th over.
So, a question of what I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, well, as usual, it's based around food chat. It's my only chance to get brunch. And now I have my favourite place, Zenith Brunch and Cocktails. Been there 3 times already, actually. But tomorrow I'm going to try a new place called Gringas. Oh. And I heard they do the best fried chicken and waffles in town. So 10 a.m. when they open, I'll be there. And I'm going to go for the fried chicken and waffles.
What
see
time?
if it's very good. 10 o'clock in the morning. See, that's actually, when you're getting up at 6 every day.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a quite
I mean, I won't be
line,
setting
actually.
an alarm, but I think normally I'll wake up. I'm normally getting up 6 o'clock every day. For me, it's likely I'll wake up around 8:30 and maybe lie until maybe about 9. But then it's not too bad.
So when you say 6, are you like literally alarm goes at 6 and snooze? And
I can tell you.
Are you up at 6?
Well, he's gone. He's knocked him over first ball, and Haran Salik has gotten one through. Kish Patel plays all around that one. Suddenly, Tanzir's on a hat-trick. Well, this wasn't in the script. Sporting lose a couple quickly, 23 for 2. And we've already had one hat-trick today, Rico. Could we have another?
Now, this is a perfect delivery, isn't it? It's right up there. Well, time for a little massage for the captain. It says, here, Skip, let me give you a massage. An important ball coming up. This is such a good delivery, isn't it, to the left-hander? You see so many bowlers getting the first ball wrong to the lefty. Not Tanzir. Look, it's a long way out of his crease. Maybe I think that could be his downfall here because he ends up yorking himself.
Yeah, it's partly that. It's partly he's just hitting across the line. I don't know if it's an actual yorker. He just tries to whip it to leg, but it's straighter than that. So something happening here.
Manwani comes to the crease. He's a man, I think, with maybe 0 good knees at this point, but he certainly has hit the ball well normally, although he was off earlier today. He just tried to get a bit cute at times, and he wasn't batting with the kind of confidence. When he first got injured, it's just almost like he didn't care anymore.
You know what,
he's smacking everything.
The first time here at Montjuic, the conditions are actually against the left-hander.
True. Yeah, it's left to right wind instead of right to left.
Yeah, normally we see the left-handers hitting freely over the fence to hit the ball downtown Barcelona, but this time he's against the wind.
Hat-trick ball. And Manwani negotiates it. So, yeah, that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. One of my thoughts on the Australia game tonight. Well, I might go and watch it out in the city. I'm trying to toss up what to do right now, but I think maybe I'll go grab a paella after work. Maybe I'll go to one of the sports bars and watch it. And I wonder how many Australians are around here. Now, a lot of the sports bars we weren't allowed in again after Corey's performance in the Australia-France game, but we have promised that he has now left the country, so should be able to get back in. Low full toss, whipped away.
It's strange we haven't heard anything from Corey yet. I mean, Corey would be on it by now, telling everybody about the Australian game coming up.
I think Corey is, let's just say, gearing up for the Australian game tonight. It's a Saturday. He'll be enjoying it. Question for me from from both of us, I suppose, from Mandrake. After this ball from Tanzania, he's got 2 in the over. Dab comes out again from Manwani. This time he hits it. He'll get a run. He'll retain the strike. 4 overs down. 26 for 2. Game on at the moment. Raval Sporting not having it all their own way in the chase. In fact, that rate's gone up. It's crept up between 8.5 and 9 now as we head into the 5th over. Turkey on Christmas dinner or something else? What about you? Are you a turkey on Christmas dinner kind of a person?
I'm not a big fan of turkey, so I mean, I quite like roast lamb. So roast lamb and well, and then a lot of veg. I think it's
I'm with you.
To have a lot of veg.
Unpopular opinion. I think turkey's overrated, but I have told it's maybe I'm not getting it good enough. Well, we don't want to eat that. Is that hot dogs?
It's hot dog.
Hello, hot dogs. Happy weekend. There we go.
I think they're getting ready to go home. Well, yeah, it's time for have a nap. And well, he's had his little siesta.
Hot Dogs doesn't even know he's the unofficial mascot of the European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. But yeah, I just think people say it's because I haven't had the turkey done well. For me, it's a bit dry. I'm here. That's actually what Mandrake is saying as well. Yeah, I'm more of a roast beef or a lamb kind of person as well. I've got to say lamb with a mint sauce. I think I said that the other day. And Wani, again, so funny. It's a change of mindset. That kind of the ball he was just putting over the fence the other day. Yeah. But I think he needs to be a bit braver. And I'm often saying that batters are a bit too reckless. But he wasn't prodding when we first saw him in the series, and he was smacking it all over the place.
I'm liking the little look there of Ishan when the batters are crossing, and Ishan is literally suggesting the same thing to him. He said, hey, why are you not hitting it? And yeah, Ishan, he himself hasn't really got going yet, but yeah, Mamani is not playing his normal game.
If you get out firing a shot, then fair enough. If you get out like that, chopping on, or being tentative, and I don't think that's right. And won't he be kicking himself?
It's very windy now.
Maybe it's because they only need 78, something like that. You know, it might literally be the fact that the target is fairly low, so Manwani's trying to play a bit more risk-free. And when we have seen him batting well, it's often in the first innings where there's no real target pressure. He's just out there playing on instinct. Yeah. I think at the moment he's thinking, okay, you know, if I'm here at the end, probably we get there. But I mean, I think it might be a bit counterintuitive, but I think that attack would be the best form of defence for him.
Yeah, this is the huge partnership here for Ravel, because after this, really, no batter has produced too much. Goes short again, Subhani. Subhani, I like the look at this guy, you know. I mean, he's broad, isn't he? When you look at him walking back, he's all shoulders, and he puts all of that into his bowling. He really does. He's one of few bowlers in this group that is, as a seamer, got this wicket or got this pitch to work for you. Yeah. He's getting something out of it.
Yeah, I like the way Subhani's bowled. Yeah, Manwani again. It's a funny one. He's got a lot of talent. I think a lot of it with him is just mental.
He needs one out in the middle. He needs to hook one out in the middle of the bat.
And he's knocked over the first real attacking instinct, and it doesn't work. So, I mean, it's a tough one. He just seemed out of sorts, saying no matter what he tried. They didn't mind the shot. Again, maybe he doesn't get his pads to cover the line, because that's the ball that I think pitches outside the leg stump. And could have used a little shuffle step across. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go. Just wasn't Manish's day with the bat. As he departs, it's 28 for 3.
Yeah, good delivery once more from Zubani. Like I said, he certainly is giving 110%. I like it. And he's passionate. And he points once again to Waka Tahir. So we saw him do that once before. I don't know if Waka Tahir is the man who's sort of been chatting to him in his ear and saying, right, do this batter does this, get it there. I don't know. There's definitely something going on. But certainly every time he strikes, he looks around, points at Waka Tahir and say, yeah, that's all you, baby. That's all you. Well, I like that. But I do like what he's bowling. He's been aggressive. He's been assertive. He hasn't been afraid to take on the batters. He hasn't been intimidated by the batters either. He's just running in and doing his thing and bowling really well. And look at those figures once again. Look, he's got 2 balls left in his spell. Only 5 runs have come off him and he's picked up a wicket.
All right, so here's Chet Patel. Throws the hands at this one. Doesn't get a run. I mean, it's just the first dot you want. I mean, if this is a dot, they'll need 10 and over. And 10 and over is about par in Group B. So we'll wait for this ball. That's assuming this is a dot. Probably won't be. Balance of probabilities.
Patel, the last of the recognised batters, joins the captain out there. 2 Patels come together.
That's the wide. He thinks that maybe the batter got something on it. I doubt it. So Emily's saying, because she's half Jewish, sometimes they do Chinese food in a movie. Well, this is one of the things. Obviously, you and I don't really come from backgrounds that have a huge focus on Christmas. But obviously, we're a very inclusive organisation. And not just that, I think it's people, you and I are pretty similar. That, if there's a festival, it doesn't matter if it's something that's in really my heritage. I'll celebrate it. So this will be the end of the over, and it is a dot. They do get the wide, I suppose. It'll be a shade under 10, but that's pretty much where we're at in this game, as Raval Sporting don't have a good start to their innings. It's 29 for 3. Want to say a big hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. This is what I was talking about, the run rate. So 10.3 and over is required, and that's just around about what they need now. And I'll tell you what, in the background, now come in then, Sam. Here he is. Sam Williams has worked so hard this year. Don't know how many weeks he would have done. How many weeks would have done this year, about? Too many. 28, 30, 25 to 30 weeks or something. And it's his last innings before he finishes the year. Sam, project manager, great job. See you in 2023. As long as you don't do anything stupid in the next 5 overs. So, and also, Sam got married in September because of the work and everything. He hasn't had a chance to go on his honeymoon yet. So he goes for a honeymoon in Thailand. And this is a nice shot, a bit of a sweetheart shot from Ishan Patel, who uses the angle to his advantage. Gets 4 runs here to fine leg. So just the tonic for Raval Sporting. Yeah, so Sam got married in September. Hasn't had a chance to go on a honeymoon yet because of the ECN schedule. All the best to him and his wife Lara as they go to Thailand on Monday morning. So, yeah, I hope the weather's good. Has the rain cleared up in Thailand yet, Sam? Yeah, it has. Apparently they picked a good dry month and it hasn't stopped raining so far. He says it's looking a bit better now. Wow, this is looking interesting at the moment. I mean, Raval Sporting, they would have thought, yeah, 70, 78? No problem. They do like batting first.
Battle off the 2 captains. It was a grunted slower ball that was put away easily by Ishan. Good shot.
Well, Santosh is saying, congratulations, Sam. Have a great vacation. Happy honeymoon. But right now, there's no honeymoon period for the batters. And yeah, Ishan Patel, again, you can see what he's saying. He probably needs to attack more, but then he's worried if he gets out that he's wasted a bunch of deliveries.
Yeah, just no Raval batter today has got into any sort of rhythm.
That's a shot, but only getting 1. So even the good shot's getting 1.
Yeah, well, that's the man. I mean, he's been fantastic in the field, Nawaz Sharif. And there's not going to be too many going to get past him, and he's a great catcher of the ball as well. So, look, what the early young stars have shown us once again is that though they're new to this, they're very talented in the field. Their bowling is good, and they're not easy to get past.
They've adapted really well, I think. They just had 4 players with ECN experience, but they've got some good players in there. You can see they've because they got the approach right. It hasn't always worked for them, but they've been more good than bad, the young stars. Again, no boundaries coming since that first ball, the over. So that rate's crept up over 10 now.
Last ball of the spell for Tanzir, the captain. In the air, doesn't carry, gets through the gap. Chase is on. We'll pull it back, but they'll just get one again. Could have gone to hand, it didn't. Could have gone to the boundary, it didn't. Big finish on the cards here, I think, potentially, as we get to the end of another over. And after 6, it's 36 for 3. They'll just run a ball pace through the first 6 overs.
Yeah, they decide to put caution to the wind, so to speak, because only taking the one there as well. So Ishan Patel will go back on strike. But
hard to believe this is still the scene of the Barcelona bash, where we saw 150 pass scores. I mean, it just shows you what we saw in that. Some of that Group A was just something else. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was dreamland cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it was real. And at the moment, that but it also shows, I think, that in this group, that the bowling talents have been on display, been very good as well. Some of the fielding's been extraordinary. And this one, the way it's going, a lot of people thought this would have been sort of more or less done and dusted by now. Goes to show it's not. And the young stars have bowled really well, but it's a question of how they use their bowlers here. Savani's bowled out. You know, that Tanzir has now finished. So it's how these two batters that are trying to establish themselves go about with the newer bowler, Sharif. Nawaz Sharif's coming on to bowl here now. And he starts with well, this is going to be a terrible one. It's going to go all the way. What's the umpire going to call here? Wides or no balls? I think it will be wide. You want to check. I do think this catches some of the pitch. So for me, I think that's going to be 5 wides. And yeah, it has been called. So that's how you get yourself back in the match and back where you want to be. 5 from nothing. Ishan Patel will see that as a sign.
Doesn't chew up a delivery either.
Always starts with a dirty, gundy wide, doesn't he?
That's why he got to bowl one ball to the fielder as a warm-up and then get into it. Anyway, Patel will take the runs. Now, basically hit that ball for 6 just by prodding it, because they get 5 and 1. Takes it back below 10 and over. And these two are very capable. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, Santosh asking dream honeymoon destinations, places to visit. That's an interesting one. Where would I like to go? A big fan of just like an island somewhere. Tropical weather.
Plays it into the ground playing it pretty safe at the moment is Jayant Patel. Here we know it's a beautiful striker of the ball. Hits it clean. Well, both of these guys are, and you're absolutely right. Neither one has really got going. Ishan Patel, 16 deliveries on 13. That's way below his normal strike rate, but it just goes to show how well they've bowled so far.
On target as well. It's a cut, and it's going to be 4. So it's probably just a little bit too short. Line wasn't terrible, but Ishan hanging in there.
Yeah.
This game in the balance.
There's the little trigger kick movement first. It's uppish, he's in the air, so there's always a chance, but that was hit pretty well, pretty crisp shot. Goes to the boundary pretty quickly.
Yeah, the Maldives is very nice for honeymoons. Yeah. That's
Maldives is
expensive,
nice, yeah.
though, apparently.
Must admit, I've never done the Far East, so yeah, I'd like to go one day to
South
Far East.
Pacific is kind of made for it. Miles for anywhere. Fiji, Vanuatu, those kind of places. Oh, this is potentially in the gap as well. It is. So back-to-back boundaries for Patel, brings up the 50. And you know what? Has a lot in common with the chase we saw earlier, but you just flip the teams, because really the Ali Youngstars batted themselves into a bit of a hole, but then they found a gear around now and ended up chasing it down.
Yeah, I mean, look, once one comes clean out of the middle, Ishan Patel, then he's like his hands get hot and he's ready to party. And that's another one that sounded beautiful. So this one will not be wide, and I think he knows this. I wonder if he's going to step across early. He knows he's not going to get the width there, I'm sure.
Got to pitch it up. Does. Well, Patel, there's a question about it. I think he's hit this.
Yeah, he hits this.
Yeah, there's an appeal. They want the LBW, but I don't think he ever misses it. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, straight off the middle of the bat.
You knew it was coming.
Takes a big chance, and I think he knew it was going to be fuller. But still, that's a big risk at this stage, but it pays off.
But he knew it was coming. That's why I called it. I thought he was going to go across straight away. You just know it. He's not going to be given width again after cracking 2 for the covers. The bowler's going to go more at him. So he takes the gamble, goes across. But the most important thing is here, a lot of batters would have tried to hit this hard. He doesn't. Lets the ball come onto him. And just that little flick at the end. Good batting. Good over.
Yeah, 3 on the trot for Ishan. He does get across and give you a chance. He kind of dares you to hit him on the pad. They think of 2. They change their mind. Probably smart, I think, at this stage. Not worth throwing away this partnership. It's been good to them. And so that's the end of the 7th over. 56 for 3. Mate, 22 required of the last 3. You still think they should do it, but
Isn't
a wicket or 2 could change everything.
Isn't it interesting? You said how similar it was, right, to that last run chase. You're absolutely right. In that one, remember the magical over that changed it, came in the 8th when Rizwan went for 20. Here, Sharif, he goes for 20.
And started with a self-inflicted blow as well. This one's coming up on Monday, and we'll reach the century. Ali Youngstars, they'll be back to take on the Hawks first up. That's an important couple of games, especially for the Hawks. Gracia versus Fateh in the afternoon. Fateh, they didn't have the best morning, let's say. Gracia, they've been flying after a bit of a dodgy start. Anyway, 22 to win, 3 overs remaining. That's a predetermined shot, but it's going to be a good shot. It's going to be 4 more. So Ishan Patel brings out the party tricks, and now he just looks a completely different player.
Lovely jubbly. It's showtime at the Manjui Olympic Cricket Ground. Oh, what a lovely shot this is. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And the captain, Ishan Patel, is starting to turn on the style. And, well, surely now is theirs to lose from here.
Sure is.
Just 18 now required. Run a ball will do it. And then he goes for a big hoik across the line, and that's not a good shot. Chayat Patel is screaming at him for the non-strikers and saying, hey, buddy, what are you doing? Don't get us so close, and then throw it away. Me and you, we've got to see this home.
You think so. But again, you don't want to defensively work the other team back into the game. Mandrake's going now, and see you soon, Mandrake. And, how many days? Probably, I'm going to say 17 days till he gets the first ever ECN tattoo that we're aware of anyway.
Is it Mandrake change? Was it Mandrake said he's going to change his
next
name
year? That's once he gets a tattoo. Well, now, again, crazy, but it's working. And Patel is just pulling out all the trick shots. And for a guy that couldn't score to save himself earlier, now it's raining boundaries.
Oh, yeah, look at this. This is what I like. It's time to get funky. And Ishan Patel saying, I got the tricks. I can show you a trick or two. And 30 now of 22. Remember, at one point, he was like 16 deliveries and on about 13. So all of a sudden, he's turned on the style. And the captain is looking to get Raval Sporting back to winning ways.
We were talking earlier about being in the zone, right? Being in the zone. And Umar Mohammed had it earlier for the Ada Tigers. Right now, Ishan Patel, he was out of the zone. Now he's broken into the zone. It's hard to see him stopping from here. 14 to win. Now it charges, and I don't think there's any bat here, maybe, but it'll just be a single. It's a leg by, actually. So hello to Tim Reedman and everyone. I want to say a big thank you to all of our chatters and all of our viewers, even those that can't get in the chat, those watching on FanCode. Want to say, hope you have a great day off. We'll see you on Monday morning. And stay safe, stay happy. Cheer on the Australian team if you'd like to, if you need to pick a team tonight. The underdogs against Argentina. I know the Netherlands, I think they're up in about 5 minutes. So Rob Kemming and even Corey and stuff will be watching that with interest. Again, you don't want to miss that. He hasn't missed it. It's gone all the way. Maximo. Chet Patel, his turn. And Rabo, they had the wobbles. And really, if they'd lost this, you'd wonder where they're at in this tournament. But seems like normal services resumed. Just 7 required now off 13.
Yeah, nice shot. He challenges the bowler to go through stumps, doesn't he, Chayat Patel, as he takes that step across. And Isra Ahmed does go for the Yorker delivery. But if it's not right, well, he's on it, and he's on this pretty good. And even though there's a fielder out there with this wind behind the ball, it's going to take it clean over his head. 6 runs, they're almost there. 7 required for victory.
6 will tie it. That's what he tries for. It's more up than anywhere. Fielder comes in, won't get there. And with this weird bounce where on the rubber, for some reason, it bounces back towards the bat on those high balls. And they'll come back for 2. That's good running. That'll be the end of the over as well. So 73 for 3 after 8. And yeah, it does seem like they'll do it pretty comfortably. And let's go back to that chase. They chased it down in 9.1 earlier. I think the way things are looking, it could be a little bit quicker. But having said that, in that chase in the first game between these two teams, the 9th over didn't go according to plan. Then they had the partnership broken. They had some wickets. We thought maybe there was a little window of opportunity for the fielding team to get back in it. But the batting team did chase it down off the first ball, the 10th. Here's Haroon Salik. He's a good option, I think. And left-arm spinner. That's not a great delivery first up, but luckily it goes just for one. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was just a little bit short, I think. I'd be trying to draw Patel forward for sure.
Yes,
both Patels.
It's one man that's had a good day for the young stars. With bat and with ball. Remember, it was his innings. He's 21 not out. That helped his team get to the victory first time round. He's bowled pretty well as well. Could have had a bit of luck that go his way, but it went to me. But this one, well, has he hit this at all?
Wow. No, but I tell you who's gone off like a cut chook is Ishan Patel. He's saying, what are you doing? Just play normal shot. For a guy that's just ramped 17 times in a row, some free advice. Anyway, he does do something a bit more orthodox. He needs to stop this, and they can't. They come together, it bounces over them, and I think that'll do it.
Yep.
Yeah, so, well, whatever Ishan Patel said, and I think probably a lot of people heard it, even though you didn't even have to have a microphone on him, you heard, and he said, hey, bat properly, and it worked. So Chet ends up getting the winning runs with 8 balls to spare, and a noisy finish to week 4.
Yeah, it was a case of don't do as I do as I say. How dare you? You leave those shots to me. Anyway, they will become friends in a moment. At the moment, they're keeping a bit of safe distance.
Well, I've got temporary hearing loss from how loud that was from Ishan Patel, but I tell you what, it leads from the front. And really, this innings was all about Ishan. I mean, when he looked bad, Rava looked bad. When he came good, they looked good. And in the end, they do get there with 8 balls to spare. But yeah, once again, other youngsters, they were in the game, weren't they, with some early wickets?
Yeah, they certainly were, but a good partnership there towards the end just got them home. And they would have been a little bit concerned when both the left-handers, Kish Patel and Manish Mamwani, went pretty quickly because they really have been able to get partnerships together, but the captain had to turn it on. And the thing was, it was one of those innings you couldn't see where his runs were going to come from. Then all of a sudden, he got 2 out of the middle on the offside, and he was off and running, but not before these early scares. And Tanvir, the captain of the early young stars, he was in awesome form with his bowling. I mean, and Subhani here, well, he was like, well, he's just on another wavelength. But again, 1 over was to change the destiny of this match, and unfortunately, it was Nawaz Sharif's when he came on the bowl the 7th over.
Started with that kind of self-inflicted 5, but then some really good shots. I mean, it just started boundaries coming from everywhere. And earlier in the innings, they struggled so hard to get even 1 boundary. Yeah. And then when the floodgates opened, they really opened. I mean, I talked about Ishan Patel. You know, didn't want to be too risky because he would have felt after being like 10 off 12, whatever he was, that if he gets out then, it's a waste. That he's used up so many balls. But maybe he just finds the balance. And to be honest, it's more that he just, like I talked about in the zone today, we talked about that a bit. And really, by the end, he didn't look like missing a ball, taking those risks, getting in front of the stumps, but he had the eye to do it. Finishes with a pretty good 35 off 25. So I make that he gets 25 off his last 13 balls. A bunch of boundaries in there. Current data looked promising again. Had a bit of luck on the way to 16. Apart from that, Chet Patel, I think he was a good foil for Ishan. Yeah. And if Ishan might just be saying, sorry if I was yelling loud, but obviously did the trick. 2 for 12 for Tanzia. I think he bowled really well. I think the Harun Salik continues to impress me, although he doesn't take a wicket. But it was all about Sabani for me. He's the one that really put Raval Sporting on the back foot. And they had to work hard, but in the end, the team split the points here on Saturday afternoon.
I mean, Tanvir, give him a shout as well. The captain bowled really well, 2 for 12 as well. But interesting, that little tactical change there from Raval Sporting, opening with Karen Detta as opposed to Chet Patel, and having Chet Patel come in slightly later. It worked in their favour.
I like it. I mean, the other thing is Datta's struggling for runs. I think he scored his 100 opening last year, either number 3 or opening. I think it was opening. But sometimes it just means there's a few more boundaries on offer
for sure
when you're opening out, and it can get you going a little bit. So yeah, I'd actually stick with him at the top of the order.
I would too.
The other thing is Raval Sporting, chasing. They haven't done much of it, and they weren't convincing that time. I suppose normally they bat first. I know it didn't work today. They only made 70 odd, and it wasn't enough. But I think that's still their plan A, to make 100+ score, even 100, and defend it with their mix of spinners and pace bowlers, particularly the spinners overs 3 to 6. Seems to be the way they're going about their cricket. Well, we're cubeless. We know it got a bit windy, so we had to be careful and put the cube away. But what I can tell you is that although we're putting ECN cricket in the locker for one day, we'll be back on Monday morning. So join us for all the matches on Monday, including match number 100. It's actually also my 2000th, so that's good. I don't think you can get that many candles on a cake, but I'll be enjoying.
We'll have a go.
I'm enjoying a milestone. We had a bit of fun today. I ran around the field. You drove around the field. You didn't out.
I didn't drive.
You weren't driven. You were driven, actually. Well, maybe a window into the future.
You did well. I'm glad that there was no health issues afterwards. It took you a while.
Knees a bit sore,
Took you a while to get here. Well, you did do it no shoes on, and that jacket would surprise me. But look, Well done. You did well.
Thank
you surprised me. Probably surprised a few people on the chat as well.
I want to say a big thank you also to Sam. It's his last day of the season today. Obviously, he's got his honeymoon. Quinny, it's his last day with us as well. And yeah, all the Blue crew that aren't here to enjoy the last week of the season. If you're watching, hopefully you have a great time off. We will as well. Still 1 week of cricket to go though, and look, if you want to know what's coming up, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, go to our social media at European Cricket, and also if you haven't already, please go into the chat and into YouTube, I should say, click the subscribe button, tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. Okay, time for me to hit the town. Go Australia tonight against Argentina, and also Netherlands, USA. So I suppose I have to go for Netherlands. I've got a lot of friends there, and I guess I am working in Europe. But Rico, another great week from you. The beard has stayed, and it will stay for 1 more week, so get a good look at it. At least 1 more week. Anyway, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network, European Cricket family, and a big special thank you to Spring Productions for their work. I know they've put together some of the best bits of the day. Hope you guys enjoy your day off. Have a mimosa or two for us, and we'll leave you with the highlights today. We'll see you on Monday for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta lunes.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta lunes.